Jun-soo, a producer, was named 2030 Producer of the Year, but right before he could step onto the stage, everything suddenly took a bizarre turn. In the blink of an eye, the winner was changed to Kim Young-jun, and Jun-soo became a laughingstock in front of the entire hall, as if he had never been chosen at all. When he came to his senses, he realized that Young-jun had repeatedly stolen his ideas, his hard work, and even his dreams to climb to the top of his career. In despair, Jun-soo could only pray for one chance to start over, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back in 2021, the very first day he stepped into the broadcasting station, beginning his second life. How will he change his new life? Let us follow this captivating series with Life Manhwa. At the awards ceremony, Ji-yoon slowly read the name. This is. Immediately after, she declared loudly, the Most Impressive Drama of the Year award. Right next to her, the MC quickly chimed in, his voice ringing out solemnly. This award goes to the producer who worked tirelessly to plan and produce the show, and the result is in the hands of Lady Ji-yoon standing right here beside me. The entire hall instantly fell into a suspenseful silence, as the MC lowered his voice. Who will be the one to claim this prestigious award? Then he read the winner's name in a firm voice. The winner of the Most Impressive Program and the 2030 Producer of the Year is. Beside him, Ji-yoon slowly stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the designated name. Congratulations. To Jun-soo's astonishment, she suddenly announced, "Their Epic" by producer Kang Jun-soo. As soon as she finished, colleagues and guests stood up one after another to applaud, many wearing proud smiles. PD Kang Jun-soo, congratulations. That is amazing. PD Kang Jun-soo, you have worked so hard. PD Kang, well done. While Jun-soo was still in a daze, someone called out loudly, PD Kang. Before he could react, Jackson suddenly gave him a tight hug. Congratulations. The moment he saw him, the MC looked excited. Jackson Kim, described as having a very sociable personality on the show, is also incredibly overjoyed. Then, suddenly, Sia held out a bouquet of fresh flowers toward Jun-soo. Let me present these flowers first. There are a lot of eyes on me right now. Seeing this, Jun-soo was momentarily stunned. She leaned in closer with a playful smile. Please come find me tonight to collect your real prize. Witnessing that, he could not help but let out a long sigh. At the same time, Nahi turned around, looking exasperated. You are making a fuss over something so obvious. That smug face of yours is a bit annoying, but whatever. Congratulations on winning. Receiving the unexpected bouquet from Sia, Jun-soo gave a forced smile. Thanks. It was at that exact moment that someone's hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tightly. A man appeared out of nowhere and hugged Jun-soo, acting friendly. Congratulations, PD Kang. I knew you would win. It must have been tough. After saying that, he pushed Jun-soo forward forcefully. Now, get up there on stage. In that moment, he froze, staring at the stage under the brilliant lights, his heart pounding. I can't believe it. The stage I have always dreamed of is just a few steps away. Jun-soo took slow steps forward, trying to stay calm despite the overwhelming emotions surging inside. Just a few more steps. My dream, my goal, will finally. The moment he saw the stage, his heart beat faster and faster. Come true. But right then, Jun-soo suddenly froze. Who is that? His eyes widened in shock as a strange figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. That back? Do not tell me. Suddenly, Ji-yoon looked up at Jun-soo, a sinister smile on her face. It looks like you have come to the wrong place. Beside her, the MC also wore a mocking expression. Should I remind you one more time? This year's winner is Their Epic by producer Kim Young-jun. Jun-soo stood frozen in shock. That is impossible. Seeing his bewildered expression, the crowd began to mock him. Why are you so surprised? On the other side, Jun-soo kept denying it. It can't be. Despite that, voices kept echoing in his ears. Didn't you hear me? At the same time, Young-jun turned his head back and chuckled. The award belongs to me. Get down. In a split second, Jun-soo was completely overwhelmed. He could no longer hear the familiar cheers. Jun-soo remained standing motionless, his inner self practically screaming, no way. Then, suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground beneath Jun-soo's feet. Immediately after, his body fell straight down. In an instant, Jun-soo's body was swallowed by a black hole. After a long while, he was pushed back into the world of reality. Now, Jun-soo looked up at the large screen, the MC's voice echoing, welcome, PD Kim Young-jun. Their Epic, the work that won the award this time, is highly acclaimed. Do you have any new ideas for the future? Young-jun responded excitedly, not yet. I have had some ideas come to me in my dreams. He continued with an excited look. Perhaps some ideas appeared in my dreams. Hearing this, the MC could not help but exclaim, that is amazing. I can't even imagine that. I guess that is why only geniuses understand. Right. Hearing this, Young-jun feigned humility. I am not a genius. Back to Jun-soo, he gnashed his teeth in rage. Because of who, you think? I became like this because of you. Meanwhile, the man's voice kept droning on. Anyone could do it. I am just an ordinary person. At that moment, Jun-soo hurled a beer bottle straight at the screen. You son of a bitch. He stood up abruptly, muttering to himself. What? Dreams? Anyone could do it, this insane bastard. How shameful. None of that was yours. At this moment, old memories flashed through Jun-Soo's mind. Even if I can't be the film producer I always wanted to be, I will still do my best no matter what, if I can improve my skills here. Going back in time, young Jun pretended to praise him. Hey, Kang Jun-Soo, this idea is pretty good. It feels quite original. Hearing this, Jun-Soo smiled excitedly. Thank you, sir. Receiving recognition, Jun-Soo's heart fluttered with excitement. I can completely immerse myself in these scenes, the things I believed in. A few days later, Jun-Soo questioned him loudly. Sun Bae-nim, how could you do this to me? His eyes were wide with shock, his hands clutching the proposal tightly. Didn't you say you would put my name on top? What am I supposed to do if you use your name instead? Meanwhile, young Jun shrugged slightly, avoiding his questioning gaze, and calmly made an excuse. I went for drinks with the director, and he told me to do it. I had no choice. Hearing this, Jun-Soo said urgently, but this is still. Before he could object, the man interrupted in a smug tone. Kang Jun-Soo, a meeting is where you propose ideas, but I am the one who turns those ideas into reality, right? Saying this, young Jun casually patted Jun-Soo's shoulder. Let us have a drink. The director and everyone else know about your talent. Just keep doing a good job and supporting me like this, okay? I promise to recommend you for a promotion next time, okay? The moment the words were spoken, Jun-Soo looked down, cursing under his breath. Damn it. It was only after losing things for the 5th time that I realized my work was being stolen. At that moment, Jun-Soo realized a cruel truth. I have been used. That was how both my dreams and my goals were shattered. Back in the present, he kept cursing. If only that bastard had not stolen everything, that place would have been mine. At this point, Jun-Soo's voice trembled. You have everything. The things you dreamed of. He cried and cursed incessantly. You dog. Shit. After moments of despair, Jun-Soo began to pray. Just one more time. If I could have one more chance, I would never let this happen again. Just once more. The scene shifts to the next morning. A phone suddenly starts ringing, an incoming call from Lee Ha-young. Hearing the ring, Jun-Soo quickly reached for the phone, his voice struggling. Ha-young. What is up, my stomach? On the other end of the line, Ha-young's scream erupted. Jun-Soo, where are you? She continued angrily. Why are not you at work? Hearing this, Jun-Soo was momentarily stunned. What is wrong with her? Why is she suddenly being so formal/polite? Then he replied in a dazed tone. What are you talking about? I quit. Ha-young was silent for a few seconds before continuing. Jun-Soo, are you still drunk? Isn't today your first day of work at JBC? Hearing those words, Jun-Soo froze. He vaguely repeated, first day. Sorry, but right now, I am in no mood for jokes. After saying that, he hurriedly looked around the familiar old room, his heart racing. Wait, this is the studio apartment I used to live in. Meanwhile, Ha-young kept calling. Jun-Soo, are you still there? At the same time, Jun-Soo stared at the date on his phone screen, his pupils contracting violently. 2021. 10 years ago. Immediately, he turned to look in the mirror, his mind in utter turmoil. What is happening? Before Jun-Soo could react, she screamed again. Jun-Soo, get here right now. Hearing that, he quickly replied. Yes. The scene shifts to the JBC building. Jun-Soo looked up at the familiar building. The old building. 10 years ago. This feels too real to be a dream. Just then, someone shouted, Kang Jun-Soo. Hearing the call, he turned his head. This voice is. On the other side, Min Cheol rushed over. Let us go together. He excitedly adjusted Jun-Soo's vest. I thought I was the only one running late, but I am really glad to see you. Kang Jun-Soo. He looked up blankly. Kim Min Cheol. At that moment, Min Cheol turned and ran toward the building, constantly urging him. We do not have time. Get inside quickly, I heard the director has already arrived. Inside, Hyun-ho frowned at his watch. Newbie, you are 15 minutes late. Min Cheol looked embarrassed. My apologies, sir. The new employee's brains have not adjusted yet, so I almost ended up going all the way to Uedo. He folded his arms calmly. There is usually one recruitment cycle a year, but this year there are two. On this side, Jun-Soo did not pay any attention. He scanned his surroundings. Seeing this, Hyun-ho chuckled. Newbie, you are overwhelmed by this place, are not you? From now on, you will see it so much you will be sick of it. Hearing that, Jun-Soo quickly replied. Yes, boss. Then he raised his voice and ordered, I have heard enough of your excuses. Everyone is waiting inside. Go in and settle into your seats. Hearing that, Min Cheol breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. Immediately after, Hyun-ho introduced himself loudly. My name is Park Hyun-ho. You can call me director. We will start your internship from now on. Jun-Soo subconsciously looked up, staring at him. And director Park Hyun-ho is standing right in front of me too. Meanwhile, Hyun-ho continued introducing the training process. After touring the facilities, departments, and the culture here, I will give you a summary evaluation. Jun-Soo glanced to the side again, his gaze resting on Min Cheol. My college friend Kim Min Cheol. His voice continued to echo through the empty building. This building is allocated based on the evaluation results and the total score during the new employee training, but His eyes suddenly caught sight of a woman. Lee Ha-young, returning to Hyun-ho, he solemnly announced, 3 of you will sign contracts with the entertainment department and the other 2 will be sent to the work and culture area. Any questions? Hearing this, Jun-soo immediately reacted. I remember that Min Cheol will definitely ask him something right now. Instantly, Min Cheol raised his hand. Director, when do we get to go to the film crew? Seeing this, Jun-soo smiled inwardly. I knew it, and if my memory is correct, then when filming, Hyun-ho narrowed his eyes slightly. I am sorry to burst your bubble but, then he replied nonchalantly, that is not allowed. Hearing the answer, Jun-soo's body went stiff. Exactly the same. Everything is exactly the same as 10 years ago. Seriously, why do I have a second chance to start over? When I heard that the first time, my OJT crumbled because I felt out of place, and in the end, I was assigned a contract based on my rock-bottom scores. Thinking of this, a surge of hatred welled up in Jun-soo's heart. That two-faced guy, and the place where my life was ruined thanks to that bastard Kim Young-jun. Just like in the past, it is a shame we can't join the film department right now. The important thing now is to avoid working with that bastard. However, the regret quickly vanished, replaced by a determined look in his eyes. I will never let myself fall into the same trap again. In front, Hyun-ho waved a piece of paper in his hand. Now, let us start the OJT test. Ready? Another person quickly replied, yes, boss, while Jun-soo remained deep in thought. In this life, he slowly picked up his pen, making a silent vow. I will definitely make it happen. 2 days later, Hyun-ho shouted with satisfaction, well done, everyone. Next, he looked at the pages and calmly reminded them, the test was quite difficult, so do not have a heart attack when you get results that are not what you expected. The people below replied in unison, yes boss. After the atmosphere quieted down, Yeon-ho slowly spoke. So, let me announce the results. Lee Hee-soo, 72 points. Yoon Seol, 67 points. Lee Ha-young, 82 points. Excellent. Kim Min-cheol, 48 points. Suddenly, his tone changed. Everyone, pay attention, there is one more person who achieved a perfect score. Kang Jun-soo, 100 points. While everyone else was stunned, Jun-soo only smiled slightly. Just as expected. On the contrary, many people's eyes widened, unable to hide their disbelief. 100 points, no way. Immediately, Min Cheol hugged him. Kang Jun-soo, you have done this before, have not you? In response, Jun-soo just calmly shook his head. Not at all. Beside him, Ho-young could not help but exclaim, Jun-soo, you are incredible. In his heart, he could not help but chuckle. I have 10 years of experience as a PD, after all. This was like taking candy from a baby. However, that joy quickly subsided when Jun-soo remembered, but, if it is still him, he would probably advise me not to accept this result. Suddenly, Hyun-ho looked at him with an admiring gaze. Kang Jun-soo, you should be in the talent class. No, the SSS class. Hearing this, Jun-soo was momentarily frozen. Why is he acting like this? Then he suddenly slammed the piece of paper onto the table. But it is too early to be complacent. After all, the most important thing is signing the program contract. Right. Hearing this, both Min Cheol and Hae-young remained silent. Under the worried gaze of the group, Hyun-ho slowly called out a name. First, Kang Jun-soo. The moment he heard his name, Jun-soo took a deep breath, trying to stay calm and silently praying. It will be fine. Anything but that two-faced guy, please. Meanwhile, he continued, you will be assigned to. The corners of Hyun-ho's mouth twitched slightly. The hidden mission. As soon as the words were spoken, he snapped his head up, his eyes filled with shock. What? The hidden mission? If I remember correctly, a show. That will be suspended a few weeks from now. I am doomed. The moment he realized the truth, Jun-soo let out a long sigh. Me and my damn luck, truly jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. After saying that, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes flashing with thought. Hyun-ho's words echoed in Jun-soo's ears once more. Kang Jun-soo, you will receive the hidden mission. Thinking of this, he sank back into worry. I returned 10 years into the past and promised myself not to repeat my mistakes, but, isn't it just too unlucky to get a project that is about to be shut down? And I thought it would be fine as long as I avoided that bastard Kim Young-jun. A moment later, Jun-soo frustratedly ruffled his hair. But that was just wishful thinking. Was not it? This is worse than I thought. Besides, I can't remember why that project was frozen. It is driving me crazy. Just as he was thinking, someone called out loudly, newbie. Before Jun-soo's surprised eyes, Jin-tae casually approached. You are the one who got the hidden mission, right? Nice to meet you. I am PD Go Jin-tae of the hidden mission. Seeing him, he could not help but feel a bit shocked. Go Jin-tae, the second worst piece of work after Kim Young-jun. He only liked to show off and pull stupid risky stunts. That is why his nickname was trash. In Jun-soo's eyes, Jin-tae was a piece of trash that no one dared to approach. It did not stop there. He suddenly poured out a stream of words. Anyway, do you know I was the one chosen for this position last month? It is hard to get promoted at the broadcasting station, but since I am working in a place like this, everyone recognizes my talent and admires me greatly. In the last 2 years, I have had many achievements. It is hard work being a talented person. Hearing this, Jun-soo sighed inwardly. How can he still be exactly the same after 10 years? Unbelievable. On this side, he shrugged self-importantly. You also know that I am your sunbae even if I only joined a day before you, right? I am sure you know that well. Hearing that, he could only nod. Of course. However, Jun-soo's heart silently revolted. In your dreams. I have worked here for 10 years, you know, should I pull a prank on him? After a moment of silence, he shyly spoke up. So, sunbae, Nim. Jin-tae suddenly patted Jun-soo's shoulder. Good, you can go far with that attitude. Let us go. He nodded awkwardly. Yes. The moment he stepped inside, Jun-soo introduced himself loudly. Good morning. I am the new PD, Kang Jun-soo. After saying that, he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Please look after me. However, the only response to Jun-soo's words was a terrifying silence. He scanned the quiet office, evaluating it in his mind. I thought it was because the show's ratings were dropping, but this atmosphere, while Jun-soo was still confused, someone slowly pointed in a direction. Alright, you can sit over there next to Jin-tae. From the center position, Seong-jin looked up at him with a stern gaze. It is good to see you. I am Lee Seong-jin, the head PD of Hidden Mission. Can you give me that? In that moment, Jun-soo stared at the familiar face before him. I have seen these faces before. A moment later, he leaned his hands on the table, casting a searching look at him. Anyway, newbie, can you tell me what you know about the hidden mission? Hearing that, he immediately stood up, keeping a calm face and presenting clearly. Alright. Guests will go abroad or to another location within the country, with an arbitrary mission given by the organizers, where interesting elements and footage will be recorded while performing the mission. After listening, Seong-jin nodded slightly in satisfaction, then changed to a pensive look. Good. But one person has withdrawn. We now have to quickly find a replacement, but, do you have any new ideas? Newbie, Jun-soo hesitated slightly. Yes, boss. After saying that, he thought to himself, this is intense. I just got here. Then Jun-soo turned to look at the group again. But since the ratings are so low, there is nothing left that can save it. Who would be a new guest at a time like this? Right then, Jin-tae confidently made a suggestion. Pitinim. As I mentioned before, could we consider Mina Young? Seong-jin signaled. Okay, go ahead. Hearing that, Jun-soo immediately reacted. Mina Young. The moment that name was spoken, his eyes widened. I remember now, because we invited a star more famous than the actor who left. This became a hot topic, but only for a short time. In Jun-soo's memory, a breaking news report appeared on TV. The MC, with a serious face, read the news. Superstar MC Mina Young, at 3:40 this morning, was arrested by police on a highway in the suburbs of Seoul after fleeing the scene of an accident. Right after Mina Young joined the show and completed 2 parts, she caused an accident and fled under public pressure, so the hidden mission, which was already in a period of crisis, completely went bankrupt. Because of that, he quickly calculated all the possibilities in his head. If we cast Mina Young, there is a 90% chance she will cause an accident. Moreover, if the show is stopped halfway and I have to change teams, I will be like a lost sheep. I have to prevent Mina Young from accepting the casting by. Just as Jun-soo was thinking, Jin-tae suddenly announced, PD Nim, she has agreed to join the show. Hearing that, Jun-soo was instantly petrified, his pupils shrinking. What, so fast? Meanwhile, Seong-jin could not hide his joy, a bright smile appearing as if he had just escaped a heavy burden. Really, great job, PD go, we are saved, unbelievable. However, his heart was not at peace. No, if Mina Young is accepted, then the possibility of the accident will happen. On the other hand, the others were still happily chatting. That is great. We do not have to worry about the ratings dropping anymore. In Jun-soo's mind, the vision of the future continued to appear clearly. Because of that result, the hidden mission will be cancelled and the production team will be disbanded. If that happens, I will be just like my life 10 years ago. No, that cannot happen. Overwhelmed, he subconsciously spoke out in the middle of the meeting. We can't. The atmosphere immediately chilled, and many people turned to look at Jun-soo. Seong-jin's face darkened. He called out loudly, newbie. Jun-soo quickly replied, yes, boss. Immediately after, Seong-jin frowned slightly, looked straight at him, and asked again, what did you just say? In a split second Jun-soo appeared awkward. He silently blamed himself. I let it slip. A moment later, Jun-soo asked in a trembling voice, Does it really have to be her? Hearing this, Seong-jin's face grew even darker. What? Without hesitation, he quickly explained, boss, something is not right. I have a bad feeling about Ms. Ding Jianqiu. Mina Young. As soon as the words were out, he could not help but click his tongue. Immediately after, Seong-jin suddenly rushed toward Jun-soo while hurling sarcasm. You idiot. How many minutes has it been since you joined the group? Are you trying to lecture us? You are the mechne. You do not even need to clap and be happy like the others. What do you think you are saying, huh? At this point, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Or are you jealous because a colleague who only got here a month before you cast Mina Young? Facing the questioning, Jun-soo hurriedly denied it. No, boss. I would never. Seeing this, Seong-jin became even more furious. Then why did you spout such nonsense? This idiot needs to know his place. After hearing those words, you do not deserve that perfect OJT score or the trust that you would be extremely useful. But who do you think you are? Huh? Jun-soo did not argue at all. He thought to himself, I am just a person from 10 years in the future. At this point, you guys are just small fry. It is driving me crazy. After a while, he suddenly questioned, do you have some kind of superpower? You are not even a shaman. This is ridiculous, seriously. Then suddenly, Jun-soo slammed his hand on the table. Senior, he almost shouted, who told you that? My grandmother was a shaman. Faced with Jun-soo's dead serious expression, Seong-jin was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Jun-soo raised his voice. That is why I inherited power from her. I was very sick for a while when I first gained it as a child, and I heard the voice of the gods. Then Jun-soo stepped closer to Seong-jin, trying his best to dissuade him. Mina Young is a bad omen. We cannot approve her. Soon, the entire room fell into a suffocating silence. On the side, Hyun-young and the others wore expressions of helplessness, one after another. Jun-soo slowly scanned the room, sighing inwardly. They did not seem to believe him at all. Is this the end? It looks like I won't be able to join the production crew in this life either. Contrary to his prediction, Seong-jin suddenly grabbed Jun-soo. Hey, newbie, he asked seriously, is what you said actually true? Witnessing this, Hyun-young could not help but feel a bit shocked. Oh no, the PD is a superstitious man, she whispered. He even broke a red pen because he says writing names in red is unlucky. I have even seen him refuse to step on the black lines of a crosswalk on important days. At that moment, the corner of Jun-soo's mouth twitched upward. Yes, boss. Immediately after, he looked straight at Seong-jin with a grave face. I have a strong feeling that Mina Young will be involved in an accident. Having said that, Jun-soo silently prayed. Please. Jun-soo stared at him, his heart constantly muttering. Please, take the bait. However, Jin-tae angrily protested. PD Nim, this is Mina Young, we are talking about. She already said she would come, so why do not we just try? Instead, Seong-jin turned to question him. Hey, if she brings bad luck, how can we cast her? Hearing that, he was momentarily unable to argue back. Then Seong-jin held his head, lamenting to the heavens. Damn it. Right after, Seong-jin looked straight at Jun-soo and calmly assigned him a task. Newbie. Then use your power again and give me a celebrity name that can save us from this mess. Don't pick someone who will kill our project. In that moment, Jun-soo instinctively froze. Me, his inner voice screamed. Basically, I do not know anyone personally. He looked seriously into Jun-soo's eyes. Right, did not you say you have power? That means you can predict which star will be successful, right? While the whole room waited, Jun-soo tried to organize every piece of memory. Stay calm. What we need for the hidden mission is charisma. The ratings are very low, but it will be worse if we just pick randomly, and I can't suddenly cast a superstar. In that case, I need someone who is not too famous yet but is so beautiful, she will stun the audience, someone so talented that everyone will see it. At that moment, Xia's smile appeared in Jun-soo's mind. After a few seconds of thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. There is one person. After a period as a nameless star, she becomes a top star, starting with a 2022 drama, a big star with talent, who meets all our requirements. The hidden mission, no, my salvation. A long while later, the sound of arguments broke out. It is already 1 of the clock. I do not care if it is Han Xia or Han Shinji, but a meeting with an unknown actress like that. Someone turned to whisper, I heard Han Xia has never been recognized in any of the movies she has been in. The person next to them sighed softly. Her agency made a mistake. Someone else spoke out angrily. Power struggles, or whatever, it is all ridiculous from the start. Another worried, can she really save our project? Those murmurs happened to reach Jun-soo's ears. He swallowed hard. This doubt is starting to annoy me. Han Xia is definitely better than Mina Young, but since we are not in the future yet. At that exact moment, the office door suddenly swung open. Seong-jin appeared unexpectedly, staring directly at Jun-soo. After a moment of silence, Seong-jin made a proposal about Han Xia. He looked at Jun-soo with more serious eyes than ever before. Let us give her a try. Hearing the proposal, both Jun-soo and Jin-tae were astonished. At this point, Seong-jin looked satisfied. When I went to interview her, she was radiant and energetic, as if an aura emanated from her every time she spoke. I should say, I have a very good eye for people, should not I? I think we can add some reviews after we finish editing. On this side, Jun-soo's heart drummed with excitement. Great, he continued in a low tone. Honestly, I was prepared to cut the dead weight, but strangely enough, I like it. This idea from a newbie who has only been here for a day makes me want to give it a shot. After that, Seong-jin looked at Jun-soo with trust, then let us do our best. In response, he immediately looked up. Yes, boss. Just then, a voice called from outside, PD Nim. There is he. Quickly looked up, I am coming. At the same time, Jun-soo instinctively followed Seong-jin's back with his eyes. In that moment, he was suddenly stunned. That person, Jun-soo quietly gazed at the girl in front of him, his heart fluttering slightly. Han Sia. At that moment, she slowly turned toward him. In that split second, the eyes of two strangers met. Suddenly, Sia tilted her head and gave a radiant smile. Seeing that, Jun-soo awkwardly returned the greeting. Hello? In his heart, memories flooded back. I only met her a few times at performances or saw her from a distance, but she definitely looks a bit different than she did 10 years ago. Jun-soo instinctively stared at Sia. She looked brighter and more full of life. His 10 years of experience told him, she is going to save us. Right behind Jun-soo, Jin-tae's body was trembling violently. A moment later, he squared his shoulders and let out a long yawn. As Jun-soo walked away, he suddenly heard someone, yes, I am sorry. Jun-soo stared at Jin-tae, only to see him trembling incessantly. I did not think this would happen either. Yes, boss. At that moment, Jin-tae glanced behind him. He quickly stepped toward the sink. Our eyes met. I should wash my hands and get out. He immediately turned in another direction. Yes, boss, I am listening. Watching Jin-tae's retreating back, Jun-soo felt a momentary twinge of pity. It is pitiful that he is so flustered, but I do not feel any sympathy for him at all. Thinking about how he snatched away a famous star I worked hard to cast right before I quit. He deserves this. Just then, Jin-tae suddenly called out loudly, newbie. He curled his lip in a look of contempt. Do you really have supernatural powers? Jun-soo replied quickly, yes. Hearing that, Jin-tae asked curiously, so can you see it often? He answered without hesitation, only sometimes. He nodded slightly, is that so? After a few seconds, Jin-tae suddenly approached Jun-soo. If it is real, then of course it will be fine. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw a sarcastic remark. You are feeling pretty smug about stealing my opportunity with that fake power, are not you? Facing that attack, he immediately denied it. No, the news about Min Young's case will be out soon. Jin-tae immediately furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Without waiting for him to understand, Yoon-soo dropped another hint. With your level of understanding, you do not even need to thank me when her scandal breaks. So if you will excuse me, I still have work to do that. Lim Seong-jin Sr. assigned me. After saying that, Jun-soo walked away nonchalantly, leaving only him behind, gnashing his teeth. Immediately after, Jin-tae slammed his hand against the wall. He hissed in anger. Newbie, do not cross the line. You hear me? Did you eat something wrong? You think I am nice so you can walk all over me? Where did a newbie who does not know his place like you crawl out from? Hearing this, Jun-soo immediately reacted. Then he softened his voice, a polite smile playing on his lips. I am sorry, senior. I was just thinking out loud, but I did not know it would cross the line like you said. Standing before Jin-tae's baffled gaze, Jun-soo did not forget to make a promise. I will be more careful in the future. Still maintaining his humble attitude, he bowed slightly once more. So, I will be going now, senior. He replied blankly, alright. As he turned to walk away, Jun-soo gave a faint, mocking smile. Forget that lunatic. Accepting an apology does not mean you won. You probably wanted to vent all that anger on me, but sorry that is not happening. He smirked. It is not over yet. Just you wait and see. A little while later, the scene shifts to Incheon Airport. At the same time, a woman was constantly checking luggage and equipment while taking roll call. Did you bring it? 1, 2. Who has not arrived yet? At that moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. Immediately after, a sweet voice called out, good morning. Hearing the call, Jun-soo turned around. Sia approached with a radiant smile. Nice to meet you. My name is Han Sia. Please take good care of me. The moment he saw her appear, Jin-tae, who had been protesting, stood frozen. Seeing this, Jun-soo felt a bit helpless. He has completely lost his mind. On this side, Sia quickly recognized Jun-soo. Kang Jun-soo PD Nim, right? The one who recommended me. He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Suddenly, she gripped Jun-soo's hand tightly. Thank you so much. This is my first overseas show. I will do my absolute best. No, I will make it perfect no matter what. Hearing that, Jun-soo smiled brightly. Yes, I am very much looking forward to working with you. He marveled to himself. She is so friendly. Just then, a shout rang out, drawing Yoon-soo's attention. Sung Sia. Wait. Whispers immediately broke out. Isn't that chief producer Park Hyun-ho? If I remember correctly, he turned in surprise. Why is he here so early? Is something wrong? Jun-soo turned to Sia. I am sorry, but I think I forgot something. Please get ready. She replied blankly. Sorry, oh yes. Having said that, he ran quickly around the airport, his eyes scanning. Where did they go? The familiar voice rang out again. Department head. No, Hyung, Jun-soo immediately turned his head. There they are. His eyes rested on Sia. The man tried to explain. Whatever you saw, it was not like that. If it was not a big deal, you should have informed me first. We are on schedule. But why did you suddenly seeing this? Seong-jin hurriedly signaled for him to lower his voice. He looked awkward. I also just received a call from the director. I am sorry, Sung Sia. On this side, Jun-soo raised an eyebrow. I can't hear anything. What is going on? Postponing the shoot, personnel changes. It did not stop there. Sia shouted once more. Hyung, regardless, what do you mean? Our project is about to be postponed. Hearing this, Junsu was almost stunned. What? Postponed? At this point, Seong Jin could only sigh. The order did not come down from the director, but from the chairman, so there is nothing we can do. Upon receiving the answer, Sia almost froze. But, then suddenly, he brought up a number, 2%. Back to Junsu, he wore a stunned expression, 2%. At the same time, Seong Jin signaled with his finger, if you can get 2% in ratings, we can avoid being postponed. As soon as he finished, the man became even more confused. 2%, we only had 1.2% last week. Hearing that, he ruffled his hair. I know. So what is the reason for an entire crew to go to France for a project with only 1.2% ratings? That is what I am saying. And why did not you just cast Mina Young? Faced with the questioning, Sia hesitated. No. That, Seongjin continued, if she were here, we would not be facing this ridiculous postponement. Seeing this, he lowered his voice. There is a reason not to cast her. You said 2%. Right. Hyun-ho nodded slightly. Start with 2% first. Meanwhile, Junsu sank into thought. The 2% he mentioned is almost double the current ratings. It is nearly impossible. Just then, Jin Tae appeared, his voice growling. What is this situation? Jin Tae stared at Junsu and hissed, postponed. The moment he saw him, Junsu could not help but be stunned. Go Jin Tae, how long has he been here? Jin Tae suddenly raised his voice. You heard it too, did not you? Realizing the critical situation, he hurriedly urged him, let us go back first, senior. If Lim Seong-jin Sr. sees us, he won't be happy. He suddenly turned to glare at Junsu. If Mina Young had been cast, 2% would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Hearing those words, he furrowed his brows in annoyance. He is blaming me again. What an idiot. 2% ratings. What should I do? Night came, and the plane carrying the group took off. The moment the plane landed, Junsu quickly stepped outside and stretched his shoulders. He grimaced and massaged his neck. That long flight was so exhausting. I can't believe it was a 6-hour flight. Then Junsu looked toward the opposite row of seats. Everyone was passed out. He sighed inwardly. That idiot Go Jin Tae. In the end, he opened his big mouth to everyone. A few hours earlier, many people looked at each other in confusion. Postponed. After arriving here, what about the shoot? Another person shouted. See, I told you we were doomed. Are we going back? At that moment, Min Chan shouted out. Everyone, stop. No decision has been made yet, so make sure no information leaks out. Be especially careful with the casting. Alright, having said that, he turned to Jin Tae. And you Jin Tae? He instinctively spoke in a trembling voice. Yes, boss. Min Chan immediately criticized him. You should have spoken to me privately, or kept your mouth shut. What are we supposed to do when you cause such a commotion? Be careful. Hearing that, Jin Tae hurriedly bowed his head. My mistake. After a few seconds of silence, he regained his composure, and tried to lift the group's spirits. Anyway, nothing can be changed now, so let us do our best. Everyone, stop thinking about it, and focus on your work. Hearing that, the whole crew nodded in unison and responded strongly with determined voices. Yes. Boss. On this side, Junsu also silently reminded himself, now that I am here, I have to focus on doing a good job. Suddenly, whispers reached his ears. Junsu instinctively turned his head to follow the sound. Where is that coming from? When he looked closely, he was momentarily surprised. Han Sia. Is she filming? Since she is a rookie, she has to work hard even during breaks. It is good to see her so passionate. Just then, Sia noticed Junsu standing nearby, and immediately gave a radiant smile. Hi, everyone, this is my managing PD. You woke up just in time. Next, she happily introduced him. He will be going to France with me. Sia then turned to him. PD name. What is our mission when we get to France? Junsu simply replied, secret. Still, hearing that, she acted coy. Can't you give a little hint? He shook his head. No. Seeing that firm reaction, she laughed with delight. So firm. How cool. Right after, Sia unexpectedly held out a can of drink to Junsu. Pity Nim, do you drink coffee? He asked back in surprise. What is this? She chuckled. A bribe to look after me. Junsu stared blankly at the can of coffee in his hand. She had practically shoved it into his palm. Then, Sia turned to everyone with a mischievous smile. Everyone, right. If he is mean even after taking a bribe, he would be a bad person, would not he? So, everyone, please keep an eye on me. Hearing those playful words, he could not help but laugh inwardly. This is her first show, but she is quite comfortable, is not she? I think it will be fine if I save this for the editing part. At the same time, Sia happily looked into the camera. See you all in Paris. In Junsu's heart, a plan sparked. If we can create a few short scenarios, I am sure I can catch some great moments of Han Sia. It looks like we are off to a good start. Right after, Sia stepped quickly outside, laughing brightly. We are here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone. Please make way. The other person then brought out a tray. Now, the first mission. The young man turned to Jackson. Since Jackson is the youngest, you pick first. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise. Really? Then, without hesitation, Jackson quickly picked a card. I will take this one. The other person asked. Now, does everyone have their card? At the same time, Miso happily received a card. I will take this. This is interesting. The PD's voice rang out steadily again. Then I will explain it to you. The first mission is quite simple. The others immediately listened intently, everyone curious. We are taking this, the young man muttered. I wonder what will happen. Right after the mission was announced, you must reach the designated location with the provided amount of money. The first person to reach the lodging will be rewarded with a French meal and the largest room, while the second and third place will only get a normal meal in a standard room. Fourth and fifth place will have an extra evening mission in the smallest room to earn their dinner. Everything is up to you. You can walk, use public transport, or hitchhike to the lodging. However, note that you cannot use your own money if you run out of the provided cash. Ready? Go. As soon as the shout finished, Sia urgently opened the envelope. I wonder how much they gave us. She stared blankly at the postcard in her hand. This is a location in France. On this side, Jackson appeared urgent. France. I do not know anything about France. Right next to him, Jun-soo did not forget to remind them. That is right. It is valid to go with other members, but only one winner will be accepted. Keep that in mind. Hearing this, he became even more flustered. What do I do? While still worried, Jackson suddenly shifted his attention. He quickly gripped the piece of paper. Jackson let out a small shout. Let us go. The people beside him could not help but be shocked. How can you crumple the mission paper like that? Immediately after, the scrap of paper fell straight to the ground. Once finished, he gave a humorous smile. Let us head northwest, to the designated coastal area. Someone else shouted. Jackson, the mission card. Behind the lens, Jun-soo quietly observed everything and smiled. Everyone's going to have a harder time than they imagine. It is a bit tough for the first time, but Miss Sia, you can get some screen time if you run into trouble. At that moment, he noticed Sia. She quickly approached a foreigner. Jun-soo could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What is she doing? At this point, Sia smiled gently. Excuse me, could I ask for directions? Witnessing that scene, he was almost petrified. French. She is fluent in French too. Jun-soo stared at her blankly. What are they saying? A moment later, Sia waved politely. Thank you very much. Right after, she returned. Everyone. He said we can catch a bus there. In that moment, his heart pounded once again. Then Jun-soo turned to remind them. Film carefully. Someone asked curiously. Did you see that? The other person heard and nodded slightly. Got it. Looking at that scene, he smiled slightly, a feeling of optimism rising within him. I have a good feeling. Perhaps, on the opposite side, Sia happily signaled. Let us go, let us do the mission. Jun-soo thought to himself, 2% is actually possible. Later, he asked curiously, Ms. Sia, you know how to speak French? She nodded slightly in admission. Yes. I lived in France for 10 years when I was a child, so it is almost like my mother tongue. Hearing that explanation, So-hin muttered, well, we are dead meat now, are not we? She held her head and lamented. Ms. Sia never said she could speak French. Do we have to restart the project from scratch? Standing silently behind, Jun-soo closely observed Sia. What a surprise. I did not expect that, even coming from the future. After a few minutes of observing, someone said in a low voice, anyway, do not you think Ms. Sia shines in her own way? The other person quickly replied, true, I think I know why. She chuckled. Isn't it because of her French? It makes her look strangely sexy out of nowhere, right? The person next to her nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is true. Back to Jun-soo, he fell into deep thought. Jun-soo quickly assessed. She shines like a tomboy, but it turns out she is a Mensa member. I never imagined it would be such a stark contrast to her simple appearance. That is it. Then he suddenly turned to So-hin, writer Nim. She replied curtly, what? Jun-soo quickly approached So-hin. If, Miss Sia's French is at that level, I think the challenge we worked so hard on will be beaten way too easily. So-hin suddenly cried out, that is exactly my point. If I had known, I would not have chosen a mission like this. Suddenly he stepped closer to her. I have an idea. Instead of building her up as a comedian, why do not we focus on her radiance? So-hin repeated in confusion. Radiance. Jun-soo continued explaining. Many shows are not just about providing laughter, and we still lack a deep understanding of Han Sia, because nothing has been established yet. Just then, Sia turned around. Writer Nim. Did you just call me? So-hin quickly denied. Nothing. The young woman suddenly approached her. Miss Sia, what I am saying is. Sia turned happily. Yes, on this side. So-hin watched Sia closely, unable to help but exclaim. Miss Sia is not just beautiful. There is something about her that demands our attention. Hearing that, Jun-soo silently agreed. Of course, after all, Han Sia is. Recalling the past, the MC excitedly announced, winner for 2030 Best Actress. In that moment, his expectant eyes were glued to one person. Amidst the cheers, her name was called. Miss Han Sia. Jun-soo thought to himself, the one who will become a superstar in 10 years. Thinking of this, he unconsciously smiled in the present. However, Jun-soo quickly pulled himself back to reality. That is something 10 years from now. For now, we will focus on raising the ratings first. He turned to Sohin once more. To make her famous, you have to make this show really special, right? She shook her head slightly. No, people like this are very rare. Like PD Kang. After meeting many stars in the future, you will realize it, but beauty is a bit different from radiance. Talent or radiance are not things you can learn. You will discover them while working. At the same time, Sia asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He replied shyly, "Thank you." Then Jun-soo sank into thought. Should we add a few more ideas for her? He nodded in affirmation. That is right. When I first met her, I only thought she was radiant and beautiful. Seeing her from many angles, she is completely different and special. I want to see her speak French more. Jun-soo said this while praying inwardly. Hurry up and realize it. Beside him, So-hin repeated softly, her unexpected radiance. Hearing this, Jun-soo's heart sparked. That is it? He replied quickly. Yes? On this side, Sia asked in surprise. What is it? He pressed the phone to his ear and growled. Is everyone already on the bus? Did you meet a Korean or something? So-hin looked a bit flustered. It turns out Ms. Sia knows French. So we have already reached the lodge. But PD Kang. Jun-soo came up with an idea. Since we still have plenty of time, I am thinking of filming a vlog-style video. Hearing this, Seong-jin reminded him. I see. We can't say everything over the phone, so manage it well yourself. She asked curiously. Yes boss. How about your side? He looked around helplessly. The atmosphere here is great. From the start, Jackson Kim got misunderstood and beaten up over a girl while asking for directions, even after her boyfriend showed up. On this side, Jackson stepped back, repeatedly denying, I was not trying to flirt with your girlfriend. Meanwhile, the burly man closed in on him. Seeing this, Jackson became even more terrified. Save me, PD Nim. Noticing the urgent situation, Sia turned. Jackson, hold on, I will call you back later. Back to So-hin, she turned to Jun-soo. Did you hear that? So PD Kang, pick a suitable concept where we can exploit her radiance. If there is a funny element, use it. He nodded immediately. Yes. A moment later, the scene shifts to a luxurious hotel. Inside, the group said in unison, congratulations on being the first to arrive. Ms. Sia, you are super early. Seeing this, Jun-soo made a suggestion. Since we are early, we will give you some time to rest. She asked happily, really? Come to think of it, I am feeling a bit hungry. Can I get something to eat? He smiled slightly and asked, what do you want to eat? Sia answered without hesitation, I want sandwiches. Do you know where they sell them? Hearing this, Jun-soo was startled. Sandwiches. In the past, no, there is a baguette sandwich shop that will become famous in the future. All shows visiting France will go there. But right now, it is 2021, and that shop is completely unknown in Korea. If we introduce that restaurant in our first show, we will definitely get attention. Then people will naturally become interested in the hidden mission, and ratings will be pulled up in no time. At this point, Jun-soo unconsciously clenched the piece of paper. Even 0.1% is precious right now. After a moment of silence, he proposed. Ms. Sia, I know a place that sells delicious sandwiches. Want to go? Hearing this, Sia was delighted. Really, awesome. He did not forget to explain the plan. I will tell you the location, and then you can pretend to wander around Paris and happen upon it naturally. She agreed happily without hesitation. Great, I will do it. Suddenly, Jun-soo changed his tone. Anyway, to order the sandwich, you have to do a small challenge. There is no such thing as a free lunch, get it? Hearing this, Sia immediately pouted. So mean. Then, he held out his hand. Rock, paper, scissors. A few seconds later, So-hin turned to Jun-soo with disdain. How can you not even win this game once? On this side, Sia jumped up joyfully. Wonderful. Another person chuckled. PD Kang, that is a talent in itself. A moment later, a plate of pastries and a cup of coffee were placed on the table. At the same time, she looked up at the horizon. Sia unconsciously reached out her hand and let out a sigh of relief. Then she smiled radiantly. The sun is wonderful. It is so beautiful. The staff member chuckled. Isn't this like a scene from a commercial? The person beside them praised. She is so pretty. So-hin smiled mischievously, like a painting. She is beautiful and slender, with a perfect body and a pretty face. So sitting there makes her look like a painting. The atmosphere of this restaurant is great. After speaking, she turned back to Jun-soo. PD Kang, have you been to France? How did you know about a place like this? Jun-soo smiled slightly. It is not that, just some friends suggested it when visiting Europe. Hearing that answer, So-hin nodded with satisfaction. You are completely different from rookie PDs like Go Jin-tae. You are pretty good. He chuckled lightly, then feigned arrogance. Please blame it on my natural talent. She burst out laughing, shaking her head as she teased. Getting a big head, are we? This scene will be useful. PD Lim will be very satisfied. However, Jun-soo smiled inwardly. Satisfied? No way, this is beyond great. If it keeps going like this, we will hit the 2% mark. On the other side, Sia stared happily at the sandwich in her hand. So delicious, it is super tasty. He watched silently, assessing. This is a scene they can't skip: the flavor, the restaurant setting, and her angelic appearance. We can stop the project from closing, and if we use this as a teaser. Then Jun-soo turned to Sia. Ms. Sia, tell us how you feel about France. At that question, she smiled happily. Perfect. A short while later, the team began their work. Jun-soo quickly approached, slowly instructing, this part, you can. The person beside him immediately agreed. Alright, let us start with Mr. Jun-soo's idea. Hearing this, Jun-soo instinctively turned to the side. Yes, let us merge this part with. Sia had approached him at some point. Looking up blankly. Suddenly, Sia parted her lips and murmured, Délicieux. Seeing this, Jun-soo was momentarily frozen. He murmured, the shoot is over, excuse me. Seeing that he did not understand, she chuckled and explained, it means delicious in French. Please repeat after me. Hearing this, Jun-soo felt embarrassed. Do I really have to do this? Then he turned around to look. It seemed everyone was highly expectant. Facing everyone's expectant eyes, Jun-soo tried to speak, Délicieux. Hearing this, Sia could not help but laugh. That is not right. The tone is a bit off. Immediately after, she gently instructed, let us try again. Place your tongue behind your teeth. Receiving the guidance, Jun-soo quickly complied, awkwardly pursing his lips. Délicieux. On this side, Seong-jin looked at the footage in his hand with excitement. He smirked. She captured a lot of scenes. Did not she? After speaking, he turned back to Jun-soo with rare appreciation. Newbie, I can feel what you were saying. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Really, what a relief. He did not forget to add, the scene with you and Han Sia at the cafe was the most interesting. As soon as he spoke, Jun-soo was startled. That, Seong-jin suddenly threw an arm around Jun-soo's shoulder, smiling mischievously. Don't be shy. A PD sometimes appears on their own show. You might even be able to debut. I do not know about anything else, but the scene at the baguette sandwich shop was great. So Hin suddenly turned to him. This restaurant was chosen by PD Kang. Hearing this, Sia was astonished. Really? He immediately directed a curious look at Jun-soo. Newbie, you are quite the diamond in the rough, are not you? Keep up the good work until the end of the shoot. He nodded slightly. Yes, boss. After the task, Jun-soo felt even more confident. 2% ratings. I will definitely surpass it. Soon, the plane carrying the group took off from France. On the plane back to Korea, Jun-soo's eyes were wide open. He muttered gruffly, I am exhausted, but for some reason, I can't catch a wink of sleep. Then Jun-soo sighed dejectedly. It makes sense. We have worked so hard over the last few days. I have been doing this for 10 years, but filming overseas is bound to be tiring. Just then, Sia suddenly approached. PD Nim. Jun-soo looked up, startled. Ms. Sia. She stared at him. Aren't you sleeping? Jun-soo nodded slightly and asked curiously. Yes, but is something the matter? Sia sat down, glancing around suspiciously. Then suddenly Sia took out a box. PD Nim, please take this. He looked at the medicine bottle in shock, his mind racing. Isn't this that recent premium nutritional supplement? I think I heard it cost hundreds of thousands of won per bottle. Facing the expensive gift, Jun-soo immediately waved his hands in refusal. It is fine, you do not need to give me this. Seeing this, Sia became even more persistent, leaning closer. I really want to give it to you. Sia quickly stuffed the bottle into his hand and whispered, taking care of everyone must be so hard, but I want to give this to you. I'm very clumsy because this is my first show, but you have helped me so much that I want to express a little gratitude. After speaking, she did not forget to remind him, please, do not feel pressured by this. She did not stop there. Sia winked, and it is just for PD Nim, so keep it a secret, okay? Hearing this, Jun-soo's heart hammered. How could he say no after hearing that? After a moment of silence, he smiled softly. Thank you very much, Miss Sia. I will treasure it. Sia giggled. You recommended me for the show, so this is only natural. Hearing this, Jun-soo shook his head slightly and praised. It is alright. Of course I recommended you for our show, Miss Hungin. Sia, but it is solely because of your talent. Then he thought to himself. I did cheat a little, but still. Suddenly, Jun-soo turned to look directly into Sia's eyes. Ms. Sia, you are going to be a star, so work hard. Okay, if you want to repay me, a cup of coffee will suffice. On her side, she unconsciously smiled. At the same time, the flight attendant's voice rang out. Good morning, passengers. Before leaving, Sia suggested excitedly, as expected, 1 cup of coffee is not enough. I will treat you to a meal. Meanwhile, the attendant continued. Our plane will soon arrive at Seoul Incheon International Airport. Turning back to Sia, she tilted her head at Jun-soo and smiled. Thank you so much. He nodded in response. You took the words right out of my mouth. Thank you anyway. 2 days later, Seong-jin quickly walked into the room, scanning the area. Now, did everyone bring spare clothes? I will handle the intro and outro. The rest of you, edit the individual camera footage you were in charge of on the plane. Alright. One of them replied quickly. Yes boss. Seong-jin turned to Jin Tae. Jin Tae, you never learned editing while working in AD. Did you? He replied hesitantly, I did not learn it at the broadcasting station, but I studied it at university for a year. Hearing that, he turned his gaze to Jun-soo. And you, newbie, he admitted without hesitation, I know the basics, but I have never officially learned. After speaking, Jun-soo smirked inwardly. In this life, of course that is the case. Immediately after, Seong-jin proposed, since you know how, go with Min-chan and help him. Jin-tae and the newbie will learn editing from me. He replied quickly, understood, boss. At the same time, Jin-tae stepped toward Jun-soo, using a superior tone. Hey, newbie, you would better work hard to learn from him because editing is the most important task. Jun-soo hesitated for a moment. Well, suddenly Jin-tae leaned in close, sneering, no matter how well you edit, the ratings won't go up because Mina Young is not in it. Get it? Contrary to expectations, Yoon-soo did not get angry. He even reminded him in a soft voice, I think you are the one who needs to try harder, senior. He smirked, who knows, I might just be the savior of this show. Just then, Seong-jin's voice called out, newbie, what are you doing? Let us go. Jun-soo quickly turned around. Yes, boss, I am coming. Once again, he left with excitement, while Jin-tae's face was contorted with rage. Back with Jun-soo, he was thrilled. How long has it been since I was last in an editing room? During busy times, this place was like a second home. I spent more time here than at my actual house. He carefully touched each piece of equipment, his heart pounding. Everything was just as it used to be. Jun-soo stood quietly in front of the editing suite, a trace of regret in his eyes as he recalled the past. If I had not met Kim Young-jun, I would have been editing in this very room, would not I? Right then, Seong-jin approached from behind. What is up? Surprised. The editing room is quite small, but it is the quality of the final result that matters, right? Hearing this, Jun-soo thought to himself, he can't help but laugh seeing a rookie enter an editing room for the first time. I used to be surprised when I was new, but not anymore. Then he gave an awkward smile. Yes, it is smaller than I thought. Noticing this, Seong-jin reminded him. There is a private bedroom upstairs. If you are tired, you can rest there. At the same time, Seong-jin seriously cautioned. Remember, no eating or drinking here while editing. Hearing this, Jun-soo smirked. Right? If something goes wrong with the edit, it is all on us. Then, he looked at him with gravity. Listen carefully, newbie. It won't be easy to rest right now. Even stretching your legs will be a luxury. It will take a long time to adapt. Jun-soo immediately replied, yes, boss. His eyes were calm, but inside he was brimming with confidence. Piece of cake. Seeing this, Seong-jin glanced in one direction. Take a seat first. I will show you the ropes. Jun-soo replied obediently, understood. As his hand touched the chair, a feeling of familiarity rushed back to him. It had been quite a while since he last sat in one. He touched the control dial, his heart fluttering slightly. Shall we begin? However, as Jun-soo unconsciously operated the device, Seong-jin looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? Jun-soo turned around blankly. Sorry, he asked in confusion. Didn't you say you have never learned editing? This thing has a very specific way of powering up, so people are usually confused. Realizing he had been careless, Jun-soo froze. What? Opposite him, Seong-jin stared at him. You. Warning bells rang in Jun-soo's head. I am in trouble. I just did it without thinking. What should I say? Unable to explain, he became guarded. That, Jun-soo worried, damn it, what do I say? Then, Seong-jin's voice suddenly lowered. You, contrary to expectations, Seong-jin suddenly shouted, did you find that button using your power? Jun-soo replied, startled, sorry. He kept a stiff face, his heart full of amazement. Does this guy really believe I have superpowers? He continued joking, I am just kidding. You can use your power to find buttons, but can you make a spoon float too? We will never know. So do you want to try? Jun-soo immediately came up with a plausible explanation. I just pressed it because it looked like a power button. Hearing that answer, Seong-jin nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Really, you have sharp eyes. Jun-soo replied quickly, thanks. He sighed in relief internally. Great, I can get out of this. However, he still looked at Jun-soo thoughtfully and remarked, for some reason, you look like someone who already has experience. Sit down. Since we do not have much time, I will teach you the most important things first. He nodded, yes boss. As his fingertips touched the keyboard, Jun-soo unconsciously smiled. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. With 10 years of experience, I do not need to go through the basics anymore. Beside him, Seong-jin continued his instructions. Tell me immediately if you have any ideas while editing. Don't feel too pressured. If it is not working out, I will handle it, so do not worry. Jun-soo chuckled, assessing him silently. As expected, PD Lim Seong-jin is a bit eccentric, but he is very kind-hearted. After a moment of silence, he replied solemnly, understood, boss. Jun-soo went back to his desk, lost in thought. He seems like a very responsible person. Now, I have to rely on his trust. Seong-jin asked curiously, do you remember any funny scenes? At that point, clips appeared one by one. Inside, Jackson was sobbing while mountain climbing. At the same time, the PD asked Sia curiously, "From your first day in France, if anything interesting happens, please tell me." She casually took out a doll. "Isn't it cute?" Back to Jun-soo. He was hurriedly searching for something. Yes. Jun-soo quickly flipped through some pages. First, the video Miss Sia filmed of herself. She recorded it at a rest stop on the way to France. Hearing this, Seong-jin stared at Jun-soo in amazement. "You. What?" He immediately responded. These are the points I noted while monitoring Ms. Hansie. It is one of the tips I heard from a senior who was a great editor in the past. Even if it is small, keeping notes in a notebook helps with editing. Receiving the answer, Seong-jin became even more curious. "Who taught you that?" Faced with the unexpected question, he told himself, "I can't say it was a senior from the past, can I?" Then Jun-soo replied quickly, "I wrote it down just because I thought it was necessary." Seeing this, he changed the subject. "Let me see. This is great. You are a newbie, but you have done a really good job. You are adapting to the broadcasting station better than I thought." Jun-soo bowed shyly. "Thank you." After speaking, he felt proud. "Nothing's hard for me. It is too easy." 6 hours later, Seong-jin turned to Jun-soo with concern. "Newbie, are you okay? Your eyes are bloodshot." On his side, he spoke in a dry voice. "I am. Boss." Later, Jun-soo was still focused on the editing screen. He sighed inwardly. "My mind is fine, but my eyes are about to pop out. If it were the old me, I would not be like this." Sitting next to him, a weary Seong-jin suggested, "Want a break? I can handle this part alone." But Jun-soo shook his head firmly. "I am fine. I have to focus on raising the ratings to 2%. Hearing this, he finally snapped out of it. "Oh, right." Seong-jin suddenly raised his voice. "We definitely have to get over 2%. Anyway, it seems everyone already knows that if we do not hit 2%, the project will be frozen." Saying this, he suddenly turned to Jun-soo. "Who told you that?" The department head would not have said that. Seong-jin continued with a very solemn face. "Tell me the truth. I will keep it a secret." Jun-soo hesitated. Honestly, he did not want to dodge the question. If he were the main director, it would be right to catch the person spreading rumors. After a few seconds of weighing it, he decided to tell him. "Actually, when we were at the airport, I went back for something I forgot and accidentally overheard you two talking. Senior Go Jin-tae, who came to find me, also heard it. I planned to keep it a secret, but I was afraid Senior Jin-tae would go back and tell everyone." Hearing this, Seong-jin immediately scowled and let out a helpless curse. "Go Jin-tae, that son of a bitch. I knew he had a big mouth. Anyway, I understand. I will handle the rest. Just pretend you do not know anything, and we will definitely pass 2%, so do not worry. There is no reason for the youngest member of the group to be worrying. Just stay positive no matter what, okay?" Hearing those words, Jun-soo was momentarily stunned. "Youngest?" Then he nodded slightly. "Understood." Receiving the answer, Seong-jin smiled faintly. Just then, Jin-tae walked in. "Sunbae-nin." Hearing the call, he turned around. "Jin-tae." He quickly explained, "Since it is dinner time, I thought we should order food. What do you two want to eat?" The moment he saw Jin-tae, Jun-soo cursed inwardly, "Speak of the devil, and he appears." At that point, Seong-jin signaled, "Newbie, take the company card from Jin-tae and go order food." He nodded instinctively. "Yes boss." He did not forget to explain, the youngest in the editing room usually has to do this. "Jin-tae will tell you where to order from. I will have stir-fried udon." "Yes, boss." Jin-tae replied quickly without hesitation, "I will be right back." Once outside, he cast a sinister look at Jun-soo. "You heard what Senior Seong-jin wants, right? Jampong for Senior Minchan, and for me, salmon rice. Order one for yourself too." Hearing that, he reached out to take the black card. "Yes, Sunbae-nim." After saying that, Jin-tae nonchalantly turned his back and went back to work. Just as he was about to leave, Jun-soo asked concernedly, "Sunbae-nim, where should I order from?" "PD Lim." Seong-jin said you would tell me the restaurant. Hearing that, he immediately smirked, intentionally acting annoyed and mocking him. "Do I really need to tell you? Find it yourself. I got here first and worked hard to find it, and you want to skip the hard part." Jun-soo looked at Jin-tae with cold eyes, unable to hide his contempt. For someone who only arrived a month earlier, it was no wonder they called him trash. On this side, he continued to raise his voice. "But let this Sunbae give you a piece of advice. Everyone is very sensitive and irritable while editing, so choose carefully." Another senior wanted an Americano, but the rookie suddenly ordered something hot and got scolded for 2 hours straight. So if you do not want to end up like that. However, Jun-soo did not care at all. He silently set his mind. "Just let it go, Go Jin-tae. Do you think I will be defeated just because I do not know where to order food? How could you know that I worked for JBC for 7 years? While at the broadcasting station, I ate at almost every restaurant around here, even the ones that are not famous right now. There is nothing I have not tried." Thinking of this, Jun-soo confidently took out his phone, a smug smile on his face. In just 30 minutes, I will order from a restaurant so delicious you won't be able to imagine it. A while later, Min Chan looked at the food containers, brought in with amazement. What is this? Did he order from Jungwon? Jin Tae, did not you tell the newbie which restaurant we usually order from? He pretended to be awkward. I did, but I think he forgot. Sunbae. Hearing that, he sighed softly. That is the best place nearby. Seeing this, Jin Tae was secretly delighted. Interesting, let us see how this goes. On this side, Min Chan hesitantly picked up his chopsticks, continuing to complain. I am dying from work, and now the food is. But as soon as the food touched his mouth, Min Chan suddenly froze. At the same time, Jin Tae quickly spoke up. I am sorry, it is not to your taste, is it? I will teach him. Contrary to his expectations, he suddenly exclaimed, what is this? It is delicious. He was momentarily stunned. What? At this point, Min Chan looked excited. This must be from Xianyang. It is much better than the food from Jungwon. The newbie must know this restaurant and ordered it. Hearing that, Jin Tae looked down at the food in shock. What? He quickly brought a spoonful of food to his mouth. Salmon rice. Jin Tae immediately gobbled it down, but his face suddenly changed. This is terrible. In contrast to Jin Tae, Min Chan kept praising it. This is the best meal I have ever had. Seeing this, he became even more confused. Why am I the only one who does not think it is good? At the same time, Seong Jin frowned slightly. What go? Jin Tae did not tell you the restaurant. Hearing that, Jun Soo chuckled. It is fine, Sun Bae name. I will find better restaurants myself and order like I did today. He turned to him with a sinister smile. I will choose the dishes carefully. 1 week later, Seong Jin was working hard to give instructions. In the post-editing stage, we can do this. Suddenly, a shout rang out. P. Deans indeed. Hyun Young reported urgently. Our ratings are. Hearing that, both Seong Jin and Jun Soo became tense. He quickly approached. Are the rating results out? How are they? And what about high school students? She hesitated for a moment. High school students got 4.1% ratings. As soon as she finished, he was shocked. Over 4%. I can't believe Mina Young has that much influence. Hyun Young continued her report, and our show only has 1.3%. Seong Jin was momentarily stunned. What? Back to Jun Soo, he quickly calculated the numbers. 1.3, only 0.2% higher than last week. Jun Soo shrank into a corner, his heart feeling a bit bewildered. What is going on? The editing is very good, and we received a lot of positive feedback. Even 10 years ago, it would not be like this unless tastes have changed too much. After thinking for a while, he bit his lip. There is only one reason. An answer appeared clearly in Jun Soo's mind. Public relations. The project is still not widely known. We did not pay attention to PR because we were too focused on editing. Since there are no fans, of course no one is watching. Why did not I think of that? The hidden mission is facing a bigger problem than I thought. At the same time, Jin Tae muttered. As expected, he turned to Jun Soo with a glaring look. This is all because Min Ah Young did not join our project. Seeing this, he sighed softly. This lunatic still thinks he is right at a time like this. Anyway, how can I speed up the progress? Then he looked through each option one by one. Hidden mission. Community PR. However, many options appeared and were quickly dismissed by Jun Soo. Skip. He continued to consider TV commercials, but the advertising fees were sky high, and SNS also requires maintenance fees, and above all, nothing is currently effective. Just then, a sudden idea flashed in Jun Soo's head. Finally, the best way is to let the viewers spread the content themselves. So we need a topic to attract public opinion, but it does not mean we have to create a scandal. Immediately after, he suddenly remembered an idea. Wait a minute. Without thinking, Jun Soo turned to Seong Jin. Sunbae. He looked straight at him and boldly proposed. Can you leave the PR stage to me? Seong Jin repeated in confusion. PR? Jun Soo tried to persuade him. If you allow it, I will do it myself. Jin Tae suddenly shouted, nonsense. How can you let a newbie lead the PR alone? Seong Jin also agreed. I do not think so either. Jun Soo turned to him with dissatisfaction. Go Jin Tae, that idiot. But I can't do anything else. This show needs to be saved. Then, he made an excuse again. I just suddenly have a feeling, the superpower I mentioned last time. Unlike the beginning, Seong Jin's tone changed. That power or whatever, he suddenly growled. I won't say it, but after all, Mina Young joined them and they have sky-high ratings. Do not you see? And now you want me to believe in that power again. Just then, Hyun Young's phone rang. Seeing that, Seong Jin's face became even more distorted. He opened his mouth and shouted, Jo Hyun Young, how many times have I told you to put your phone on silent during meetings? Huh? She was so scared that her voice trembled. I am sorry. Then Hyun Young turned to look at her phone screen. Her eyes widened in shock. Instantly, Hyun Young looked up. P. Deans indeed. This. Seong Jin looked annoyed. Why won't you listen? She hesitantly announced. It is about Min Ah Young. News of her scandal has just broken. On the screen, bold lines appeared continuously. Mina Young caught drunk driving. Korea's top star Mina Young arrested on suspicion of DUI. Mina Young in a dire situation. Drunk driving. Mina Young arrested. Mina Young, who recently received attention with the show High School Students, was arrested in the suburbs of Seoul at 3:34 a.m. today. High school students Mina Young must withdraw after a drunk driving hit-and-run accident. Following Mina Young's arrest for hit-and-run, the show High School Students is facing a wave of public criticism. Members start to receiving the article. Seong Jin and Jin Tae's jaws dropped. What? In contrast to them, Jun-soo secretly smirked. It finally exploded. I was criticized for 2 weeks because of this. Soon, the room began to buzz. Wow, that is crazy. A drunk driving accident, for real. Then the group all turned their curious eyes toward Jun-soo. So, immediately after, a question was asked. Do you really have superpowers? Hearing this, he shrugged slightly. What did I tell you? Mina Young, I said she was a bad omen, did not I? Before Jun-soo could react, Seong Jin suddenly rushed over. Kang Jun-soo, you rascal, I am sorry for doubting you. I truly trust you now. Seeing this, he sighed inwardly. You just criticized me 3 minutes ago. Sunbae Nim. It did not stop there. Hyun Young excitedly reported. The ratings for high school students are plummeting. It was Mina Young's show, so fans are causing a storm there. At those words, he could not help but laugh wildly. Seong Jin grinned from ear to ear. That bastard PD Kang must be having a hard time. If PD Kang was the main director for high school students, PD Yang Jin Man, PD Lim Seong Jin would become popular. No, they are more like enemies than rivals. They have been tearing each other apart since they were in university. On this side, Jun-soo quickly came to a conclusion. That is why Sunbae is laughing so happily seeing the rival show collapse. Hyun Young looked worried. It must be a mess over there. They were supposed to finish editing next week, and now they have to deal with Mina Young's mess. Hearing that, Seong Jin rolled around laughing. Serves him right. Then suddenly he stood up. Wait a minute, newbie, did not you say you had a new PR idea? Jun-soo nodded blankly. I do. Receiving the answer, Seong Jin excitedly approached. And I think you said it relates to your superpower, right? He looked hesitant. Yes, boss, but if you are not okay with it then, different from his rude attitude before, he acted excited. If our newbie has an idea, then let us do it. What? No way, why would I feel uncomfortable? Just do whatever you want. Young talent. Seeing this, Jun-soo smiled inwardly. I did it. A few days later, several notifications rang out on the other end. I have plans for today so everything will be fine. I am sorry PD Nim, I do not think I will be free until Monday. Please discuss the time with my manager again. My schedule is completely full. Hearing that, Jun-soo only sighed softly and maintained a polite attitude. I understand. I will check the schedule and contact you. After ending the call, he sat still. Because this plan was a bit rushed, most of the cast members could not find any free time, so only Han Sia is left. She is still an unknown star, so I am worried about the effect. What do I do now? Jun-soo picked up his phone, his finger stopping on Sia's name. Since the next broadcast is only 4 days away, should I call her? Suddenly, the phone rang before his surprised eyes. Jun-soo quickly picked up. Yes, Kang Jun-soo speaking. Sia suddenly said, PD Nim, can I have a few minutes of your time? He replied quickly without hesitation. Yes, of course. She then announced, I received a call from my manager. I heard you are filming for a promotional clip. Jun-soo's voice rang out. That is right, but everyone is busy. At that moment, Sia suddenly made a proposal. Then, can I film it myself? On this side, he was momentarily stunned. What? She was very serious now. I want to try if you are okay with it. I got a call from my manager. I heard we need a promotional shoot for today or tomorrow, right? And everyone is busy. So, can I do it myself? Hearing this, Jun-soo fell into thought. Promoting Han Sia without any support staff. I am worried she is still an unknown actress, but with my skills, I can turn her into a media star. After a few seconds of weighing it, he happily agreed. Great. But judging the current situation, it will be a bit difficult. There are issues with the location and security too, if we work in this area. Immediately, Sia made a suggestion. My support team can help. Then she declared firmly, I can do it. Trust me. Back to Jun-soo, he was almost dazed. A few seconds later, the corner of his mouth twitched. I know it now. There is only one reason she wants to do it, because she wants to be noticed and to shine, not out of jealousy or wanting to put others down. She wants to make a name for herself by her own strength in the entertainment battlefield. Thinking of this, Jun-soo smiled. Alright, if that is what you want, I will also do my best to help your project succeed. Right after, he quickly arranged the plan. Alright, then I will handle the other issues. How about tomorrow at Hongdae at 5 p.m. SIAA jumped for joy. Okay, of course. Hearing that, Jun-soo breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, let us try it. He did not forget to remind her. Okay, see you tomorrow. On this side, she practically screamed. Thank you PD Nim. The next day, at the bustling Hongdae area crowded with people. At the same time, he looked around at the large groups of people. Jun-soo quickly made a judgment. I think they are filming over there. Which show is it? I do not know. Is it Two-Faced? They usually film outdoors. Let us go check it out. Thinking of this, he instinctively smirked. Two-Faced. Two-Faced my foot. It is hidden mission. I will definitely make sure they do not mistake it for Two-Faced again. The person beside him looked at Jun-Soo in confusion. PD Kang, what is wrong? Just then, the cameraman turned to him worriedly. It will be fine, right, PD Nim? Many people are watching. Jun-Soo spoke softly to reassure him. It is fine. I am sure everyone is fully prepared for the shoot. Immediately, he raised his voice to signal. Everyone, get into position. We will start filming as soon as she gets out of the car. The atmosphere immediately became tense as the countdown was shouted out. 3, 2. Right after, Jun-Soo shouted loudly. 1. Action. Sia stepped out of the car with a radiant smile, waving her hand in greeting. Nice to meet everyone. I am Hansia. Among the crowd, someone immediately recognized her. Hansia, I have heard of her. Do you know her? The person beside them shook their head. No, I do not know her, but she is pretty. Which show is this? On this side, she smiled and introduced. We are filming for Hidden Mission, so please remember our show, Hidden Mission. The introduction quickly created a positive effect, making many people start talking excitedly. Awesome. She is so pretty. Why have not I heard of this show before? Behind the camera, Yeon-Soo called softly, Sia, can you come here? He smiled to himself. Alright, I think she can attract a lot of people. Hearing the call, she moved quickly. As Sia wove through the crowd, they could not help but exclaim, amazing. Later, Jun-Soo asked curiously, Sia, how do you feel about filming outside? Sia happily replied, to be honest, I still can't believe this is the first time I have been in such a crowded place. A moment later, Jun-Soo told himself, the interview is not important. It has to be natural, just like how she has done it many times before, as expected of a future star, Hansia. Then he looked at his phone. It has been 15 minutes of interviewing. We can start now, right? Immediately after, Jun-Soo signaled, now, it is time for the mission. She turned her head in surprise. What? The mission? Back to Jun-Soo, he slowly explained. Based on the rules of Hidden Mission, all missions are confidential. Hansia, please choose a mission and complete it as soon as possible. Hearing that, Sia's eyes lit up. It is time. As her hand touched the card, Jun-Soo reminded her, your mission this time is to coordinate with everyone. Make sure that person does not see this. After saying that, he shouted the command. Let us begin. At this point, Sia looked around. She quickly walked up to a teenager. Hello? He looked a bit shy. Suddenly, Sia asked softly, yes, how do I look? The teenager replied quickly, what, you are very beautiful. Hearing this, she gave a satisfied smile. Thank you. Sia's voice suddenly changed. So, she suddenly poked her finger into her cheek. And now, his cheeks turned bright red, his voice instinctively trembling. Adorable. Sia shook her head wildly. No, is there any other word to describe me? The teenager replied quickly, you are adorable. She rejected it again. Another word. From behind, Jun-Soo reminded her loudly, time is almost up, Maze. Sia. Seeing that, Sia leaned in closer. You can say anything. Without thinking, the teenager grabbed the microphone. Then he read quickly, hey baby, your beauty is so radiant when you look at me. Your shy face makes my heart flutter. On this side, he could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What? Why is he suddenly rapping? A young girl suddenly rushed over. Enough, Uni, I love you. Immediately, many people around cheered. That is right, you are so lovely Uni, you are very beautiful. Please look this way, I will definitely watch your show. On this side, Jun-Soo gave a satisfied smile. As expected, she will be famous no matter what group she is with. I knew it, another person screamed out. Stop right there. Just then, Sia suddenly turned to him. PD Zindi, she smiled radiantly. I succeeded, did not I? Hearing this, Jun-Soo instinctively smiled and nodded. A moment later, he announced loudly. Hansia, your mission is complete. The mission was to make them say beautiful and lovely within 3 minutes. Soon, the scene shifts to the editing room. Inside, Jun-Soo could not stop complaining. I have worked hard all day. Before starting work, he did not forget to tell himself, last time I was a bit rushed. This time I have to take it slow. Jun-Soo unconsciously remembered Seong-jin's mocking face. Are you a wizard? Then he turned to check his phone. Anyway, I am glad Hansia's video received more positive feedback than I imagined. Many people are even sad that they did not recognize an unknown actress. On forums and social networks, a series of comments appeared at a rapid pace. If there is a video of Hansia, please post it. I have not seen it yet. Gosh, look at this actress's photo. She is so pretty. I am dying. I am going to Hongdae to see her. What? She is on Hidden Mission. I have to watch it. What? When is that show coming out? A feeling of excitement quickly rose in Jun-Soo. Naturally, people will pay attention to the project, so let us just keep doing that. Suddenly, a small noise rang out. He immediately pretended to be working. Seong-jin suddenly poked his head inside. Hey, newbie, what are you doing? Jun-soo immediately regained his composure, replying naturally, I am still editing. On this side, his face suddenly became serious. Seeing this, he asked worriedly, what is wrong, boss? His heart filled with concern. Did I get caught? Then suddenly Seung-jin took out a spoon. A meal. Let us go eat. Hearing that, Jun-soo exhaled, his heart nearly skipping a beat. He replied with difficulty, I am coming. A few days later, Jun-soo ran quickly down the hallway. Inside the room, Seung-jin was giving serious instructions. Then suddenly he pushed the door open forcefully. PD Lim. The rating results are out. Jun-soo almost screamed. The ratings for Hidden Mission are, before Jin-tae's astonished eyes, he suddenly announced, exactly 2.1%. At this point, Jun-soo gave a radiant smile. The ratings are over 2%. After saying that, he lowered his voice. Yes, that is right. On this side, Seung-jin's face suddenly wrinkled. Rookie. Immediately after, he burst into tears of joy. I knew we could count on you. Suddenly, the whole group rushed toward Jun-soo. Seung-jin hugged him tightly with emotion. Our rookie is so good. Seeing this, he gave a forced smile. It is nothing. I did not do much. He gently patted Jun-soo's shoulder. You do not need to be humble. As soon as he spoke, he put on a proud look. I did the impossible. Immediately after, the group said in unison, our rookie is the best. At this point, Hyun-young quickly reported, recently, the ratings for high school students have dropped sharply, dropping to almost the same level as ours. As soon as she finished, he could not help but laugh. Poor PD Kang. I have known him since he first started here. Jin-tae immediately cut in, that is right, they are only 0.8% higher than us. Hearing that, Seung-jin muttered under his breath, 0.8%, he shrank into a corner and slowly spoke. That is right. We are still lower than them. Jun-soo immediately turned to him. Go Jin-tae, you devil, using dirty tricks to get famous. Now the atmosphere is completely ruined. Noticing the situation was not good, he reassured them. But we are about to catch up, are not we? We can surpass them soon. Seung-jin hesitantly continued. That is right, is not it? I have not had much confidence to meet you all lately. Seeing this, Jun-soo approached. P. Dean's name, you are not alone. Min-chan leaned forward, that is right, we are here for you. He was suddenly moved. Everyone. Just then, Hyun-ho walked in. Is there a party going on? Seung-jin turned in surprise. Boss, he suddenly gestured. Seung-jin, the director wants to see you for a moment. CP Park Hyun-ho, he hesitantly asked back, isn't it good news? Hyun-ho only replied coldly. Why do you have to ask when you already know the answer? Hurry up and follow me. On this side, Min-chan could not help but exclaim. Anyway, newbie, you are so good. It is like you can do anything. Hyun-young excitedly added, refusing to cast Mina-young and making Han-sia a hot topic were all PD Kang's ideas. Jun-soo scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. No, I just got lucky. Min-chan immediately denied it. If you are lucky all the time, that is skill. Why did you decide to make Han-sia the SNS star? Faced with the sudden question, he hesitated. Jin-tae suddenly interrupted, he probably just picked randomly. He voiced his criticism, wasn't it just luck? He would not have come to JBC if he knew everything from the start. I heard he planned to enter the filming area from the very beginning. Hearing this, Jun-soo did not reply. He thought to himself, yes, that is what I said at the interview, because I come from the past. And only after finishing the training, could I fix the course of events. After a moment of silence, Jun-soo admitted frankly, yes, I wanted to work for the film studio, but it is not that I hate entertainment. I have been very happy coming here, so I think being here was a good idea. Just then, Jin-tae directed his sharp words at him. Everyone is talking about your luck. Jun-soo did not hesitate to nod. Right, exactly. He acted as if he did not care. Think whatever you want. At the same time, Min-chan looked annoyed. Jin-tae, what is wrong with you? Things are going well right now, so just enjoy it. Later, Jun-soo gave a forced smile. Man, my head really hurts. Yeah. Behind him, the man stared at him with burning eyes. I see how it is. Meanwhile, Hyun-young looked excited. Anyway, Han-sia is famous now. It is already at 1.2 thousand views. Min-chan could not hide his excitement. Great. She has become a huge hit because of the mission you gave her. Once again, the group turned to Jun-soo. It is all thanks to PD Jun-soo. Before long, night fell. At a small restaurant, the constant sound of whispers filled the air. At the same time, Jun-soo was slowly grilling slabs of beef. He stared at it with hungry eyes. How long has it been since I last ate beef? Everyone was surprised that PD Lim Seung-jin returned early. He suddenly hissed, everyone, what should we do? Min-chan looked at Seung-jin blankly. What is wrong? Hyun-young gasped. I can't believe it. On this side, Seung-jin's lips twitched slightly. Then suddenly he pulled out a gold card. There is a party tonight. The director gave me this card. Let us go eat beef. Hearing that, the girl replied with dissatisfaction, don't joke around. You surprised me. Seung-jin chuckled. If you work in entertainment, you will get used to this scene. Returning to reality, Jun-soo thought to himself, everyone is happier than I expected. At that moment, Jin-tae suddenly approached him. Hey, Kang Jun-soo, do you know, when I was young. Are you even listening? Seeing this, he could not help but exclaim, he is crazy. He is totally gone mad. Just then, someone called out loudly, PD Kang, over there. Sayun waved her hand slightly. I have a question, but it will take a bit of time. Okay? The moment he saw her, Jun-soo felt like he had seen a savior. Great. Without hesitation, he stood up abruptly. Sure, I am coming right now. Jun-soo excitedly stepped toward Sayun with a spoon in hand. Here. On this side, Jin-tae wore a look of annoyance. Hey, Dal did he Maldine? I was still talking to him. If that is the case, then he turned to another victim, writer Hyun Young. I worked at PBC as an AD for 2 years. Seeing this, Jun-soo clicked his tongue. What a jerk. Saesun gave a faint smile. The nickname I gave him is Goju Mangtae. Another nickname similar to his real name, Go Jin-tae. In his mind, images flashed. Hasn't he only joined for a week? In that time, he has been getting drunk and giving advice to PD Lim Seong-jin. Thinking of this, Jun-soo sighed helplessly. He is really bothering everyone, is not he? At this point, he looked worried. Writer Jo Hyun Young is also in trouble. Should I call her over? She immediately stopped him. Just leave her be. A writer knows how to dodge things. Seeing this, Jun-soo turned curiously. Sayun, what did you want to ask? Suddenly, Sayun smirked. That was a lie, PD Kang. It looks like he was making things hard for you. He looked a bit embarrassed. Thanks. I escaped all thanks to you. Her lips suddenly moved. Anyway, do you have any questions for me? Hearing that, he was momentarily dazed. What? Sing was completely off guard. She looked at Jun-soo and smiled. I will answer everything. Faced with the unexpected offer from Saeshin could only ask, alright. How long have you worked as a subwriter? She started counting on her fingers. Probably a year. Why? Receiving the answer, he gave a forced smile. I mean, I do not really have any questions about the broadcasting station anyway. I should ask her something I have been curious about lately. Thinking this, Jun-soo changed the subject. The Hidden Mission seems to have more writers compared to other shows, does not it? Hearing that, Sayun smiled and gently explained, that is because PD Lim Seong-jin is very well supported. He tilted his head slightly, his face full of curiosity. What do you mean? She slowly recounted, her eyes full of respect as she mentioned Seong-jin. He knows how hard it is for new writers, so he tries to recommend them for as many positions as possible. And if he can, he will help them debut. Hearing this, Jun-soo immediately understood. I see. They usually call new writers when they are starting their careers, and if a show has a lot of views, there are usually 3 or 4 sub-writers and 2 or 3 junior writers, but we have 5 sub-writers and 8 junior writers. I thought this team was a special unit. At this point, he unconsciously smiled. I thought it was a strange comparison, but it turns out that is the case. Jun-soo stood still for a few seconds, his respect for the man growing. The more I look at PD Lim Seong-jin, the more I see he is a good person. Just then, Seong-jin suddenly turned to call Jun-soo with an excited face. Hey, newbie, want to try this? Hearing that, he smiled helplessly. Except for right now. Suddenly he stopped, his face looking utterly astonished. Seong-jin's gaze immediately shifted. Rapper Coldranin, who is this? Isn't it our hip-hop friend Coldranin? Coldranin also smiled brightly. Hello PD Nim, long time no see. Hearing the familiar name, Jun-soo instinctively turned around. Rapper Coldranin, looking at the scene, he immediately remembered the brilliant future waiting for him. He passed the survival round of the hip-hop competition. He is going to be a shining star in the future. Suddenly Sayun turned to Jun-soo and whispered, the two of them are very close. Hearing that, Jun-soo replied quickly. There was a show PD Lim Seong-jin did back when he was still a subwriter. I guess they became close while going through tough times together. She seemed to agree. That is right. A moment later, Seong-jin called out again, newbie, come here for a second. He turned his head blankly. What is it? As soon as Jun-soo walked over, he introduced him with a voice that could not hide its pride. Hello there, this is the rookie who saved Hidden Mission. Coldranin's eyes widened, immediately recognizing the familiar name. So it is him. Seong-jin continued excitedly. That is right, the newbie, PD Kang Jun-soo. On this side, Jun-soo could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Our newbie. After a moment of silence, Jun-soo hesitantly greeted him. Hello. Seeing this, he slapped Coldranin's shoulder hard. This is Coldranin. You know him, right? He told me his grandmother was a shaman. That made me even more interested. So, I decided to follow what the rookie said, and the ratings went over 2%. Unbelievable, right? As soon as he finished, he almost screamed. Really? Seong-jin continued to brag about the achievement, laughing loudly as he spoke. He is amazing. He handles the project like it is the most normal thing in the world, but he is also very humble when receiving praise. I wish I had a son like him. Hearing that, Coldranin turned to Jun-soo and gave a faint smile. PD Seong-jin has a bad habit when he is drunk. He nodded slightly. I know. A few seconds later, he suddenly called out, so, PD Gangnam. Jun-soo replied blankly, yes. Immediately after, Koldranin pointed to his own handsome face and asked curiously, what do you see on my face? At the unexpected question, his expression momentarily froze. Before Jun-soo could answer, Seong-jin chimed in, that is right, Koldranin is very interested in the supernatural and the occult. Hearing that, he was momentarily shocked. You believe in superstitions even though you play hip-hop? He nodded in confirmation without hesitation. Correct. Then Koldranin gave a mocking smirk. I might look like this, but, immediately after, he pulled out a bunch of paper talismans. I have a lot of charms here. Looking at the scene, Jun-soo could only laugh helplessly in his heart. This guy's personality is truly strange, so that is why the two of them are so close. Koldranin's curiosity had not faded. He continued to look at him with expectant eyes. I am very curious. Do you see anything about me? Jun-soo hesitated for a moment. I am not sure. Hearing that, he let out a soft sigh, his face clearly showing exhaustion and frustration. Why? I do not think things are going well for me. In Jun-soo's heart, images of Koldranin's future appeared clearly one after another. Actually, Koldranin would stay lost until the very day of his debut, but the song he publishes will be a hit in the not-too-distant future. He will go through a lot, but eventually, he will become a top star in Korea. That is Koldranin's future. Thinking of this, Jun-soo silently told himself, anyway, I can't just casually tell him that. But he will find the light at the end of the tunnel through hard work. At that moment, Koldranin hurriedly fumbled through his jacket pocket. So, then he glanced around warily. Immediately after, Koldranin held out 2 earphones toward him. I am about to release a new track. Can you listen to this soundtrack? There are 2 melodies and I do not know which one to choose. At the offer, Jun-soo hurriedly waved his hands. No, I do not know anything about hip-hop. He was momentarily bewildered. Why so suddenly? I do not know anything. Seeing this, he stuffed the earphones into Jun-soo's hand. It is fine. Just listen and give me your impression. Just be honest. On this side, he shyly accepted them. Alright. Jun-soo marveled in his heart, how could I refuse? Meanwhile, Koldranin excitedly activated the song. The first one. Before long, the music started playing and pierced through his ears. Jun-soo raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke to himself. It is definitely because I have no interest in hip-hop, so I can't tell if it is bad or not. Then he looked up at Koldranin. I am not sure. What about the next one? He looked excited. Alright, I will change it. The moment he changed the song, Koldranin's expression became a bit serious. He lowered his voice. This is the second one. Meanwhile, Jun-soo's face wrinkled as he thought to himself. If I do not feel anything, Jun-soo could not help but worry. Then what should I say? Then suddenly the music rang out passionately, almost making him dizzy. Jun-soo swallowed hard, his heart hammering incessantly. This melody, this is the song that became a massive hit in 2021. The driving melody played, causing Jun-soo to furrow his brows as the rap exploded alongside the unique beat. Immediately after, Jun-soo's eyes widened as memories of the future suddenly flooded back, making his heart tremble with shock. That is right, this song title. It became a hit at that time, and the beat too. But, this song, is not by Koldranin. This song is by a rapper named Jefferson. Thinking of this, Jun-soo turned a skeptical gaze toward him. How does Koldranin have this song? Just then, Koldranin smiled at Jun-soo, waiting for a reaction. How is it, Pdinim? He suddenly changed his tone. Mr. Koldranin, this, in Jun-soo's head, a terrifying thought sparked. Don't tell me the person who sang this song was. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately asked with a stunned face, did you do everything yourself, Koldranin? After saying that, Jun-soo listened intently again, his heart in utter turmoil. This melody. Did Koldranin write this song? At this point, he slowly removed the earphones, his mouth muttering, this. Then Jun-soo looked up directly into his eyes. Did you compose this, Koldranin? Faced with that question, Koldranin replied quickly, of course. I made the beat and wrote the lyrics myself. But then his face darkened, his voice lowering until it was almost inaudible. But, the company decided to give it to Jefferson the second song. They think the first one fits me better. After a silence, Koldranin declared firmly, anyway, I wrote both of them. Hearing that, Jun-soo finally connected all the scattered pieces of memory in his head. So that is how it was. That is why Koldranin did not have any major breakthroughs in the hip-hop survival show. Jefferson is still a famous singer. They definitely want to give it to the singer with a larger fan base rather than a rookie, so they handed Koldranin's song to Jefferson. No wonder they had a bad relationship in the previous life. So there was a story like that. While he was still thinking, he called out again. Pdinim. Koldranin looked straight into Jun-soo's eyes, his voice becoming more serious than ever. Which song do you like best? This is very important to me. He stood still, a flurry of chaotic thoughts immediately flooding his mind. What should I do? Should I let Jefferson take the song like before, or change the future? Or should I just ignore it and say I do not know? Anyway, my life won't be affected. I have come so far. I just need to use my memories from my past life. It looks like I am getting attention because of recent news, but if I choose a hit song, people will become suspicious. Thinking of this, Jun-soo unconsciously stared at the earphones. Koldranin will become a famous star in the future anyway. Jefferson. The song will be extremely famous, but in 3 years, he will be executed metaphorically because of drug use. This song, which used to be played on shows large and small, was forgotten, as if it had never existed. As for Koldranin, who was stripped of the song he painstakingly wrote, he must have suffered terribly when everything played out that way. At that moment, Jun-soo's gaze wavered slightly, then he instinctively made a connection that pain was no different from his own previous life. Like living a life where all your ideas were stolen. That feeling left only a choking sensation and an indescribable resentment in his heart. It was pure frustration. Ultimately, only a sense of ambiguity and despair remained, what they call uncertainty. Then Jun-soo looked up, his heart asking, I do not know if I can change other people's futures. If I ignore him now, Koldranin will fall into despair. The more he thought about it, the more determined Jun-soo became. He does not deserve to go through things like that. On the other side, Koldranin could only keep his head down, feeling extremely worried. Is it that bad? What should I do? Before Koldranin could react, Jun-soo suddenly called out, Mr. Koldranin. He was startled and replied yes. He quickly handed the earphones back to Koldranin and affirmed, personally, I like the second song much better. Receiving the answer, he looked momentarily overjoyed. Really? Jun-soo suddenly hesitated, and he screamed in his heart, if someone wants to interfere, you should not be soft on them. Finally, Jun-soo spoke words of encouragement. Make sure it belongs to you. You must perform this song yourself. Having said that, he silently set his mind. I must make it clear to him. Turning back to Koldranin, he was suddenly dazed. A moment later Koldranin almost screamed with excitement. Really? On this side, Jun-soo nodded slightly as an answer. At the same time, Seong-jin replied firmly, I think our newbie is very certain about this. He asked curiously, for real? At this point, Jun-soo did not forget to remind him. Be confident. Koldranin. You can perform this song. Hearing this, Koldranin clenched his fists, showing a level of determination he would never had before. After a moment of silence, he admitted frankly, actually, until now, I still thought this song was for Jefferson. Then Koldranin looked up, his gaze becoming more determined than ever as he looked directly at Jun-soo. But PD-nim, you have convinced me. Even if I have to fight the whole company, I will release this song. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. Suddenly, Koldranin stepped closer. Thank you so much, PD-nim. Jun-soo was a bit stunned. What? Just then, Seong-jin burst out laughing and reminded Koldranin in a half-joking voice, you can't blame him if something goes wrong, you hear? He immediately nodded. Of course, this is my choice. PD-nim only gave me advice. The atmosphere gradually became lighter. Koldranin suddenly took out his phone. PD-nim, can I have your number? Jun-soo could not help but laugh. No, it is fine. Things like this. Then suddenly he shouted, but I have had a hard time facing the pressure, but thanks to you, I have the courage to decide. Please give me your number. Having said that, Koldranin made a promise. I want to repay you one day. Standing next to them, Seong-jin laughed heartily and gestured. Give it to him, newbie. If not, I will give it myself. Jun-soo smiled helplessly and finally took out his phone. If that is the case. He almost screamed, thanks. The scene shifts to the next morning. Nim Cheol suddenly grinned. Thanks. He happily threw an arm around Jun-soo's shoulder. I heard it is over 2%. He acted humble. I just got lucky. Hearing that, Nim Cheol laughed and shook his head firmly. That is talent. You do not need to be humble in front of us. Let us go for chicken and beer tonight. Receiving the invitation, Jun-soo agreed. Sounds good, my treat. We should call Ha-young. Right, the three of us will eat together. He nodded with satisfaction. Alright. Just as the conversation was about to end, Nim Cheol seemed to remember another important matter. And, do you know Song Jae-hyun? He said he has something to ask you. I gave him your number because he asked me for your contact information. Jun-soo looked thoughtful. I do not remember the name very well. Maybe from the political department. He nodded in confirmation. Right? Call him when you are free. He could not help but be curious. Is that so? Something up? Before leaving, Nim Cheol only left a hint. I do not know either, but I think he needs help. On this side, he quickly searched his memory. Song Jae-hyun. I remember, but we were not close even in the previous life. I believe in the political department. The crime punishment show is a psychology program. Thinking of that, Jun-soo became even more curious. What does he want? A little later, Jae-hyun appeared before him and spoke politely. Hi, are you Kang Jun-soo? He immediately responded. Song Jae-hyun. Are you here for some editing? He gave an embarrassed laugh. I guess it is too obvious. Jun-soo continued happily. I can tell just by looking at PDs. Anyway, why were you looking for me? Jae-hyun hesitated slightly before slowly speaking. Well, then Jae-hyun lowered his voice as if afraid someone else would hear. The rumors. You are very good at this. Hearing that, he immediately froze, various guesses flashing through his head. No way, did he find me because he heard rumors about my powers? He did not notice Jun-Soo's expression at all and continued. Then suddenly Jae-hoon made a proposal. Please order something from the menu. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched into a forced smile. Jun-soo hesitantly repeated, food from the menu. Then he pointed behind him. Do you want to order something? He shook his head again. No. After a moment of hesitation, Jae-hoon recounted dejectedly. My senior in the editing room has been rebuking me lately. I got scolded for buying cold food even though I ordered takeout. He continued with a scowling face. I ordered it because of the restaurant reviews. They said it was delicious, but it was just fake reviews. And the senior said the youngest PD of Hit Admission knows the restaurants very well. Hearing this, Jun-soo could only give a forced laugh. I am sorry, it turns out it is my fault. Jae-hoon immediately waved his hands, smiling in denial. No, I am not blaming you. Then he regained his serious expression, gripping his hands tightly. Anyway, can you give me a list of good restaurants? In that moment, Jun-soo suddenly felt dazed. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. I am having déjà vu for some reason. This reminds me of the past. Seeing Jae-hoon's expectant eyes, Jun-soo agreed. Sure, no problem. He almost screamed, really. Then Jae-hoon stood up abruptly. Thank you so much. He waved his hand slightly. It is nothing. He sat back down and burst into tears. It is not that I really have an issue with editing, but I have been so stressed about meals for the last 3 days. Hearing this, Jun-soo thought to himself, anyway, the old-timers at the station always bully the newcomers for no reason. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he remembered something. Immediately after, Jun-soo made a proposal. So, how about I gather the entire menu and post it in the general chat room? After saying that, he calculated silently. It was a menu that would take less than 30 minutes. He did not know he could be at fault for knowing many good restaurants. Jun-soo smiled slightly and explained, we just want to eat well and live well, so we should choose our dishes right, should not we? At this point, a thought sparked in his mind. Even if it is not that grand, it might help many others one day. Before long, night fell. Inside a pub, the group was happily clinking glasses. Nim Cheol's gaze fell on the beer glass in his hand. He laughed heartily. How long has it been since I have had a beer this good? Ha Young excitedly added. I have had dinner at many different restaurants lately, but their beer was so bland, I could not drink it. He nodded repeatedly. True. Immediately after, she laughed and spoke with interest. Oh right, I heard some pretty interesting rumors. I heard there is a rather fun tradition when the newbies come to entertainment. Hearing that, Jun-soo tilted his head, his brows furrowed slightly. A tradition. In that moment, he went quiet. What? I do not know anything about it. Then Jun-soo asked curiously, what is it? Then immediately, Ha Young shouted loudly. The trailer tradition. Momentarily, Jun-soo's expression relaxed. I remember now. Every scattered piece of memory seemed to form a complete picture in his head. When students join the same project, they have to compete with each other and the winner gets to work on the online broadcast, the trailer competition. It is also a chance for them to improve their editing skills and understanding, and many people place bets because it is entertaining. Thinking of this, Jun-soo hurriedly asked. But did not Go Jin-tae join a month before me? She replied nonchalantly, it is only a month. It is the same as both of you arriving at the same time. Hearing the answer, he nodded slightly. That is true. Jun-soo muttered to himself, competing against Go Jin-tae in trailer production. What a sweet opportunity. This is a great chance to kick that piece of trash's butt. On this side, Seong-jin asked seriously. So basically, the booking for the shooting is all finished. Without hesitation, Hyun-young stood up straight and answered firmly with thorough preparation. I have booked all the hotels, restaurants, transportation, and I have even called them back to confirm. Hearing that, he nodded slightly. Well done. Beside him, Jun-soo did not forget to remind them, but there is not much time left until the second shooting. Before I joined the project, PD Lim Seong-jin and the writers went for a preliminary check. We are in a big hurry because the schedule changed when the show was postponed. I gave a forced smile. I hate working overtime on weekends, but it is still better than being postponed. A few minutes later, Seong-jin took the initiative to ask, how were yesterday's ratings? The girl replied quickly, 2.3%. Hearing that, he chuckled. It seems like only yesterday the ratings were plummeting, but in these past 2 weeks they have shot straight up. So, what about the ratings for high school students? Hyun-young's voice dropped a few tones. It dropped 0.2%, from 2.9% down to 2.7%. Hearing this, Seong-jin leaned in closer. Can you speak a bit louder? She gave an awkward smile. It dropped by 0.2%, and yesterday it was only 2.7%. After hearing that, he burst into a loud, hearty laugh. The gap between us is only 0.4%, which is almost the same as our show. PD Kang's frustrated face suits him perfectly. It is all thanks to us choosing this talented newbie. Admiring glances immediately turned toward Jun-soo. That is right, PD Kang completely turned the tide. Seeing this, he scratched his head sheepishly. In contrast to the lively atmosphere, Jin Tae was silently harboring deep resentment. He turned to look at Junsu with a sullen expression. At that moment, Seong Jin turned to him. Now that I think about it, he immediately approached and lowered his voice. Are there any other famous places in Taiwan where we could stay? Hearing the question, Junsu calmly shook his head without hesitation. I do not know. Seongjin had not given up yet, continuing to pry with hopeful eyes. Really? Even if it is vague, it is fine. In response, he just shook his head one more time. Yes, there is nothing. Seeing that, he could only turn to leave, not forgetting to remind him. Alright, let me know if you have any ideas. Junsu gave a faint smile. Understood. As the room gradually grew quiet again, Junsu sank into thought. It is all because Han Xia became a trending topic on social media. The restaurant I chose in Paris also received a lot of attention. I think everyone is very surprised by what I have done. Thinking of this, he lowered his gaze, his expression gradually becoming more serious. But lately, many eyes have been focused on me. If I keep changing things like this, at this moment, Yunsu's heart became determined. I am sure one day it will grow beyond my reach, he calculated silently. This is 10 years of my knowledge and information from the future. If I want to use it, I must control it and use it effectively from now on. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from behind. Hyun Young stepped forward quickly. What wind blew you here today? She looked surprised. Today is the weekend. Hearing this, Junsu took a step forward. What is going on? On this side, Sia hesitated for a moment, then she slowly walked toward Hyun Young. I had some business nearby, so I stopped by. The moment he saw Sia, he almost shouted. Mess. Hansia, she could not hide her surprise. Is PD Kang here too? Hello? A short while later, food and drinks were neatly placed on the table. To keep the atmosphere from getting awkward, Sia spoke softly. It is the weekend, but it seems everyone is still here working hard, so I came to say thank you. So do not feel awkward. I am only here for a few minutes on my way back. Hearing those words, Junsu unconsciously smiled. Thank you. Observing Sissy from a distance, he became even more certain of his intuition. As expected, she has the talent to become a star. Anyway, I am thirsty from eating some greasy stuff for lunch. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Junsu marveled to himself. It seems there is nothing special, so I think this is a good time to relax for a bit. As soon as he turned around, she immediately noticed. Sia walked quickly to Junsu and called out softly, PD Nin. Hearing the familiar voice, he slowly turned his head back. After a few seconds of silence, she smiled softly. It has been a while. Junsu nodded slightly. Right? It has been about 2 weeks, has not it? We will be working together for a long time, so make sure to get some rest. In response, Sia smiled gently. It is fine, I do not have any schedule today. However, Junsu's gaze suddenly froze. He stared at her blankly, feeling that the atmosphere here was a bit unusual. Immediately after, Sia gave a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with unconcealed gratitude. That is right. Thank you, PD Nim. I was able to gain a huge fan base and even more followers on SNS. Hearing those words, Junsu replied awkwardly, great. He thought to himself, I guessed wrong. At that moment, she suddenly moved closer. Feeling the warmth, Junsu turned around in confusion. After a moment, Seiya courageously admitted, actually, the reason I came here today was to show my gratitude to you, PD Nim. She continued with a radiant smile. It is all thanks to you, PD Nim. After saying that, Sia looked at Junsu and narrowed her eyes flirtatiously. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Yes. Junsu did not say it out loud but silently confirmed. You were born to be a star. Just then, an interrupting voice made them both turn their heads simultaneously. Excuse me, the person repeated with a trembling voice. Excuse me. On this side, they stared blankly at Jin Tae. He slowly looked up. You? Immediately after, Jin Tae gave a friendly smile. Sia. Hello. Sia politely replied. You are PD Go Jin Tae. Hearing that, he grinned from ear to ear. You remember my name? I saw the movie you were in recently. It was very interesting. She replied humbly, my scene was less than 3 minutes, and it was just an extra role, but thank you. Standing not far away, Junsu's eyes widened, and a feeling of vigilance immediately rose in his heart. I can't believe he followed her all the way up here. What is he trying to do? Jin Tae suddenly approached Sia. But, he asked curiously, I was thinking, you like movies too, do not you? She nodded immediately, her face lighting up. That is right. I do not just like movies, but also TV series, plays, and concerts. Receiving the answer, the corner of Jin Tae's mouth curved upward. So, seizing the opportunity, he immediately took another step forward, his voice a bit nervous. We are going to Taiwan this time. After filming, would you like to go see a movie with me? At the same time, Junsu's gaze accidentally fell on 2 tickets behind Jin Tae's back. Immediately, he furrowed his brows, his eyes showing clear annoyance. This guy. She only just remembered his name and he already thinks she gave him the green light. On this side, she asked blankly, a movie? He nodded immediately. Yes, there is a movie called Betrayal that I really want to see, and I happen to have 2 tickets. Hearing that, Sia gave a forced smile. I see. At that moment, Jun-soo suddenly stepped in front of her. He held out his hand and spoke up. I am sorry. Maintain a polite demeanor. Jun-soo gave a reasonable explanation, but it will be very difficult for her because Miss Sia will be very busy after the shoot, and since she is filming overseas, she needs to rest afterward. Seizing the chance, Sia added, and actually, I have already seen that movie, so I am sorry, but I think you should go see it with someone else. Jin-tae tried to interject, but wait, before he could finish, she interrupted. Then, if you will excuse me, I will be going first. My manager is waiting. Immediately after, Sia left quickly. She smiled softly. See you at the next shoot. Then the door slammed shut right in his face. Jin-tae angrily gripped the tickets in his hand. The movie, he burst into tears, muttering under his breath, does not even premiere until next week. A long while later, the sky had turned a pale orange. At the office, Seong-jin gave serious instructions. So, the schedule in Taiwan will be. Immediately after, he raised his voice. Meeting adjourned. Jun-soo nodded slightly. Good job, everyone. Then suddenly Seong-jin gripped Jun-soo's shoulder. You did a great job too. Thank you for your hard work. He turned his head in confusion. His heart in utter turmoil. What is with that smile? Truly suspicious. He leaned in close and grinned. Newbie, you have to do that. You know, that thing. Jun-soo froze for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. What thing? Seong-jin asked curiously. There is a tradition passed down through generations in the entertainment company. You do not know. Hearing the word tradition, the memory in his head was immediately triggered. Tradition? Does he mean that tradition? He continued. It will be held when we get back from Taiwan. The schedule is a bit tight, but, then Seong-jin slowly looked at the two of them and called out, Go Jin-tae, Kang Jun-soo. He declared solemnly, the two of you will compete in trailer creation. Seong-jin paused for a beat, then stated each requirement clearly. You two need to make a trailer for the location in France we visited last time. And the winner, in the future, will be assigned the preview section for Hidden Mission. As soon as he finished, Jin-tae immediately stepped forward. But Sunbane, Nim, we are not equals, and I am older than him. He just shrugged and replied nonchalantly. That is true, but you only joined the company a month before him. Isn't that an advantage for you, or do you want to give the newbie that chance? Hearing that, he immediately changed his attitude. No, it is fine. It was Jun-soo's turn. He nodded calmly, showing no hesitation. I am fine with it too. If it is a tradition of the broadcasting station, of course, I will follow it. Hearing this, Jin-tae's expression changed, and he ground his teeth in rage. Immediately after, Jin-tae shouted, Fine, I will do it. Hearing that, Seong-jin smiled with satisfaction. Good, the deadline is by the end of the final part. Remember, no outside interference is allowed. A while later, Jin-tae was growling while he worked, a look of jealousy on his face. Kang Jun-soo. That guy is so annoying. But I have to admit he is talented, and if he continues with all those tricks, I am sure he will use some trick again. The corner of Jin-tae's lips slowly curled into a calculating smile. But this is fine. I can use an advantage to completely overwhelm him. Above all, I must choose some cool ideas for the trailer. It must be very interesting and have a big impact. Suddenly, he froze. But wait, Jin-tae excitedly picked up his phone. I can do it that way. Without hesitation, Jin-tae immediately made a call. The other end answered softly. Yes, hello. He replied quickly. Is this Choi Hyung-tae, the manager? I am contacting you because I have something to ask. In another scene, at the editing room, Jun-soo still sat quietly in front of the screen, muttering constantly. What should I do? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, his gaze fixed on the video clip playing. Honestly, even for a trailer, I should only make a 30-second one. I have already made 2 videos. The most important thing is how to defeat Go Jin-tae. The more Jun-soo thought, the more confident he became. Actually, is it okay to crush a newbie like that in a match between a 10-year veteran and a beginner? I hope he does not quit after such a humiliating defeat. But thinking back to what he did before, I must make him taste bitterness for everything he has done. Just then, the phone suddenly rang, interrupting Jun-soo's train of thought. Sia. He was momentarily confused. Why is she calling at this hour? Then Jun-soo quickly picked up. This is Kang Jun-soo? Sia's gentle voice immediately came from the other end. PD Kangnim. Hello, were you sleeping? Your voice sounds a bit sleepy. He replied shyly. No, I was not sleeping. After saying that, Jun-soo cursed himself. It must be because he was acting so quiet. Then he asked curiously, anyway, is something wrong? On this side, Sia hesitated for a moment before speaking. It is just, I heard from my manager that he received a call from PD Go Jin-tae this morning. Hearing that name, Jun-soo's eyes immediately changed. Go Jin-tae. She continued in a calm voice. After talking, he said, we should do it one more time, like we did last time. He repeated in confusion, like last time. At this point, Sia continued. I heard that you exceeded my expectations, but I did not know you had such a plan. I was a bit surprised. He said he got an idea from the previous video, so he wants to make an even more interesting trailer this time. Back to Jun-soo, he gripped the phone tightly, the corner of his mouth curving sarcastically. Go Jin-tae, that idiot. I heard he left his post, but I did not expect him to have this plan. You dare take my idea and make a trailer out of it. I was going to handle this gently, but you are the one who crossed the line first. After a moment of silence, Jun-soo asked curiously. So, are you going to film it? Sia was startled and denied it. No, I am not. I have a TV show shoot today, so I refused. Receiving the answer, Jun-soo breathed a small sigh of relief. Luckily. That is good. On the other side, her voice continued. Even if I had the time, it would not mean I would agree to the offer. He was momentarily stunned by the suggestive remark. Immediately after, Jun-soo laughed to hide his tension. Thank you. Sia did not forget to add, when I checked the group chat, it seems Mr. Jackson agreed to do it. He quickly realized. He chose Jackson because he is the best substitute for Han-sia. Later, Jun-soo nodded slightly. Thanks for letting me know. Sia asked back curiously. Is it the trailer competition? He replied calmly. That is right. Jun-soo smiled. Has the rumor already spread? After a moment of silence, she whispered, sorry, PD Nim, I just want to clarify I would have refused even if my schedule were open. Hearing that, Jun-soo shook his head. It is okay, thank you for everything. Back to Sia, she hesitated for a moment. Well, PD Nim, then Sia spoke softly in encouragement. You must be editing, right? Good luck. A long while later, Jun-soo kept complaining, this is really bad, honestly. He stared at the screen dejectedly, assessing it in his mind. Trailer aside, an outdoor shoot is something that can't be done by an amateur, especially since a guerrilla date is not an official shoot. If people suddenly swarm in, it will be very difficult for a single PD to be responsible for everything, even if I reviewed and prepared for the outdoor situation with Han-sia. But on the other hand, Go Jin-tae, who has never done an outdoor shoot, is he really planning to do a guerrilla date trailer? Jun-soo's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. That bastard. Forget what I thought before. I will definitely beat you to the point where you can't even lift your head. I will show you what a true level of trailer making looks like. Inside the screen, the clip opened with an exclamation. This scene is so beautiful. At this point, Jackson turned his head, smiling radiantly. Let us smile. Then suddenly Jackson's face changed. And he screamed at the top of his lungs. Jackson looked in panic at the knife in Miso's hand. Sister, what are you holding in your hand? She tilted her head and gave a sinister smile. It is nothing. Seeing that, he screamed again. How can that not be important? At that moment, Jun-soo clicked the mouse to stop the clip. He squared his shoulders and exhaled. This is enough. Jun-soo looked at the final product and smiled. I did not think time would pass so quickly. Then he stared quietly at the screen. The most important thing is the trailer. In other words, this is the key to deciding whether something becomes a hot topic with the public. Actually, what Shin Miso is holding is just a cake knife. This situation happened when she broke a wine bottle while trying to open it with the knife. In other words, the key point is to make the edited scene leave a strong impression. This humorous scene requires experience. If it is a newbie, they will only focus on building content and forget about the clever elements. A moment later, Jun-soo turned to look at the clock, muttering, not much time left until the deadline ends. Then Jun-soo stood up. Alright, let us go. He smiled. Let us go beat that bastard. Instantly, the office door opened. As soon as he entered, Jun-soo froze. The teenager looked at him blankly. Why are you here so early? Yoon-young excitedly suggested. Want some coffee? Writer Kim Yeon-hee bought it. Jun-soo's eyes widened. Writer Kim Yeon-hee, that means. Then he stood on tiptoe, trying to find the familiar name. At the same time, Yeon-hee tilted her head and looked directly into Jun-soo's eyes. He immediately bowed in greeting, his heart racing. What, in my past life memories, she was the head writer. She was quite prominent and special. Just then, Seong-jin walked in and asked curiously, newbie, did the trailer go well? Jun-soo smiled confidently. Yes, PD Nim, I am quite confident about it. Hearing that, Seong-jin chuckled. Really, I am quite looking forward to it. After saying that, he looked worried again. Has it started? It has been a while. I am a bit nervous. Suddenly, Hyun-young approached. PD Kang, Nim. Did you hear the news? Jun-soo asked back in confusion. What news? She quickly announced. About PD Go Jin-tae. They said his guerrilla date shoot completely fell apart. People suddenly crowded in, and it turned into a chaotic mess. Hearing this, he could not help but feel a bit helpless. I knew that would happen. Then Jun-soo let out a sigh. Was anyone hurt? Hyun-young replied quickly. Luckily no one, but the cameraman really took a hit. They did not even bring protective gear. Receiving the answer, he breathed out. I am glad it ended like that. She replied dejectedly, me too. Then Hyun-young excitedly cheered him on. Anyway, PD Kang Nim, you are going to win. Hearing this, Jun-soo's face momentarily froze. He immediately questioned her. You placed a bet, did not you? She laughed slightly. A little bit. Isn't it obvious? Just then, Jin-tae walked in. My apologies, I am late. The moment they saw him, both Jun-soo and Hyun-young were astonished. He could not help but think, you look great. Jin-tae smirked. PD Lim, I have worked very hard. Hearing that, Jun-soo thought to himself, he seems quite confident. At the same time, Seong-jin signaled, alright. Jin-tae, take a seat. Quick Min-chan, you can turn it on now. Min-chan then spoke up, now that everyone is here, let us watch together. On the other side, Jin-tae gave a sinister smile. I am also looking forward to this. In contrast to him, Jun-soo was very calm. Before long, Hyun-young's group's faces went stiff. Next were the open-mouthed expressions of Min-chan and Seong-jin. Seong-jin's astonished expression then changed to anger. On this side, Jun-soo was almost gaping with shock. He unconsciously frowned and swallowed hard. What is this? Immediately after, the whole office began to buzz. Oh my god, what should we do? Realizing the situation was not good, Min-chan turned to Seong-jin in a panic. He hurriedly made a proposal. Should I just turn it on and play the trailer? At the same time, Jun-soo's gaze accidentally fell on Jin-tae, who was trembling violently. He sighed inwardly. There is really no reason to say such a thing. The trailer Jin-tae showed was truly the pinnacle of sloppiness. After a moment of silence, Seong-jin shouted a sound that shook the whole room. This cannot be broadcasted. Seeing this, Jin-tae tried to explain himself. The trailer was made a bit hurriedly, but before he could finish, he was cut off decisively. That is not the problem. Then Seong-jin spoke in a stern tone of criticism. This thing is trash. I can't even count how many trash trailers I have seen, but this one must be one of them. You said you worked in AD for 2 years, but is this all the skill you have? At that moment, Yeon-hee suddenly spoke up. And, there is more. She stood up abruptly and questioned him with cold eyes. Is this a plagiarized work? Hearing this, his face turned pale, and his voice instinctively trembled. What? That? What do you mean by plagiarism? Yeon-hee did not care and turned to Jun-soo. Newbie, did not you take notes from PD? Go about making a trailer like this. He immediately shook his head. No, I did not. Receiving the answer, the anger within her rose even higher. Yeon-hee suddenly looked Jin-tae straight in the eye, accusing him loudly. You just copied the rookie's development video the very next day. Even if you two are working on the same project, this is unacceptable. If this is what you are going to do, it is embarrassing to let you stand here and be called a PD. Faced with a barrage of spears pointed straight at him, Jin-tae was almost speechless. On this side, Jun-soo gaped in surprise. Writer Kim Yeon-hee is this kind of person. If she sees someone doing something wrong, she will criticize them harshly no matter who it is. That is why even veteran PDs can't take her lightly. Thinking of this, he could not help but think, she is quite terrifying. But, that idiot dared to challenge me. At the same time, Seong-jin directed a sharp gaze toward Jun-soo. Newbie, if your work is the same, then just say it now. Everyone is busy. He affirmed once more. Not at all, I am very confident. Hearing that, he looked helpless. Jin-tae said he was very confident too. Seeing this, Jun-soo declared firmly, I will not let you down. Believe me. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Seong-jin wavered for a moment. He turned and whispered to Min-chan. Before long, he pressed the button to activate the display screen. Inside, a soft cheer rose, drawing the eyes of everyone in the meeting room. First was Miso's exclamation. Paris is so beautiful. Jackson chimed in, that is right. Then he happily made a suggestion, smile. Immediately after, Jackson's tone changed. Sister, what on earth are you holding? Miso turned with a malicious smile. Are you talking about this? It is nothing. Hearing that, he became even more panicked. How can that be nothing? On this side, Hyun-young hurriedly pursed her lips. Jae-hoon could not help but laugh out loud. This scene is so funny. Seeing this, she finally dared to laugh freely. I am not the only one holding back a laugh. Am I? Back to Yeon-hee. She gave a serious evaluation. The atmosphere among the cast is good, and the theme is quite impressive, to a certain extent. Saying this, Yeon-hee solemnly declared, this is the real level of trailer making. Jun-soo felt even more proud upon hearing that. Of course. Suddenly Seong-jin spoke up, but he continued in a clearly skeptical tone. It is a bit strange, is not it? Newbie, did you ask someone from outside to do this? Hearing this, Jun-soo shook his head and denied. No, how could I? Seong-jin was still suspicious. So, did you help him? Faced with the sudden question, Min-chan immediately rejected it. You know I was stuck in the editing room because I had to do the final part, right? Seeing this, he turned to him in amazement. So you did the CG all by yourself? Jun-soo hesitated for a moment. Actually, he fell into thought. Although the CG was just above average, did I overdo it? After a moment of silence, Jun-soo gave a very natural answer. I did this while learning by watching clips during the mid-editing session. There are many courses lately, and some QTube videos as well. Saying this, he gave a forced smile. This was my first time, so I guessed the CG. Opposite him, Seong-jin unconsciously smiled. Immediately after, he stood up and made a proposal. No need to see anymore. Let us use the newbies version. Seong-jin approached Jun-soo and marveled. You are amazing. He nodded slightly and replied, thank you, sir. Min-chan praised him for the first time. It is really humorous. You must have worked very hard. Hyun-young chimed in quickly. Well done. Jun-soo smiled happily after hearing that. Yes, thank you for watching. Leaving the office, Hyun-young turned excitedly to Minchon. See? I told you PD Kang would win. He looked helpless. I should not have bet on PD Go. A waste of money. Behind them, he laughed helplessly. I see. It seems everyone made a bet. I think everyone should have bet on me. Inside the office, only Jin Tae remained with rising rage. He could not help but slam the table. No way. Jin Tae gripped his hands in anger, frantically denying it. No way. In that moment, he almost collapsed before Jun-soo. Jin Tae trembled. I lost to that guy, Kang. My trailer was truly pathetic. Kang Jun-soo. That guy is strange. He must be hiding some secret. And Jackson Kim, who was responsible for this trailer. He ruined the Gorilla Date trailer. Just then, Nim Cheol walked in, surprised. Is someone here? He asked concernedly. Are you okay, senior? You do not look well. Do you want a drink? Hearing this, Jin Tae instinctively fixed his gaze on Nim Cheol's name tag. JBC, PD, Kim Nim Cheol. He asked curiously. Are you also a newbie? He replied quickly. Yes, that is right. My name is Kim Nim Cheol from the 10th generation. Receiving the answer, Jin Tae gave a sinister smile. I understand. On the other side, Jun-soo could not help but complain to himself. It felt good to crush that trash go Jin Tae, but now I have to review everything and send the soft copy to them. The work is piled up like a mountain. Just then, a small noise rang out. He immediately turned his head. Yes, who is it? Jun-soo looked up at the person opposite him. Writer Nim. Yeon-hee called out sternly. PD Kang Nim. She walked quickly to him and made a proposal. I want to talk. Hearing this, Jun-soo was momentarily confused. Why so sudden? He replied hesitantly. Yes. Noticing the anxiety on Jun-soo's face, Yeon-hee reminded him. Relax. He sighed inwardly. She makes me nervous. She suddenly spoke. It is nothing interesting. That is what I heard and I want to verify it. Hearing this, Jun-soo could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What? Writer Kim Yeon-hee is not someone who believes in superpowers. Immediately after, Yeon-hee sternly questioned. PD Kang, you won't be working in this department long term, right? As soon as she finished, Jun-soo's inner self completely collapsed. His voice trembled. Do you mean that? Seeing this, Yeon-hee smiled slightly and took out a bag. First, let us eat. A short while later, Jun-soo happily opened the chopsticks. Thank you. How did you know I skipped a meal? She chuckled. PD Hyun told me. He nodded slightly. Well, thanks for the meal. Yeon-hee replied. Alright. Then she asked with concern. Do you need anything else? Jun-soo replied blankly. What? I do not really need anything else. His face changed immediately, a feeling of unease rising. No way. This person. After a moment of silence, Jun-soo gave a faint smile. You also bet on me, did not you? Yeon-hee replied nonchalantly. Of course. She casually bragged about her achievement. I bet 100,000 won on PD Kang. Hearing this, he became even more helpless. It seems everyone is having fun. Yeon-hee did not hesitate to admit. I was prepared to ask you for compensation if you lost, but I am very surprised that you did better than I expected, and keep up the good work in the future. Receiving the encouragement, Jun-soo nodded happily. Alright, thank you. Before leaving, Yeon-hee suddenly raised her voice. Oh, that is right. I came here to tell you about something else as well. Jun-soo was bewildered. What is it? I hope she does not mention superpowers like the others, right? She was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke. Actually, you are hiding something, are not you? As soon as she finished, Jun-soo's whole body instinctively trembled, his heart in utter turmoil. Thinking back, she had asked that question before. Did she know something about him? Yeon-hee looked straight into Jun-soo's eyes. I am right, are not I? Don't even think about lying to me. Hearing this, he made a decision. Then, on this side, she narrowed her eyes and observed Jun-soo. Because I have heard some things. Hearing this, he became even more tense. What should I do? Yeon-hee's voice lowered. The truth is, I heard you plan to become a PD for the film department. Jun-soo replied in shock. What? He was almost stunned. What on earth? I was worried for nothing. Opposite him, she burst out laughing. Why are you so worried? I have heard your name a lot lately. Then Yeon-hee happily made a proposal. So, what do you think? Jun-soo was thoughtful. The film department, a scene from the past, suddenly reappeared in the film area. Jun-soo looked around restlessly. He could not help but worry. The goal he always dreamed of, he regretted only being an assistant director for 10 years in his previous life. But, thinking of this, Jun-soo was pensive. Returning to the present, he looked straight into Yeon-hee's eyes. Everything has changed now, and now, with my memories from my previous life, I want to make a name for myself in the entertainment industry. Then Jun-soo admitted frankly, it is true that I wanted to work in the film department, but that was before. Now, I am starting to like the entertainment side, because this kind of industry provides so many perspectives, which makes it more interesting when it is brought closer to people's lives. Yeon-hee laughed. You must have misunderstood because I looked like I was testing you, did not I? Jun-soo was momentarily dazed. What? She added, that is not the reason I came here. Talking about this, I personally did it out of curiosity. So, it means you do not like the film department anymore. He quietly observed Yeonhee's expression, assessing her face. It did not seem like she was lying, so he did not need to hide it anymore. Jun-soo's gaze became determined. It is not like that. I still like the film industry. One day, I want to take on the position of a film director. Anyway, I want to dedicate myself to my work. This will be the foundation for my future work. Hearing the answer, Yeonhee smiled slightly. Just as I thought, he is not just an ordinary newbie. Then she suddenly walked quickly toward him. After a moment of silence, Yeonhee spoke softly, I hope your heart won't change. Suddenly, she reached out and touched Jun-soo. Because I am very curious about the future you want to draw. Hearing this, Jun-soo did not know how to react. The future he wanted to draw, she was curious about that. After saying that, Yeonhee just smiled and turned to leave. I just came here to say that. So cheer up and keep that spirit in your work. On this side, he watched her retreating back. How strange. Immediately after Yeonhee left, Jun-soo was pensive again. Honestly, I did not think I would be encouraged by writer Kim Yeonhee. I never expected someone as talented as her with such a personality to say that. Or is it just because I have only been back in the past for a few weeks? I heard you and your fiancé have chosen a wedding date. I guess there is not another purpose, is there? Those are things I could say if I took them as truth, but it is quite different from what I knew before. Thinking of this, Jun-soo made another guess. Or is it because I have changed? I think I have to be more careful in the future. On this side, the recording ended with Sia's loud shout, everyone, see you in Taiwan. Then the director shouted, cut. The tense atmosphere immediately vanished, and sighs of relief echoed across the set. Good work. Everyone, the camera crew will clear the rest and move when they are finished. In a small corner, a man struggled to lift a bag. Seeing this, Jun-soo quickly approached. Leave that to me, Director Nim, he laughed. Thank you. You do not have to do that. He still quickly took it. No, it is fine. A while later, the man expressed his gratitude. Thanks to PD Kang Nim, I could clean and arrange everything so quickly. By the way, PD Kang Nim, that new trailer posted last week, I heard you made it yourself. It is very interesting. Jun-soo looked up blankly. The news has already reached the lighting team. The man gave a soft laugh. Not just the lighting team, but the whole entertainment department knows. They even say you completely crushed PD Go. He laughed loudly. That is a bit of an exaggeration. He then praised him relentlessly. Don't be so humble. My kids laughed their heads off watching that trailer. Then the man asked curiously, does it mean you or PD Go will be moving to another team? Jun-soo quickly denied it. I do not think so. We are working on the same project. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Then gave a sympathetic shrug. I guess it will be quite uncomfortable for him. I do not know if you were the senior and I was the newbie, I would be uncomfortable about that. He just smiled slightly, a strange feeling rising in his heart. In a way, everyone has become his fan. What was wrong with him? The man suddenly burst out laughing. Anyway, PD Kang Nim, give me some of your luck. You are the lucky charm of Hidden Mission after all. Jun-soo could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Lucky charm, he laughed heartily. You did not know, everyone calls you that. I am off now. Thanks for the help. Now Jun-soo stood motionless. He frowned deeply. I did not intend for it to be like this. And when the lighting director said that, just then the phone rang. Jun-soo looked blankly at the screen. What is wrong with him? He quickly picked up. Yes, Nim Chiel speaking. The familiar voice immediately came through. Jun-soo, are you still filming? Jun-soo urged him. No, go ahead, I am free. He suddenly asked. You are in the same team as PD Go Jin-tae, right? He affirmed, without much thought. Right. But why are you asking so suddenly? Is something wrong? Hearing that, Nim Chiel hesitated for a few seconds, seemingly unsure of how to start. Well, on this side, Jun-soo's face quickly froze. Immediately after, he could not help but let out a curse. What Go Jin-tae, that son of a bitch. In another scene, a plane slowly ascended into the air. At the Taiwan airport, someone called out softly, Ms. Sia. Jin-tae appeared out of nowhere with a mocking smile. At this hour, the lodge should not be far. When you get there, all you need to do is check in, since it seems the room assignments are random. Hearing this, she looked awkward. I am sorry, but are you not supposed to tell me that? I thought the name of the show was Hidden Mission. Jin-tae let out a breath. Alright, do not worry. On this side, Jun-soo turned and glared at him. Go Jin-tae, that dog, still trying to hit on Hansia. What is she going to do? He should have been kicked out of there already. Hansia's name is also very popular with the public. Even as a PD, he should not talk so thoughtlessly like that. At that moment, Jun-soo threw a sharp look toward him. Go Jin-tae, I know you are extremely annoying, but, recalling the previous call, Nim Chiel asked curiously, you are in the same team as PD Go Jin-tae, right? That person asked a lot about you. There is a group chat sharing information among other producers. Inside, messages appeared sequentially. Someone asked, urgently, is Hidden Mission going to be filmed in Taiwan? Below, Jin-tae quickly confirmed, yes, but I do not know if it will be okay. Nim Cheol saw this and typed, "Is something wrong?" On the other end, Nim Cheol's voice continued, "I do not think he is that kind of person. Never mind. Forget it." In the message, Jin Tae was hesitant. "There are some problems in the group. Lately there has been a lot of trouble because of PD Kang. I can't trust him." Hearing this, Jun Su's eyes widened, his heart burning with rage. "That bastard. I guess he is trying to smear me. Do you want to use dirty tricks like you did in the past life, you bastard?" Back to Nim Cheol, he recounted hesitantly. "And I happened to meet PD Go Jin Tae, but before hearing him speak, I realized something was wrong, so I was cautious." Hearing this, he became even more experienced. "What?" On the other end, he continued. "It was." Hearing that, the corner of Junsu's mouth twitched. "If that is the case, the story will be very different. I owe you one this time." Then he quickly ended the conversation. "Thanks, I will buy you a drink later." In Junsu's heart, he could not help but feel smug. I did not think things would go this far. "Go Jin Tae, you are finished." Returning to the present, he called out loudly, "Miss Sia." After that, "You can. Sia, can you come here for a moment?" Sia instinctively turned her head. "Yes." She ran straight to Junsu without hesitation. "Did you call me PD Nim?" He leaned in and lowered his voice. "I thought you were in trouble, so I called. It would be bad if you lost energy from talking and stress before filming." Sia smiled appreciatively, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Yes, thank you." The image of the two talking happily happened to be seen by Jin Tae. The hatred in his heart was clearly rising. A long while later, Sia flopped onto a chair and let out a long sigh. The harsh sunlight fell on Sia's face, and she could not help but complain, "It is so hot, I am hungry and thirsty too. I wish I could have a glass of cold water." Seeing this, Junsu smiled encouragingly. "Sia, I heard you were filming first, are not you?" Hearing that, Sia looked even more tired. But then she made a fuss. "It is too hot for a human to survive. The mission budget is so low. What is this about 4,001, just 4,001? Seeing this, he chuckled. "The mission won't be simple." Suddenly Sia sat bolt upright, directed a curious look at him. "Didn't you say there would be snacks? I feel like I am about to die of thirst." "I will do it right now." Junsu laughed and immediately stood up to prepare. "Good, then let us do the mission." Each type of card contains a location, a goal, and detailed mission instructions. Choose one card of each type and perform the mission. You have to do it in 3 minutes. Immediately after, he held out a cup of milk tea with full toppings to Sia. Then Junsu gave a teasing smile. "When time is up, I will drink it. The mission ends when this cup is empty." She quickly regained her determination and smiled confidently. "All right, got it." Immediately, he took out a straw and poked it straight into the milk teacup. Junsu shook it slightly while not forgetting to remind her, "I won't let you play it that easy. If you can't complete it within the specified time, I will drink it in front of you." Hearing that, Sia screamed in frustration, "No, don't look at it." Before long, the mission cards were laid out. Get a kiss on the cheek from a child on the street. Sia narrowed her eyes at each card, smiling confidently. Get a kiss on the cheek from a child on the street. Piece of cake. The corner of Sia's lip twitched confidently. "I am very good at playing peekaboo." Junsu silently followed her every move, feeling a bit bewildered. How does she know about that? Later, Sia smiled friendly, leaning slightly toward the group of children with a close and gentle look. "Hello everyone, I have something I want to ask." After speaking, she told herself, "I will definitely win." Suddenly Sia poked her finger into her cheek to signal. "Children. Right here. Right here." Seeing this, the children turned and whispered to each other. One of the children suddenly poked his finger into Junsu's cheek. Sia's expression froze. "Not that." Junsu's urgent reminder rang out. "Miss Sia, you have 1 minute left." She frantically pointed to her cheek. "Right here." The countdown closed with his rapid shout. 3, 2, 1, 3 minutes are up. Seeing this, Sia screamed, "No, drink slowly." On this side, Junsu nonchalantly drained the cup of milk tea. Witnessing that scene, she yelled, "Stop, PD Kang Nim." At that moment, he suddenly stopped. "There is a pearl stuck in my throat." Sia did not care and smiled nonchalantly. "Good." Seizing that moment, she immediately leaned down and called the children in a pleading voice. "Children, look here, here on the cheek." One of the children shrewdly understood the problem. The little girl immediately leaned up and kissed Sia's cheek. When finished, she turned back excitedly. "The mission is complete, right?" Junsu did not forget to remind her, "But you are 10 seconds late." Sia blurted out a curse. So mean. Night came, and he happily praised everyone. "You all did great work." Before long, the group was clinking glasses. Junsu laughed and turned to Sohin. "It is the last day of filming, is not it?" She could not help but exclaim, "Right, you worked so hard. I think the results will be good." He acted humble again. "It is all thanks to everyone. Everyone worked very hard." On this side, Sia kept grumbling, "I have been dieting until I went with you, and I also lost weight because of you." Jackson chuckled. Is it that bad? She breathed out. Isn't it? Because it was too hot. I wanted to drink water, but the snack mission time was up and he drank all of it. He only left me one bite because I could not complete the meal mission. He is a devil. Another person threw a mocking remark. PD Kang Nim is so mean, Jun-soo explained. That was for the filming. Now you can eat as much as you like without worrying about me ruining it. At the same time, Seong-jin sighed. We are out of beer. Jun-soo stood up first. I will go buy more. Alright, he smiled with satisfaction. Go on. As soon as he stepped outside, a dark figure hurriedly followed. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. PD Nim. Let us go together. Jun-soo stopped and turned to look at Sia in surprise. Sia, why are you here? I can go by myself. She bowed her head, panting incessantly. Are you going to bring all of them alone? And, I am a bit tipsy too, so I came out to sober up. The moment Sia looked up, his heart seemed to skip a beat. After a moment of silence, Jun-soo reminded her, alright, let us walk slowly. He could not help but marvel in his heart. Celebrities really look like paintings, do not they? She looks like she just stepped out of a painting. On this side, Jin-tae was nonchalantly puffing on a cigarette. His face immediately changed. What is this? Jin-tae looked at the two with dissatisfaction, speaking in a drunken voice. Hey, what is with this atmosphere? Are you two dating? Then Jin-tae intentionally spoke loudly so everyone nearby could hear. If others see this, they will think you two are dating. No, are you two already dating? It did not stop there. He even threw a mocking remark. Going further than Min Young, are not you? Seeing Jun-soo silent, Jin-tae shouted. Hey, why are not you saying anything? Or do you think your senior is joking? He remained calm, his gaze growing cold. I am sorry, senior. If you are drunk, then go home and sleep. Why behave like this in front of the cast? His eyes widened, his face immediately darkened as he did not expect a retort. What? Hey, what are you trying to say? Jun-soo immediately looked Jin-tae straight in the eye, every word coming out decisively and without hesitation. Didn't you hear me? If you are drunk, then go home and sleep. Senior, he repeated it one more time, his voice dropping. Did you hear me? If you are drunk, go home and sleep. Senior, Jin-tae's face turned bright red with rage. The alcohol made him lose almost all reason. Are you crazy? You dare talk like that to your senior? Sia moved closer to Jun-soo with concern. PD Neum, he spoke softly to reassure her. I am fine. Just act like you did not hear those words. It seems the senior is quite drunk. On this side, Jin-tae spoke words of utter bitterness, every word intentionally humiliating Jun-soo. Come on, you are not professional at all, are you? Look at you, flirting, and praising how wonderful she was while filming. He approached, pointing his finger straight at him. You are a loser, a complete failure. Jun-soo slowly turned his head back. I only wanted to confront him in silence, because Miss Sia is here, but go Jin-tae. I think you are finished today. After a moment of silence, he made a proposal. Miss Hansia, you can go back first. I have a few words to say to him and then I will follow. But, she hesitated for a moment. Well, Jun-soo tried to reassure her, saying he could not leave him like this and told her not to worry and just go. Sia hesitated. PD Neem. She looked at him for a few more seconds before nodding slightly. Sia slowly left the scene, looking clearly concerned. As soon as she was out of sight, Jin-tae burst into laughter, swaying as he spat out mocking insults. Do you think we are filming a romance movie? I am practically in tears here. Look, my eyes are watering. You are acting like some prince. Jun-soo looked annoyed as he watched the cigarette smoke drift into the air. Don't you know this is a no-smoking area? He replied defiantly. So what? I am smoking anyway. Across from him, Jun-soo's expression darkened. Jun-soo remained calm, glanced around briefly, and spoke in a steady voice. Anyway, I have a few things to say, but maybe we should find somewhere quiet. Senior, go Jin-tae. He glared coldly at him. Go Jin-tae, you picked the wrong target. Do you think I will let you off that easily? Jun-soo looked Jin-tae straight in the eye, his face unfazed by the aggression. Senior, let us be honest. You have a huge problem with me, do not you? Or, do you feel inferior standing in front of me? Are you upset or angry at someone who joined only a month after you? If not, why act like this? I have always been polite to you. I have always treated you as my senior. Then, Jun-soo suddenly leaned in. So what exactly are you so dissatisfied with? Jin-tae wheezed through gritted teeth, his pride wounded. How dare you? You are just a rookie. How can you look at me with such disrespect? Seeing this, Jun-soo let out a short laugh. I am sorry, you have only been here for a month, and you already think you are my senior. You joined through a different route anyway, so do not give me that senior crap. He shouted angrily. You, even if I joined JBC just a month before you, I worked at PBC for 2 years before that. Jun-soo cut him off flatly. So what did you actually contribute during those 2 years? You have not done anything better than me, a rookie who joined a month after you. You are just jealous of my internship scores and the trailer competition. Everyone sees it. On the other side, Jin-tae's body trembled with rage. Jun-soo raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with calm sarcasm. I forgot that you would not know anything, senior, since you did not get this position through the usual way, right? Those words were the final spark. His eyes widened as he lunged forward. You damn brat, do you want to die? In contrast to Jin-tae's fury, Jun-soo just gave a faint smirk. Jun-soo mocked him once more. Look at that, the rookie with the big mouth is losing his mind. I pretended I did not know about all the dirty tricks you played behind my back. He froze for a moment, then shouted back. What? Behind your back, dirty tricks? What proof do you have? At that exact moment, Jun-soo forcefully shoved Jin-tae's hand away. Right after, Jun-soo pulled out a recording, and Jin-tae's own voice echoed out, hey, that Kang Jun-soo guy is a fraud. Everything that guy says is a lie. Isn't he just a con artist? And I know Min-ah Young was being bullied back then too. In the recording, Nim Cheol tried to stop him, but he continued, anyway, senior. Magic. That is ridiculous. That guy is definitely a fraud. He even said his grandmother was a witch, but I know she was just a teacher. His parents are ordinary too, and no one in his family is a witch. Nim Cheol sounded confused in the recording, senior, but that. Did you investigate that on your own? Jin-tae sighed in the recording. What I am worried about is that those might not be the only things he lied about. He acts all innocent, but who knows how filthy his private life is. Anyway, you should be careful. As your senior, I can't just ignore this. I have to warn everyone. Hearing that, Jun-soo questioned him loudly. Now, are you going to say you do not know anything about this either? At this point, Jin-tae was practically speechless. Then Jin-tae smirked. So what? Why do you keep lying? I guessed right about your family, did not I? You are such a good little boy. So you have been lying about your grandmother from the start. Hearing this, Jun-soo's voice turned low and threatening. That is enough. Seeing him get angry, Jin-tae became even more amused, intentionally provoking him with an arrogant smile. What are you going to do if I do not stop? What are you gonna do, huh? Jun-soo took a deep breath, trying to suppress the boiling anger in his chest. His voice dropped an octave. Hey, I told you. Stop. Jin-tae took another step closer, intentionally challenging him. What, you gonna hit me? Go ahead. Try it. Hit me, you won't do it. Immediately, Jun-soo grabbed him by the collar. Hey, what did I say? I told you to stop. When someone is speaking to you nicely, listen. I do not know why, but do not mess with me. Jin-tae looked stunned for a moment. What the? Then he clenched his fist. If you do not let go, I am going to punch you, you bastard. The moment the punch swung toward him, Jun-soo leaned aside to dodge. During the struggle, Jun-soo suddenly stumbled. Damn, I lost my balance. At that moment, Jun-soo reached out and gripped Jin-tae's collar tightly. He used all his strength to pull the man toward him. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Jun-soo's attention. A familiar voice rang out, you too. Seong-jin appeared out of nowhere and yelled. What on earth do you two think you are doing? Jun-soo's voice trembled instinctively. Senior. Why are you here? Seong-jin muttered, you guys. Only then did Jun-soo look down at his hand, which was still death gripping Jin-tae's collar. Seong-jin questioned them angrily. What kind of nonsense is this? Jun-soo panicked inwardly. No, it is going to look like I attacked him first. Seong-jin raised his voice again. You idiots. Why are you fighting here? Jun-soo tried to stay calm and spoke up. Senior. How did you end up here? Meanwhile, Jin-tae turned pale, thinking he was screwed. He tried to explain. There is a bit of a misunderstanding here. Seong-jin growled. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? He looked at both of them slowly and said firmly, I heard everything from start to finish. Hearing this, Jin-tae started shaking, unable to say a word. Then, Seong-jin turned to Jun-soo and gave a calm order. Rookie, send me that recording. He replied blankly, yes sir. After receiving the confirmation, Seong-jin turned his gaze back to Jun-soo, scolding and reminding him. And you, Kang Jun-soo, no matter how well you do your job, you can't be this rude to your senior. Jun-soo bowed slightly. Yes, it is my fault. Seong-jin rubbed his forehead, nursing a headache from the mess he just witnessed, and sighed helplessly. The filming went so well, but then this happens. Jun-soo, go back to the others first. Then he turned back to Jin-tae. And, go Jin-tae. I think you and I need to have a talk. He hesitantly followed Seong-jin. Yes, senior. Seeing that, Jun-soo turned around and left. Once he was away, he let out a sigh of relief. I did it. Good riddance. Go Jin-tae. I intentionally went somewhere deserted, but who would have thought PD Lim Seong-jin would use that restroom? He yelled at me, but it was just for show. Since he accidentally overheard the whole conversation, he knows exactly whose fault it is. I do not need to lift a finger anymore. PD Lim Seong-jin will take care of everything from here. In other words, Jun-soo immediately sent the recording to Seong-jin. When it was done, he wore a triumphant smile. Only that dog Go Jin-tae is going to get handled. You bastard, no matter how hard you try to drag me down, no one in this life is strong enough to go against me. The scene shifted to the next morning. Jun-soo greeted everyone politely. Good morning. He turned to Min-chan curiously. Is Senior Seong-jin not coming in today? He replied reluctantly. He had a bit too much to drink last night, so he might be late. Jun-soo was slightly surprised. That is hard to believe. Even if we just wrapped up yesterday, he really drank a lot. Min-chan glanced behind him. He probably drank because of that guy Go Jin-tae. He instinctively looked toward the corner of the room and immediately noticed something unusual. Come to think of it, is not that Trash's desk a bit too empty? Did he move his stuff already? Jun-soo asked curiously. What happened with Go Jin-tae? I mean, Senior Go Jin-tae. Min-chan replied slowly. He will probably be back later. I think it is better to hear the exact news from Senior Seongjin. Min-chan did not forget to remind him. Anyway, it is going to be tough for you. I just found out he was quite upset. If I had known, I would have helped you, but I did not know anything. I am sorry. He just smiled gently. It is fine. There is nothing to worry about. Seeing that, Min-chan cheerfully suggested. Anyway, want some coffee? My treat. Jun-soo immediately looked up. Let me go get it. Min-chan declined. It is okay. I have a few things to do downstairs anyway. I will buy it on my way back. Hearing that, he spoke up hesitantly. Then, could I have an iced Americano with lots of whipped cream, 1 pump of syrup and caramel, and 1 shot of espresso? Min-chan froze for a few seconds. Whipped cream? What? Jun-soo quickly replied. In that case, just an Americano. Hearing that, Min-chan hurriedly turned around. I am off. Text me what you want. I am going. He bowed slightly and replied with a polite smile. Yes, senior. Thank you. Soon, Jun-soo was left alone in the room. He instinctively turned his head toward Jin-tae's corner desk. Looking at the empty space, Jun-soo slowly pieced together what had happened after last night's confrontation. There was nothing left on the desk. Yesterday, no one was allowed to leave, but he guessed only Go Jin-tae was called out to pack his things. Remembering how Go Jin-tae did not say much about coming back, he figured he was told not to talk about it. Alright, let us end this messy relationship before it gets any more complicated. Just then, a sound caught his attention. Immediately after, a familiar voice drifted over. Seongjin appeared suddenly, his voice sounding dry. Is anyone here? As soon as he saw Jun-soo, Seongjin looked bewildered. Good grief, what are you? Over here, Jun-soo snapped out of his momentary shock. Jun-soo looked at the familiar face in surprise. Senior Lim Seongjin, he thought to himself. You scared me to death. He does not look so good. Jun-soo asked with concern. Did you drink too much last night? Seongjin scolded him. It is because of you, you idiot. Hearing that, he was momentarily flustered. I am sorry. Turning back to Seongjin, the man quickly sat down. After a moment of silence, Seongjin suddenly announced, Jin-tae decided to move to another project. The moment the words were out, Jun-soo's inner self was dancing for joy. On the outside, he pretended to feel guilty. I am so sorry. Seongjin immediately dismissed it. No need to apologize. We had to transfer one of you anyway. Jun-soo asked hesitantly. So when you said you had to drink last night? Seongjin confirmed. That is right. Jin-tae, the production head, and I discussed the project while drinking. I had to hand him over. Jun-soo pondered for a moment, then looked up and asked curiously, which project was he transferred to? To his surprise, the man answered briefly, Two-Faced. You know that project, right? Jun-soo replied awkwardly. Yes, then he questioned him seriously. PD Kim Young-jun is the head PD of that project, right? Without making Jun-soo wait, Seongjin confirmed. Jin-tae also said he wanted to go there. Jun-soo muttered under his breath, I hope everything goes well. Seongjin sighed softly. Anyway, the youngest person who used to work there said they wanted to move to a different department, so I suggested he fill the vacant spot. Meanwhile, Jun-soo's eyes wavered as memories of the future surfaced again. Two-Faced. So Go Jin-tae will take my old position. In my previous life, they worked quite well together, but everything is different now. Since Go Jin-tae was transferred to another department, it is like he has been kicked off the hidden mission team. Thinking of this, Jun-soo speculated, meaning Go Jin-tae is going to get a taste of how Kim Young-jun treated me in my past life. No, I am sure it will be even worse for Jin-tae than it was for me. Pulling back his thoughts, he looked at Seongjin and calmly asked one more question. Anyway, Senior Jin-tae went there because he wanted to, right? Seongjin nodded slightly. Doesn't Two-Faced have stable ratings? He said he wanted to start learning step by step. Upon hearing the answer, the corners of Jun-soo's mouth involuntarily curled up. He laughed to himself. I am not sure it will be pleasant there. But well, do your best. Elsewhere, Jin-tae was cursing under his breath. Damn it, Kang Jon-soo, you bastard. I can't believe I got kicked out so miserably because of you, but I am glad I do not have to deal with that hidden mission that is about to be cancelled, or listen to Senior Lim yelling all day. I knew my luck was always good. Then he reached for the doorknob. Alright, this is going to be a fresh start. The door opened, and Jin-tae bowed deeply to the people in the room with a polite demeanor. Good morning, seniors. My name is Go Jin-tae. I will be working on the Two-Faced project from now on. Someone in the room laughed. Here he is. Everyone, say hello. This is the rookie I mentioned. Nice to meet you. I have heard quite a bit about you. Let us work well together. Receiving an unexpectedly warm welcome, he smiled, and expectations began to rise in his heart. Great, I have a good feeling about this. Then Jin-tae looked up. Please look after me. I will do my best. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Jun approached him. Alright. From now on, the man gave a mocking smirk. Welcome to Two-Face. Work hard, rookie. The sound of clinking glasses and enthusiastic cheering rose in unison. Cheers to Kang Jun-soo. Nim Cheol immediately patted his shoulder to reassure him. It must have been tough, but you finally got rid of that bastard. Jun-soo smiled. Thank you, Nim Cheol. He replied with a sigh. No need to thank me. Of course I would help you. I was so angry I could not stand it. Ha Young paused as she had a bad premonition. So Senior Lim Seong-jin heard the recording. He remained calm. Of course. He heard everything, right from the moment go. Jin Tae started picking a fight with me. Nim Cheol spoke up hesitantly with a confused look. I can't believe it. He even helped Go Jin Tae transfer to a new project. She could not help but comment, I think he is a good person. Our seniors also praise Senior Lim Seong-jin a lot. Jun-soo fell into a calculated silence. As expected, Seong-jin's sudden praise made him pause. Well done, rookie. His eyes looked heavy with thought. You must have endured a lot. I am very sorry I could not handle everything from the start. Jun-soo's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. No, senior. I am sorry for making you worry. An enigmatic smile appeared on Seong-jin's face. Anyway, I can't understand how Go Jin Tae could talk so big about your family. That cheat bastard. Even if your grandmother is not a witch, it can't be denied after everything. How could I doubt your powers? He stammered, unable to find the right words in his awkwardness. How should I explain this? That is, the man remained calm. Forget it. You do not have to explain if you do not want to. Because you really are useful. Jun-soo's eyes were filled with a mix of emotions as Seong-jin emphasized. You should be proud of yourself. Even if you do not share the same blood, you still have supernatural abilities, do not you? His voice dropped, carrying authority. That is why, stand tall. And tell me when you have new ideas. Jun-soo's face turned to one of admiration. Ed Lim Seong-jin. Jun-soo fell into deep thought. He still believes I have superpowers. He is such a superstitious person. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a knowing smile. A good person, definitely. Jun-soo spoke up with concern. By the way, how are you doing, Ha Young? I heard your team has been busy lately. Ha Young sighed helplessly. Oh gosh, there is a special broadcast commemorating the 500th episode next month. I am practically dying here. She bowed her head and complained. The casting process is too hard. He asked hesitantly, who are you planning to cast? Ha, Young's voice turned heavy. I am thinking of Yuna-hee, but she is so hard to cast. Jun-soo was surprised. Yuna-hee, even though she is a singer, she is a star with excellent acting skills. Not only that, she also works as a solo singer and is extremely popular. With that talent, she is definitely more than enough to be the headliner for Lee Ha Young's weekend star show. She spoke awkwardly with a look of despair. But there is a problem. The broadcast is live, so there is nothing we can do. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, a live show. Nim Cheol raised an eyebrow. The logistics crew is going to be dead. Jun-soo muttered, good luck. Ha Young questioned them indignantly. What are you two talking about? She flashed a smile with cold, murderous intent. You two will be in the same boat later. Thinking of going somewhere, the big news is that all the junior PDs in the entertainment industry have to participate this time. A moment later, Ha Young turned and shouted excitedly, Madam, a few more 500cc mugs over here, please. A few days later, the room fell silent. Now, does anyone have any ideas? Seong-jin looked serious. We do not have much time, so we should pick a nearby Asian country. It would be better if there is a city where you know the situation well, or even have a few small connections. His voice was low and commanding. Even weird ideas are fine. Say something. Everyone immediately avoided eye contact. How is that possible? Jun-soo's expression was a mix of complex emotions. We are flying blind. Preparing to shoot the hidden mission requires 3 stages. Each schedule in the plan was outlined in detail. 1. Choose a hunting location for surveying and exploration. The next task was also clearly noted. 2. Down. Arrange personnel at the filming location. Finally, the most important task, 3. Filming. He fell into a deep, calculated thought. Anyway, when we filmed in Taiwan, there was news of a predicted delay, so no one is expecting much from the next shoot, and it is already too late to go back to the first step. Jun-soo suddenly paused with a bad feeling. Overseas. There is nowhere left to go. He stood up decisively and made a suggestion. PD Lim, how about we film in Korea? He hesitated. In Korea, Jun-soo continued to explain confidently in detail. In the previous episode of Hidden Mission, we already took trips to Jongsan and Gangwon-do and Mokpo in Jeollado. Seong-jin rubbed his chin in thought. In Korea, Min-chan, sitting nearby, spoke up awkwardly. About that, we can't go abroad because we do not have enough budget. A firm voice cut in. I think it is a great idea. So Hin's face turned solemn. Rather than going abroad and making a mess due to lack of preparation, it would be better to film in Korea. Hyun-young also quickly agreed. That is right. We will have enough time if we film here. A moment later, Seong-jin announced loudly, "Alright, Min-chan, can you help me find a hunting location?" He replied firmly, "Sure, I will get right on it." A smirk slowly appeared on his face. Then, the rookie, Writer Kim, Writer Hong, and the team leader will go to the location. I will take a trip with Writer Young. Is everyone okay with that? The response came in unison. Understood, senior. Seong-jin's gaze then fell on him. So, rookie, since you came up with the idea, he held up the map excitedly. Where in Korea do you think we should go most? Junsu was momentarily flustered. I am not really sure. She smiled and commented, this is the most beautiful season to film scenes with roses. He agreed immediately, that is right. He seemed to realize something as Hyun-young sighed softly. But if we film now, it will be June, so the flowers might be a bit wilted. Her face was full of adoration. Lavender is also beautiful. June is lavender season. Even if we just film a few scenes in front of a lavender field, it would be stunning. There are also a few festivals. Hyun-young continued her suggestion, roses and lavender. It would be great if we could have both. A thought flashed through Junsu's mind. Wait, I have got it. A place where you can see both. A place where you can enjoy the glamorous red roses and the gentle purple of lavender. One of the few places where you can enjoy both at once. Tongyang, Gyeongsangnam-do. Because it is in the south, the weather is humid, so the lavender will bloom in late May. He fell into deep thought. We can see them there. He raised an eyebrow knowingly. Rookie, judging by your face, you have a new idea, do not you? Junsu immediately spoke up excitedly. Yes, I just remembered a very beautiful place. A place in Gyeongnam where you can see roses and lavender at the same time. Sa-yoon followed up hesitantly with doubt. Are you talking about Tongyang, Heon Village? His expression was a mix of complex emotions. Wait, this is 2021. There should not be an airport there yet. Yes, do you know it too? She spoke slowly. I have been there a few times for work, so I know it. Then Sae-sun let out a heavy sigh. I thought it was an ideal filming location, so I spoke to the landowner. But recently, when I contacted him, he seemed quite rude. Junsu's expression changed upon hearing this. But if we can persuade him. Why so suddenly? Did something happen? Everyone had a bad premonition. Did an accident happen there? Hyun-young also chimed in hesitantly. I heard something on TV. Was not it somewhere near there? A firm voice rang out. There was a murder. It felt like a bolt from the blue to him. What? A murder? The rose fields in Haeon Village, Tongyang, had become famous over the last 4 or 5 years. Junsu fell into deep thought, calculating the situation. I did not know such a thing happened back then, but the owner suddenly changed his attitude, and then a murder occurred. Suspicion flared up within him. Something about this does not seem like a coincidence. Junsu felt an ill omen. Although I know the truth will come to light a few years later, what if that is the reason it did not get noticed sooner? There are no strange rumors in the future. If that is the case, there is a high chance it is a misunderstanding that gets resolved later. He remained focused. If we miss this place, we won't have enough time to find another. So, should I point out that it is just a misunderstanding? The man sighed with regret. It seems like an ideal place to film, but I guess there is nothing we can do. What a pity. Junsu immediately interrupted. No, senior. He spoke firmly with a face full of confidence. I can persuade him. Her expression changed instantly. Don't joke around. I was practically cursed at when I went there. Junsu still declared, it is fine, I will find a way. Seong-jin's voice dropped with authority. Fine, 1 week. We will be behind schedule if it takes any longer than that. A determined smile slowly spread across his face. Whatever the reason, the future has already proven the value of that flower garden to me. There is nothing I can't do. A moment later, Junsu patted his chest and announced confidently, yes, I understand. I will negotiate with the owner and finish it on time. Please prepare the mission that can bring the show to Korea. He fell into a brief moment of reflection. I did not intend to brag about it. Junsu's mind went blank for a second. But I do not know exactly what happened. He stopped abruptly when he saw news appearing online. Found it. The Tongyang case. Admitting responsibility. News about the murder in Tongyang. A 27-year-old man named Kim, suspected of being the culprit in the strange case in Haeon Village, Tongyang, has confessed to the crime during his 17th interrogation. Junsu's face was a mix of complex emotions. But I think I have seen this somewhere before. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked deeper into the case. Admitting investigation errors in the Tongyang case. The father of Mr. Kim, the 27-year-old found to be the culprit, has filed an appeal regarding his son's case, citing investigation errors. Junsu felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, this is just like that 2025 event, a case where the real killer was discovered long after the suspect confessed. His face was now dripping with sweat. If there is a link between these two events, then the real killer is someone else. Jae-hoon could not hide his shock as he exclaimed, really? Junsu's expression turned serious. I was thinking of a different lead, but I thought it would be better to let someone I know handle this case. The young man let out an excited exclamation. Thank you, our show can definitely use this. PD Song Jae-hoon worked on the Tracking X-Files project, a show that reopens cold cases and searches for the truth, so they welcomed any suspicion. His eyes gleamed with calculation. Furthermore, after investigating the case more thoroughly, my prediction was spot on. Jun-soo frowned with determination. If we can handle this, we can save the broadcast and expose the killer. Jae-hoon could not help but praise him for providing such detailed information. And even this. How can I ever thank you enough? Jun-soo remained calm. It is nothing. I am just glad I can help a colleague. He suddenly clenched his hands as he struggled to speak. But, Jae-hoon spoke hesitantly, it will be a bit difficult for me to pull this off. Jun-soo looked confused. Why is that? The man awkwardly avoided eye contact with a bad feeling. Since I am the most junior member, it will be very hard to pursue this case without ironclad evidence. There are a lot of other cases lately too. Hearing that, Jun-soo questioned him urgently. Wait, is that not okay? But this case needs an urgent investigation. Can't we reconsider? Jae-hoon spoke hesitantly after some thought. Then I will save it as a proposal after I have achieved something. Jun-soo's face turned deathly pale. That is far too late. I told you we do not have time. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Jae-hoon, Jun-soo declared firmly, I will do it with you. The other man still hesitated. But, his voice dropped with authority. Aren't two people better than one? And if we want evidence, we have to hurry. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Jae-hoon felt a sense of foreboding. Of course, I would be happy if you came with me. But what about hidden mission? Is it okay for you to leave? We still have a lot of things to monitor regarding the rookies. A subtle smile played on Jun-soo's lips. It is fine, I have already gotten permission. The other man's face showed a mix of complex emotions. Jae-hoon's eyes sparkled with interest. When can you tell me more about that case? Jun-soo thought to himself. As expected of a Tracking X-Files PD, his eyes are full of passion. I should say, I feel relieved. He continued to make a suggestion, and if you do not mind, please give me that source of information. In the Tongyang case, Mr. Kim, the son of the garden owner, had been arrested for murder, and his father continued to file appeals for his son's case, but they were never accepted. His face reflected a myriad of emotions. Everyone knows, but the real killer is not Mr. Kim. Jun-soo immediately clenched his fist to suppress his rage. Even if the case is closed in 2025, it will be too late. Before Mr. Kim, he could not help but feel horrified and helpless. Dies in prison. Jun-soo's eyes gleamed with calculation. Since I know someone else is the real killer, I won't let you end your life like that. His gaze became resolute. I have to save him, but if Jun-soo made too many prophecies, people would get suspicious. That is why he used the people around him as a cover. Jun-soo spoke slowly with a suggestive tone, and to give him the simplest hint. Actually, a friend of mine lives in Tongyang. He continued talking with him. He told me that. The scene shifted as night fell. A knock on the door broke the silence. Good evening, sir. We are from JBC. Jun-soo made a polite request. I am sure there is someone inside. We won't disturb you for long. Could you give us a few minutes? He immediately backed away in horror as Lee Jung charged out with a stick. PD Kang. The old man gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. You dogs. Lee Jung's eyes widened with resentment as he questioned them. You want to use my field for filming, do not you? How much more do you want to provoke me? He warned them with a sharp voice. Get out of here now, scram. Get out. Jae-hoon spoke tremblingly. Sir, please calm down. Jun-soo made a determined declaration. We are here because of your son. Lee Jung's expression changed instantly. Mentioning that again. What do you want to know? He hurriedly backed away, but still spoke firmly. Isn't it true that he was wrongly accused? His body trembled as his lips quivered. Wrongly accused. The space suddenly became silent. Lee Jung could not suppress his rage. Why are you bringing up my son? Jun-soo spoke with a steady voice. I know he is not the killer. So, to investigate the truth of the case, I want your permission. Can you give us some time? His hand gripped the stick so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A moment later, Lee Jung decisively turned and walked into the house. His eyes coldly commanded, follow me. The two of them felt a sigh of relief. All right. Lee Jung placed a cup of tea on the table and lowered his voice. I am sorry about earlier. I am a bit sensitive about my son's situation. But the broadcasting stations keep bothering me about filming, so I went a bit overboard. Jun-soo's face turned serious. Of course, sir. We completely understand how you feel. He helplessly put his hand to his forehead and spoke in a choked voice. It is heartbreaking to have people around me mocking us after my son was wrongly arrested and sent to prison. Lee Jung's trembling hand gripped tight, knuckles white. I wondered if anyone would believe me, since I have no money, and I am ill. Jun-soo's face was a mix of complex emotions. Tears slowly fell. My son was with me in the rice field the day the crime happened. They recorded it, but because the witness was a family member, it was deemed invalid. Hearing his choked voice, Jun-soo paused. My poor innocent child was beaten at the police station to get a confession. After taking those statements, the people at the broadcasting station did not even bother to listen. Lee Jung bowed his head, heavy with sorrow. I raised that boy all these years and never laid a hand on him. He must be in so much pain. He was still lost in painful torment. I have worked on the farm my whole life. How could I ever have enough money to appeal? My child is in prison, and as a father, I can't do anything. Jun-soo fell into a brief reflection. If I am right about what I remember from my past life. He watched Lee Jung's back and could not help but sigh. This man had to face heart disease all on his own. A moment later, Jun-soo approached and lowered his voice to reassure him. We will help you. He took the old man's hand and spoke firmly. We will help your son get justice. Lee Jung spoke hesitantly. You will help me. Jun-soo's eyes were full of determination. Of course. Then he announced decisively, we will definitely help him get out of this. The old man felt flustered. I will be troubling you too then. Jun-soo remained calm. It is no problem at all, sir. We will come see you next time. Suddenly, heavy footsteps rang out. Good evening, sir. Looks like we have some guests. Lee Jung spoke slowly. Officer Park, you are here. Jun-soo paused in surprise. This person. Jun-soo regained his composure and spoke gently. Good evening. We are from JBC. They are going to clear the case of my son. The old man calmly introduced him. This is Officer Park. He comes here every day to help me during these hard times. Hee-jun smirked suggestively. I see. That is good. His eyes gleamed with a trace of murderous intent. I hope. Hee-jun's voice dropped. You can help him. Jun-soo immediately felt an uneasy premonition. Why did he say that? Jun-soo's face was a mix of complex emotions. This person. He fell into deep thought. Where have I seen this man before? The man wore an excited smile, but it hid a mocking tone. Lee Jung sighed. What wind brought a busy man like you here? Hee-jun spoke gently. Didn't you say you were going to replace that car? I just happened to remember you while passing by the used car center. The old man smiled and asked sincerely. Traveling in the opposite direction must be tiring, right? He lowered his voice. It is nothing, since I came to see you. The corner of Hee-jun's mouth quirked up mockingly. And you said these people are from the TV station. Lee Jung's eyes softened. Even though I have not welcomed guests in a long time, I am truly grateful to them for being willing to help with my son's case. The man's expression was a mix of complex emotions. Thanks for trying. Jun-soo felt a cold shiver down his spine. Hee-jun spoke sarcastically. You must be working very hard. He was still smiling, but a murderous aura swirled in his eyes. We are also investigating just as a precaution, so please look after us. Jun-soo shook his hand and followed up awkwardly. Yes, I am honored to cooperate with you. His face changed instantly when he felt the man's grip tighten. Hee-jun's mouth curled into a provocative smile. A moment later, the man happily got into his car. Then I will head back. The old man remained calm. All right. Lee Jung let out a small laugh and looked grateful. He is a good policeman. He helped me when I was in shock over my son. I guess I am very lucky. Jun-soo's eyes immediately filled with caution. That man. The scene shifted to the car moving through a toll booth. Because of this show, it is sad to see people like that. Jae-hoon decisively mapped out a plan. I think we should focus on exposing the truth about this unjust case. Jun-soo agreed. Right. Jun-soo's face was a mix of complex emotions. That policeman's name. His eyes darkened. He is definitely involved in the case, but I can't quite remember. And he is definitely someone I have met in person before. The old man had asked gently. It must be tiring traveling in the opposite direction, right? Jun-soo fell into a brief reflection. Why so suddenly? Did he come here because he knew we were here? The man had kept a calm face, pretending to care. Didn't you say you wanted to change cars? I just suddenly thought of you when I passed the used car center. He seemed to remember something. The used car center. News headlines immediately flashed clearly in Jun-soo's mind. I remember now. The Tongyang murder case. Evidence of the Tongyang murder was found at a used car center. The killer was arrested because of evidence found at a used car center. He decisively turned the steering wheel onto another road. I have to go there. Stop the car. The other man was startled. Are you crazy? We are going to get hit. The car was now moving at high speed. This is an emergency. Please. I will be quick. Please, just hold on a bit longer. In the end, Jun-soo let PD Song go home first, and returned alone. His face was a mix of complex emotions. My mind is a bit out of control. A moment later, Jun-soo stopped the car and got out. His hand was straining to open the car's trunk. Jun-soo's eyes were filled with confusion. What is this? Is it open? His face turned deathly pale. Don't tell me he already. Inside was a bag along with some bloodstains. Here it is. A smile slowly spread across Jun-soo's face. The hard evidence to catch the real killer. He suddenly stopped, alert with high concentration. Jun-soo hurriedly hid with an anxious look. A figure quietly approached the car. On the opposite side, he was trying to hold his breath to avoid making a sound. Hee-jun approached and examined it. The man spoke sarcastically. Is the trunk lid open? The used car center was now shrouded in silence. Hee-jun's eyes darkened with a heavy murderous intent. He seemed to be approaching the spot where Jun-soo was hiding. Jun-soo felt an ill omen. Have I been spotted? Jun immediately stopped right next to him. The man's hand was slowly reaching out to seize Jun-soo. He cowered in terror, trying not to make a sound. Just then, the old man suddenly appeared. Officer Park, I thought you would left. Did you forget something? Jun kept a calm face as he faced the old man. I just forgot a few things in the trunk. Anyway, the man's voice dropped with scrutiny. Were you the one who opened the trunk lid? Jun's eyes were immediately heavy with murderous intent. So, what did you see? His face was now deathly pale. That was dangerous. The old man smiled casually. I just left it open and did not look inside. Then he even reminded him enthusiastically. We usually glance over, but you might forget valuables, so be careful. The man also laughed and said to himself, yes, I will keep that in mind. A moment later, Jun pulled the blood-soaked bag out of the trunk. Then he turned and spoke gently. I am sorry to bother you this late at night. Well then, I will be heading off first. The old man replied calmly. Alright. Jun immediately left with the bag. The used car center fell back into silence. Only now did Jun-soo dare to breathe normally. His face was deathly pale. That was a close call. Jun-soo's eyes gleamed with calculation. But as expected, coming here was definitely a wise choice. A moment later, he decisively stood up to observe. He must have taken the whole bag. The corner of Jun-soo's mouth slowly quirked up. There is still evidence for the case. He continued to search every corner. The real killer was caught because he overlooked this. Jun-soo fell into a brief reflection. Now the only thing left to unlock the case is that policeman named Park. I am going to catch him. In 2025, Mr. Kim's son, who had been arrested on suspicion of being the killer in the Tongyang case, was granted a retrial after he committed suicide in prison. And thanks to the information that surfaced during that time, a key piece of evidence was brought to light. His eyes became resolute. That evidence must be right here. Jun-soo immediately noticed the remaining details. Blood stains in the corner of the trunk. His eyes gleamed with calculation. The person who took this car after the accident rarely used it after paying a very low price, so no one noticed this point. Destroying evidence of the crime, watching an innocent person go to prison in his place, and he even dared to approach the victim's family as a helper. Jun-soo could not help but feel enraged as he realized Jun's true face. How can someone like him be worthy of being a policeman? He clenched his fist to suppress his rage. Unforgivable. Jun-soo immediately focused on his phone screen. But it all ends here. Jae-hoon's voice came from the other end of the line. Producer Kang, hello. He immediately declared. Producer Song, I have key evidence for the case, based on the information we discussed earlier. Hearing that, the other man was shocked. Really? Jun-soo glanced around cautiously. They said they saw someone suspicious, putting something inside the car. I believe that car contains key evidence. And please keep this information confidential. His hand gripped tight, knuckles white. As long as I remember the future, you won't be able to escape my sight. 2 days later, a phone ringing broke the silence. Jun-soo quickly picked up. Yes. Hello. Jae-hoon immediately responded. Producer Kang, it is Song Jae-hoon. My Tracking X-Files team has been approved for the Tongyang case. He was overjoyed and exclaimed. Really? Jun-soo spoke excitedly. That is great, it is all thanks to you. Please provide us with more information. The other man laughed softly. Sure, it felt like a bolt from the blue to him when Jae-hoon said, speaking of which, we really want to reward him for that information. About that, Jun-soo forced a smile. It is just a small town and he is a bit private. He wants to keep his identity secret. The other man sighed. Well, I guess there is nothing we can do then. Please convey our thanks to him. Jae-hoon spoke slowly with encouragement. We really appreciate his bravery. And, an excited voice came from the other end of the line. He must have fulfilled a truly immense mission. The corner of his mouth slowly quirked up. I will definitely tell him. The other man focused on the report. I will report back when there are results. We will cooperate with the police to catch the killer as soon as possible. Jun-soo remained calm. Alright, I wish you all the best. Jae-hoon spoke firmly. Of course, we will do our best. His face reflected a mix of complex emotions. This is something that can change a person's entire fate. Jun-soo's eyes gleamed with calculation. Changing. The young man suddenly spoke to hang up. My senior is calling, I will call you back later. He fell into a brief reflection. Initially, I just wanted to do these things for myself. Jun-soo was lost in thought. But I have started changing the fates of others, bit by bit. A small, relieved smile appeared on his face. This makes me feel really good. Jun-soo's eyes became resolute. Now, all that is left to worry about is, Lee Jung's face softened after hearing the person on the other end of the line. Hello, I remember you. The tall one, you looked very determined, right? Jun-soo remained polite. Yes, it is me. I am glad you still remember. The old man sighed. Of course I remember you. Lee Jung continued the conversation enthusiastically. After you left, the man from the TV station who was with you came back with many people and a cameraman to investigate too. He exclaimed in surprise. Really? A smile slowly spread across the old man's face. Truly. They had so many questions. You do not know how grateful I am to you too and JBC. Jun-soo could not help but sigh with relief. That is a relief. Lee Jung remained enthusiastic. Of course. You should drop by here sometime. But more importantly, did you call about that issue? His face turned serious. Actually, I have a request. The old man stood rooted to the spot upon hearing the voice from the other end. I am sorry if this is sudden, but about your flower garden. Jun-soo spoke decisively and politely. About your flower garden. My boss wants us to film there, and I have been appointed as the one responsible for choosing the location. His face was serious but sincere. I called because I wanted to ask for your permission. Lee Jung let out a small exclamation. Really? Jun-soo felt awkward. Was I too much? He immediately explained in detail. It is not a requirement. We just had a bit of a scheduling conflict. It won't affect our report even if you refuse. The old man interrupted casually. When? Lee Jung continued. When are you filming? Jun-soo was immediately surprised. Yes. Probably mid-May. His face was a mix of complex emotions. After a moment, Lee Jung's lips quivered slightly as he spoke. All right. He continued in a firm voice. You can come and film. Jun-soo exclaimed excitedly. Really? Lee Jung shared his thoughts sincerely. I truly intended to refuse all other broadcasting stations. But you are the exception. He continued with a voice full of gratitude. Thank you for coming here. My son's injustice is finally being re-examined. I will accept everything as a token of my thanks. Hearing that, Jun-soo spoke up resolutely. That is perfect. Your consent is all we need. And we are certain, your son will return home safely to this beautiful garden. Lee Jung maintained a calm expression as he replied, yes, thank you. Jun-soo walked into the office full of excitement. Hello everyone. Seong-jin immediately ran over and asked urgently, Rookie, how did it go? His colleagues surrounded him, firing questions. What did he say? Did he curse at you? He is notoriously difficult, right? You must have suffered a lot. His expression was a mix of complex emotions. They had all expected a rejection and thought it was impossible. With dark circles deepening under his eyes, one colleague added, we should hold an exorcism. Jun-soo let out a helpless cough. I have not even said anything yet. The smile on his lips grew wider. We got the green light. Everyone's faces instantly transformed with shock. Hyun-young was still in disbelief. He is really letting us film. Jun-soo replied arrogantly. He even asked to confirm when the shoot starts. She exclaimed, Rookie, you are the best. Min-chan could not help but marvel. Fantastic. You are amazing. So Hin's eyes filled with surprise. How did you persuade him? Someone with a 50% viewership rating was rejected before. Hearing that, he scratched his head awkwardly. I guess I just got lucky. Seong-jin slapped Jun-soo on the shoulder and declared, No. That was not luck. His eyes were full of admiration. That was pure skill. He burst into excited laughter. You are no ordinary rookie. You must have spent at least 10 years working somewhere else, have not you? After hearing the praise, Jun-soo felt a bit proud. Of course. It has been 10 years since I started this job. A moment later, Seong-jin shouted with high spirits, Great job, rookie. Since we have the permission, let us start preparing. A chorus of voices replied, Yes sir. The scene shifted to the car moving on the road. Min-chan looked surprised and remarked, Now that I think about it, did not you say you did not have a car? You drive better than I expected. When did you get your license? Jun-soo maintained his calm. 3 months ago. Actually, 10 years and 3 months. Min-chan was stunned and praised him. Really, you drive like a professional. Hearing that, he smiled, thanks. Jun-soo fell into deep thought. Of course I do. I spent 10 years commuting in my own car. So Hin suddenly approached with a request. Producer Kang, is it okay if I appear in your next scene? He looked confused. Why ask? Don't you always just jump in anyway? She raised an eyebrow. It is called showing respect. Jun-soo paused as Min-chan cut in. But Rook, he turned around with a hesitant look. I am just a bit curious. But his face showed a mix of curiosity. What exactly is the relationship between you and Hansia? Jun-soo was momentarily caught off guard. He immediately denied it firmly. There is nothing between us. Min-chan looked surprised. Really? Jun-soo thought to himself. There won't be any more rumors, right? This is so embarrassing. A slow smirk appeared on Min-chan's face. Min-chan leaned in and awkwardly denied it. No. That is not what I meant. I just think you should bond with the other members too. You have only been hanging around Hansia during the filming days. Jun-soo felt awkward. What can I even say to that? A moment later, Min-chan seriously assigned the tasks. Now that Jin-tae is gone, we can assign one PD to each cast member, right? The group shouted. Yes. Jun-soo rubbed his chin awkwardly. It is good that Jin-tae is gone, but this is also a bit of a hassle. He was surprised when Min-chan continued. But it will be harder because from now on, the cast will be moving together. Jun-soo immediately imagined the web of relationships. It won't be a problem if the three of us were in the previous scene. His eyes gleamed with calculation. If each cast member has a responsible PD, it would reduce confusion if something happens to them. Jun-soo thought of Sia. Moreover, it will be good for Han Sia to get to know others. She will be able to build many new relationships. The previous 2 sessions were combined into 8 parts. I am sure I won't just put her moments in the main show, but in the trailers too. His mouth curled into a knowing smile. This was the golden time to increase the bond between members. Jun-soo smiled enthusiastically. Everything will go according to plan with these ratings, but Min-chan spoke hesitantly, probing. There really is nothing between you and Han Xiao, right? Be honest with me. After all, Xiao, he could not help but praise her. She is beautiful, hard-working, and has a face full of wonderful expressions. Min-chan was still suspicious. She can be a bit airheaded sometimes, but she is so cute. Above all, you were the one who recommended her, someone who has been an unknown artist all this time. He awkwardly avoided eye contact. I do not think it is possible, but Jun-soo felt helpless. Are you still thinking about that, Senior Min-chan? To me, Hansia is. His face turned proud. She is a perfect person. She is going to go further and further from now on, and I can't wait to see it. Jun-soo spoke firmly. It is a bit of a shame there is nothing between us. Min-chan denied it. I knew it. I just asked to be safe. His gaze was resolute. I just want to be by Hansia's side to see her become a star. Honestly, just watching her slowly rise from being unknown is a valuable experience in itself. A moment later, Jun-soo slowly took out his phone. He spoke excitedly. Just in time. Han-sia just asked which country we are going to next. Jun-soo replied quickly. I think we will be filming in Korea. A message from her came back immediately. Really, I am in Tongyang right now. It is great here. I think it would be wonderful if we filmed here. He stopped with a hesitant look. But Han-sia is also in Tongyang. The cameras were currently operating at full capacity. Wait, what? Min-chan spoke firmly. She is clearly filming something. His face showed surprise. Filming in Tongyang, what a coincidence. Jun-soo replied awkwardly. That is what I was about to say. So-hin gave a knowing smile. Right. Come to think of it, I heard Han-sia recently transferred to Fragrance of Light. That must be it. Min-chan immediately spoke up. I think a friend of mine is also filming there. It seems everything has started after so many delayed sessions. His face was a mix of complex emotions. And the lead actress. It is her. I am not interested in things that are not mine. Jun-soo quickly looked up the information. Let me check. Here it is. The lead actress is. Min-chan suddenly froze, a chill running down his spine. Yoona-hee. He gasped urgently. Yoona-hee is the lead actress. Min-chan's face turned red with excitement. I can't believe I did not know that. So-hin sighed. Here we go again. So-hin leaned in and whispered. PDH Wang is a huge fan of Yoona-hee. Hearing that, Jun-soo realized why he reacted that way. After making up his mind, Min-chan declared, I have decided. Min-chan spoke firmly with excitement. Let us go film there. Calm down, we do not have much time. Then he stared at his phone. Yoona-hee. So-hin looked helpless. See? He has lost his mind. Jun-soo wondered, is this all just a coincidence? A while later, Min-chan enthusiastically suggested, my friend said they will be finished filming by the time we get there. Let us go. Jun-soo was skeptical, feeling uneasy. What about the preliminary review of our location? Min-chan spoke firmly. It is fine. They said it will rain in the afternoon, and no one will notice we are gone for half a day. Min-chan's eyes lit up. After all, we still have enough time to do that tomorrow, right? Let us go. Come on. Jun-soo sighed. Really, this guy, he continued enthusiastically, and you can only slack off like this while Senior Lim Seong-jin is not here. Jun-soo noted. True. He turned and spoke awkwardly. So shall we go? So-hin sighed. If everyone else is going, I will go. Min-chan cheered. Let us go, off to see Yoona-hee. The scene shifted as night fell. He was sitting in the car, but his body was shaking. Jun-soo's expression was complex. Senior, are you that nervous? We still have a long way to go. Do you want to rest a bit? He thought to himself. This won't do. I have to start a conversation to calm him down. How long have you been a fan of Yoona-hee? Min-chan paused to think. I do not know. Maybe since her debut. A smile played on Jun-soo's lips. I remember Yoona-hee debuted in 2010. He must be a die-hard fan. I see. Why do you like her so much? Min-chan immediately fell into a daze. About that. Her acting is great, but the stage suits her even better. That arrogant and cold look is so attractive. Jun-soo cut him off. We are here. Let us get out. The lights from the building shone through the window. Jun-soo's expression was complex. Yoona-hee. Someone who has never taken a step back since her rise to stardom. That is why her fanbase is so huge, but because of the cold aura she brought as a rookie, people say she is arrogant. To put it negatively, she is a bit rude. Her nickname is the Ice Princess. A moment later, he and Min-chan stood before the receptionist. I only remember meeting her a few times. He fell into reflection. But honestly, after 10 years at the station, I do not think a star like that is particularly special. Min-chan smiled excitedly. I can't wait. Jun-soo lowered his voice to reassure him. Don't worry too much. You will be fine, senior. Nahi appeared with a cold demeanor. Yuna-hee is just a normal person like us. She suddenly turned her head, shifting her gaze. At this moment, he could not help but be impressed. Jun-soo silently appraised her. A beautiful girl, but with a completely different aura than Han Xiao. Min-chan hid behind him. You go first and sit down. I can't sit next to her while I am shaking like this. Jun-soo's face was a mix of complex emotions. I know she is hard to approach, but this is so awkward. A moment later, he spoke up gently. You are Miss Yuna-hee, right? Hello. Choi Jang immediately introduced them enthusiastically. They are here, finally. Miss Na-hee, they are from the hit show, Hidden Mission. Hwang PD is my friend. She barely moved her lips. Hello. He felt awkward. She is even colder than I thought. Come on, let us drink. A moment later, the sound of clinking glasses rang out. Na-hee decisively set her glass down on the table. He paused when she spoke coldly. I will be taking my leave now. Jun-soo was surprised as Na-hee brushed past. We just met and she is already leaving. He fell into a dilemma. What should I do? A thought flashed in Jun-soo's mind. I knew she would not sit and drink for long. But, he watched her cold retreating back. I can't think of anything that would make her leave this early. Excuse me, Miss Na-hee. Jun-soo suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Do you like movies? Na-hee's eyes widened with resentment. Min-chan and the others could not believe their ears. He immediately felt a bad premonition. I am screwed. Han Xiao was sitting next to Sohin, listening to her chat with everyone. Suddenly, her amber brown eyes noticed something else. Through the crowd, two figures stood out in Han Xiao's sight. That is, Na-hee Sr. and PD Kang. Though sitting where she was, she occasionally turned her head to look that way. I am sure Na-hee Sr. does not like drinking. On the other side, Yuna-hee suddenly stood up. I knew it. She is about to leave. Han Xiao's eyes were practically glued to the other table to see what was happening. Suddenly, after a few words, Yoon Na-hee sat back down. She wondered to herself. She sat back down. Han Xiao's lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. She picked up a glass of wine and sipped it. But her eyes remained on them. What is going on? Suddenly, an older man stood up and shouted, one more round. Over there, Kang Jun-soo was stammering, his face pale. Do you like movies? Yuna-hee's face hardened upon hearing such a question, and she glared at him with daggers in her eyes. The atmosphere between Kang Jun-soo and her was icy. As an actress, of course she liked them. His brain was working overtime to save himself. I am dead. How do I get out of this? Min-chan was frozen next to him, his expression saying, did you really just say that? Finally, Kang Jun-soo thought of a way. I have nothing to lose, let us clean up this mess first. He smiled awkwardly and muttered, I like Hollywood movies the most. Kang Jun-soo nudged Min-chan with his elbow to signal for help. Min-chan immediately chimed in, me too, those movies are great. Just as Yuna-hee was about to turn away again, he asked, who is your favorite director? She finally paused. I like art directors the most. After a pause, Yuna-hee spoke up, who is your favorite director? Kang Jun-soo glanced at her. As for me, looking at Yuna-hee's furrowed brows, he understood. Her. That expression. Kang Jun-soo suddenly remembered. That is right, she said it in an interview. Was it her solo interview? When she answered a bunch of different questions. Her eyes had lit up when she heard the question about her favorite director. I remember it because it was the first time I saw Yuna-hee, the ice princess, make such an expression. And her favorite director is, back then, the MC had also asked, who is your favorite director, Miss Na-hee? Kang Jun-soo remembered Yuna-hee's lips moving. Returning to the present, he spoke a name clearly, it is James Carter. Hearing that name, she was startled, and her cheeks suddenly flushed. Min-chan, next to him, was unfamiliar with the name. James Carter, Kang Jun-soo turned to explain to him. He has a very unique way of filmmaking, so his works are very interesting. He leaned close to Min-chan and whispered, I do not know much about him, then spoke loudly for Yuna-hee to hear. His movies are so interesting that I stayed up all night to see if they would become successful employees. Min-chan looked helpless. Is that so? Min-chan began to run out of words. So. Kang Jun-soo continued talking. His films are very different, or I should say the characters are very vivid. Both Yuna-hee's cheeks and ears turned bright red when she heard him. In short, it is 3D film. It is the pinnacle because the shots are extremely beautiful. Kang Jun-soo cautiously checked her reaction. So, personally, seeing Yuna-hee's joyful and happy face, he said clearly, I am a fan. Kang Jun-soo noticed her slowly sitting down next to him. I especially like the movie Death. I watched it constantly while preparing for the PD exam. Yuna-hee coughed twice and glanced at him. So, PD name. The smile on her lips could not hide her excitement. Have you seen the latest film called Light and Shadow? Kang Jun-soo was overjoyed to see the situation improve. Got it. He pushed forward while Yuna-hee nodded continuously. Of course I have. I dreamed of working with him one day after watching it. Even though he knew the answer, Kang Jun-soo still asked. Do you also like James Carter, Miss Na-hee? Yuna-hee smiled brightly, crossed her arms, and nodded. I like him very much. After that question, he smiled broadly because he had finally managed to keep her there. Yoon-hee also giggled, thinking she had found a friend with the same hobby. Choi Jang watched them chatting animatedly and wondered, is she usually like this? He saw Yoon-hee's genuine smile and remarked, this is the first time I have seen Miss Nahi so happy. Kang Jun-soo was trying his best to keep up with her topic. Me too. He tried to keep the conversation lively to make Yoon-hee laugh, but in his heart, he sighed. I remembered just in time. She must really like him. Luckily, he becomes a famous director in the future, so I know a lot about him. Yoon-hee suddenly noticed Kang Jun-soo's empty glass. Nin, your glass is empty. Shall I pour you more? He quickly replied, yes please. As she poured the wine, she shared, I have never met anyone I could talk to so well. Yoon-hee's cheeks were flushed as she looked up at him. Again, it is a pleasure to meet you, Nim. Looking at her face, Kang Jun-soo's cheeks also turned red. As the alcohol flowed, the words came out. Yoon-hee continued with the topic she loved, so about the main character in the mist. Outside, it was pouring rain. Two people stopped to take shelter under an eave. A boy with a bowl cut said, the rain is so heavy. It would be great to have a bowl of rice wine and some green onion pancakes right now. The person next to him laughed and replied, right. He opened his phone. But we can't drink whenever we want. Besides, Woodies enter. Yoon-hee's management department head Gong Jae-won. Gong Jae-won looked at the message he had sent and whispered. Usually, Miss Nahi would come out in under 30 minutes. The message read, Nahi, I am at the front door. Let me know when you are coming out. The boy next to him wondered, I heard the hidden mission members are also there. Maybe she stayed for them. He leaned back, eyes squinting as he smiled. Probably not. With her personality, she would not do that in front of directors. Despite saying that, Gong Jae-won still slipped inside. Just to be sure, he walked in naturally with a smile. Sorry for being so abrupt, but Nahi did not come out, so I came in. Her schedule tomorrow is quite packed, so please excuse us. What met Gong Jae-won's eyes was Yoon-hee grinning widely. Really, that is unbelievable. His jaw dropped in sheer shock, as if witnessing a rare phenomenon. Gong Jae-won reached up to rub his eyes. His mouth stammered a familiar name. Heel. Nahi. Gong Jae-won was startled to see she was tipsy. This is the first time I have seen her drunk since becoming her manager. His voice unconsciously grew louder. Nahi. How much did you drink? Choi Jang quickly explained to Gong Jae-won. Manager Gong, do not misunderstand. We were trying to stop her, but she kept asking for more beer. Well, she is not someone who drinks because she likes it. He went over to support Yoon-hee's shoulder. This won't do. Nahi, let us go. You have to film tomorrow morning, you know, give me your hand. She looked up at Gong Jae-won and whined, now, I have to go now. Yoon-hee's hands pushed off the table as she slowly stood up. I do not want to go, but if you say so, I guess there is no choice. She turned back to look at Kang Jun-soo. So, what was your name again? Nim. He looked blank. My name. Min Chan was in a panic. The Ice Princess is asking for the PD's name. Gong Jae-won was equally shocked. I have never seen this before. A thought struck him. Looking at her expression, Kang Jun-soo understood. I am the PD of Hidden Mission, Kang Jun-soo. He stood there in a daze hearing that name. Kang Jun-soo. Yoon-hee's red eyes sparkled as she smiled. I had a lot of fun today, PD Nim. See you later then, PD Kang Jun-soo. Looking at her smile, he was dazed for a moment, as if his soul had been stolen. Kang Jun-soo smiled brightly. Goodbye, Min Chan cried on the side. I am so happy. Nahee's real voice. He picked up a whole bottle of wine and chugged it. I have to drink to celebrate this. Kang Jun-soo quickly reached out to stop him. Senior, we have a filming schedule tomorrow too. Gong Jae-won looked at Kang Jun-soo's frustrated face and thought, PD Kang Jun-soo. His eyebrows went up and down as he appraised the young man. Gong Jae-won's eyes shone with determination. I will have to check him out just to be sure. He led Yoon-hee to the car, one hand holding an umbrella and the other pulling a blanket over her. Nahi, rest for a bit. I will go check us into the rooms. Yoon-hee whined, got you. Gong Jae-won was a bit puzzled. He glanced back at the bar he had just stepped out of with her. Gong Jae-won walked straight back in, his pale hand gripping the doorframe. Kang Jun-soo froze when he saw him. Manager, did you forget something? Gong Jae-won smiled broadly, telling a smooth lie. Nah, he thought she left something behind, so I came back to look for it. Jun-soo was a bit puzzled. Really, but there is nothing here. Gong Jae-won scratched his head awkwardly. I guess she was just mistaken since she was so drunk. Please excuse me. Kang Jun-soo stood up and approached Gong Jae-won, making the latter pause. Alright. By the way, I apologize for my introduction earlier. He took out a business card and smiled gently. I am Kang Jun-soo, the PD of Hidden Mission. The manager reached out with both hands to accept it. I am Gong Jae-won, Nahee's manager. Looking at the card, Gong Jae-won thought to himself, Hidden Mission. I heard they had a new PD who recently became a star. It is true, he is just like the rumors say. He looked at the youthful face in front of him. PD Kang Junsu. Gong Jae-won smiled broadly, scratching his head with a feigned air of regret. Our Nahi probably caused a scene while she was tipsy. She is actually very shy, so she might act a bit differently the next time we meet. Recalling Yoona Hee's quiet demeanor, Kang Jun-soo realized, so that is her real personality, cold and arrogant. The manager smiled awkwardly. Even when she drinks a lot and can't remember anything, she is still quite shy. Next time, she might act quite cold. I apologize in advance on her behalf. Jun-soo laughed it off. Don't worry, we do not mind. I think you should head back, or Miss Nahi will have to get into the car by herself. Gong Jae-won bowed slightly. Well then, thank you very much. Please excuse me, I will head out first. Choi Jang, still at the table, waved enthusiastically. Take care, manager, we start at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late, he replied eagerly. Got it, boss? Gong Jae-won left the bar with his umbrella, stepping into the dark night where only a single light source remained. He climbed into his car and let out a sigh of relief. What a relief, he seems like a good guy. Gong Jae-won's face turned serious. I was worried Nahi might be taken advantage of by him, but I am glad nothing happened, especially with someone who has so much potential for growth. He recalled Yoona Hee's shimmering image on stage. Nahi was destined to be a famous star, but in the world of broadcasting, you never know who you will encounter or when. She always needs to maintain a good image. Gong Jae-won glanced toward the back. In any case, in the back seat, she had her head leaned against the window, fast asleep. It had been quite a long time since he had seen her look that happy. The car slowly rolled into the night. He hoped he could see her smile like that many more times. Meanwhile, at the bar, the scene was chaotic. Minchan was dry heaving incessantly, and Kang Jansu had to hold him up while he shouted. The next morning, young birds perched on branches, chirping to welcome the new day. Minchan groaned in pain, clutching his head. My head. Kang Junsu walked over, looking at him with an I told you so expression. That is why I told you not to drink too much last night. You threw up all over me. Minchan smiled sheepishly and shrugged. From the start, we were planning to cast Yoona Hee, were not we? I could not control myself. So-hin looked helpless. So, did you actually mention it to her? Upon hearing that, he hung his head gloomily. I knew this would happen, someone asked curiously, and Yoona Hee is not someone who can be cast easily, right, no matter how high the ratings are. Kang Jun-soo could only give a forced smile. That is true. As he was thinking, Jackson Kim ran over. It won't be easy to get her to join the cast. He waved at Jun-soo. Good morning, PD Nim Jackson. He turned and smiled brightly. You are here early. Jackson Kim replied with a radiant smile. I was so eager to start filming. Kang Jun-soo approached and clipped a mic onto his shirt. We have many games waiting for you. Since you are here, I will set up your mic now. Jackson Kim looked down at the mic. Thanks. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. PD Kang. Hansia walked up with a bright smile, waving. Good morning. Kang Jun-soo smiled back. Good morning, Messiah. He squinted his eyes happily at her. It has been a while, has not it? He gestured for her to follow. This way, I will help you with the mic. Jackson Kim walked off first. Then I will go ahead. See you in a bit, PD Nim. Kang Jun-soo gently held the hem of her outer jacket. Anyway, please excuse me. Hansia's cheeks suddenly flushed. Sorry, he is so close. He did not notice her reaction. She quickly looked up when Jun-soo said, we could not even say hello to you at the company party last night. After a brief pause, Hansia smiled back. What else could you have done? We were sitting at different tables. Her words trailed off, making him pause. Furthermore, I have a question. PD name. Hansia's thin lips moved, her cheeks slightly pink. But just then, a voice interrupted Miss Saya. A crew member reminded her, we are starting the shoot. Get into position. The conversation was cut short. Coming, Hansia did not give up. She stood on tiptoe to whisper to Kang Jun-soo. Let us talk later. He watched her walk away, only able to give a non-committal hum. For a moment, Kang Jun-soo's cheeks also turned red. The four people in the frame were Jackson Kim, Hansia, Shin Miso, and another young man. Good morning everyone, it is Hidden Mission. She smiled brightly and opened the show. As you know, we usually film abroad. However, today we will be filming in Korea. Hearing that, Jackson Kim was startled and pulled out his passport. What, Korea? I did not know that. I already bought a passport. Hansia teased him. Didn't your manager tell you? Being teased made Jackson Kim's cheeks turn red instantly. What? Why did not he tell me? Manager Hyung, I was really looking forward to it. He let out a helpless sigh but had to accept it. So where are we filming? Not somewhere we have already been, right? Hansia chatted as she walked. Don't worry, the place we are going is much more beautiful than going abroad. Someone asked. Where is it? Images of a purple flower field appeared in everyone's minds as it was introduced. It is Tongyang, Yaong Sangnam Do. Kang Jun-soo stood by and watched, smiling. A very smooth start today, he reminded the group. Since this is a special episode in Korea, the four of you will travel together. Hearing this, Han Sia's cheeks turned slightly pink. We are going there together. Kang Jun-soo pointed toward a gray van. Do you see that van over there? We have prepared a vehicle for everyone. Jackson Kim sensed danger. A shadow like a demon appeared behind him. There is no way our PD would let us off that easily. Lim Seong-jin stood behind everyone, arms crossed. That is right. You will have to take a quiz before choosing the driver. He was looking very excited. Now, drivers, how long has it been since everyone got their license? As the others watched, Kang Jun-soo spoke up. Let us start with the rookie. He proudly bragged to everyone. I have had my license for 3 months now. Hearing that, everyone felt like they had entrusted their lives to a disaster. Their faces turned pale. The 4 of them turned away to whisper among themselves, leaving Jun-soo out. I am never getting in his car. We will die if we let him drive. He smiled helplessly. I can hear you. You know, Jun-soo's lips pressed into a thin line. Actually, it has been 10 years and 3 months since I started driving. He tried to keep a calm face, but it was true that he had only officially had his license for 3 months. Kang Jun-soo knew Shin Miso would not hesitate to choose her manager because he drove every day. Shin Miso cheered brightly. Good luck. He guessed the man with the long rectangular face, the youngest PD, would say he got his license months ago. But he said, I have had my license for 7 years. I got it early. Kang Jun-soo thought about it. He had probably never actually driven, so his practical experience was 0. The man was still smiling kindly. Please choose me. In the end, I was the least experienced driver compared to the rest. Shin Miso's manager had 5 years of experience, the youngest PD had 7 years, and PD Kang Jun-soo had 3 months. They would never choose me. Shin Miso was advising everyone. If PD Kang is chosen, we will end up in the hospital instead of Tongyang. Someone spoke up weakly. Can we ask one question? Jun-soo watched the scene with narrowed eyes. That is right. That is all everyone needs to do. 1 hour later, he sat in the car looking like he was going to war. Kang Jun-soo gripped the steering wheel, wanting to weep. None of them could answer the questions. It was a 6-hour drive to Tongyang. Shin Miso was in the back trying to reassure him. PD Kang, you have not forgotten the driving theory, right? Don't hit the gas too hard, be gentle, and focus on the road. Jackson Kim had his hands clasped in prayer. Han Sia, in the passenger seat, was also gripping her seatbelt tight. PD Kang, do not worry. I will help if you run into trouble. The car rolled onto the road, the interior noisy as a marketplace. Slow down, go easy. We are not in a hurry, so just drive slowly. But Kang Jun-soo's driving skills were so smooth that everyone fell silent. Jackson Kim was a bit puzzled. Didn't you just get your license 3 months ago? Your driving is so smooth. He smiled broadly and replied casually, I drove without a license for 10 years. Hearing that, the other man's face turned pale. When you say that with that face, you look extremely serious. Jun-soo laughed. Hey, what is wrong with my face? After a while, sunset fell. Han Sia looked at everyone in the back. Everyone is asleep. They must be exhausted. She looked at Kang Jun-soo and praised him. I think it is because your driving is so smooth. PD Kang. He smiled and reminded her, you should get some sleep too. Miss A. I will call you when we are through this area. Han Sia's hands intertwined gently. I am okay. Her voice rang out softly. Please excuse me, PD Kang Jun-soo. Kang Jun-soo turned to look at her. Yes. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. He heard Han Sia say, about the question I wanted to ask. Her eyes were fixed on him. Can I ask you now? He paused, the smile on his lips freezing, not knowing what to say. Han Sia curled her lips into a smile, seemingly full of expectation. After that, the atmosphere became extremely awkward as both fell silent, their faces flushing. Jun-soo's eyes darted toward Han Sia in a panic. What is she going to ask? It is not what I am thinking, is it? He remembered when Min Chan had asked him, Rookie, what is the relationship between you and Miss Sia? Han Sia shyly tapped her fingers together. So, she turned to look at Kang Jun-soo with great anticipation. PD Kang. Han Sia's red lips moved closer to him. Suddenly, her face turned serious as she asked, was Go Jin-tae's transferred to another project because of that incident in Taiwan? Kang Jun-soo's entire body went stiff, as if frozen in place. He focused on driving, not looking at Han Sia. That is right. She also backed away awkwardly. I am sorry. I wanted to ask, but I forgot the timing. A small smirk appeared on Jun-soo's lips. It is okay. You are the one who knows everything that happened, Miss Ai. He thought to himself. Still, I am glad she did not talk about what I was thinking. Han Sia's hands rubbed her knees. I am sorry you had to see those things. I was very worried. She turned to him and said firmly. But I am fine as long as PD Kang is fine. Kang Jun-soo leaned back slightly. Yes, thank you. He wondered to himself, what was that look for? Han Sia's face flushed bright red, and she covered her mouth with her hand. That instant, the car lights were turned on as it grew dark. He spoke hesitantly. Miss Sia. I did not think you worried about me that much. Kang Jun-soo rubbed his nose, looking proud. I will do my best on the new show from now on. He smiled and focused on driving. I will work harder. Hansia just pouted slightly at him. The car slowly approached a toll booth. Is filmmaking that hard? The two of them chatted animatedly in the car. She smiled and said, I think it is quite good. He replied cheerfully, I was talking about your movie, not Hidden Mission. Hansia's eyes were fixed on Junsu. The movie? I really enjoyed filming it. Even though it was just a small role, I still felt extremely happy. She shared her excitement. My goal is to get a supporting role in the next project. Hearing that, he encouraged her, you will do it. I believe in you. Junsu was a bit curious. Isn't the beauty of an entertainment agency to boost popularity? Hansia glanced at him wearily. You know you are the rookie in our career race, right? She remarked as she recalled his expressions. Sometimes I think you have been working here for 10 years. He thought, change the subject. While driving, Junsu glanced at Hansia. How long has it been since you debuted, Miss Saya? She paused to remember. About 2 years, I think. He joked, then I can call you senior. Hansia's face looked a bit awkward. No way, she asked excitedly, so what about you, PD Nim? Hansia's question made Junsu pause. Do you like living the broadcasting station life? The car rolled on. He let his thoughts drift quietly, like something he had done every day for the past 10 years, but he had gone through so much to return here and compare it with the present. Kang Junsu looked up slightly, his voice sounding more steady. It is quite fun and interesting. And there is a lot I can learn. Hansia looked at him as if she had expected that answer. I am glad. Our manager said the hardest time is usually when you first start working. Junsu's eyes glanced up at the rearview mirror. Right? Speaking of which, he was very sharp-eyed. Did you cover up your mole? She gasped in surprise. How did you know? Kang Junsu spoke as if he were talking about the weather. Of course I know. I see your face all day in the editing room, Miss Sai. Hansia blushed. What? He spoke sincerely, but I think you look prettier with the mole, Miss Sia. Her voice was a bit hesitant. Really? Junsu chatted very naturally. I think it makes you look very attractive, so I was a bit sad not to see it. Hansia rested her chin on her hand, looking into the distance. I see. The sunset passed quietly during their conversation. I will roll down the window a bit. It is suddenly very hot in here. Kang Junsu yawned widely from having to stay awake for the long drive. Everyone stopped at the next filming location. Good morning, senior. We start filming in 30 minutes. Kang Junsu hurriedly ran over to Min Chan. Is everyone ready? I am so sorry. He smiled reassuringly. It is fine, do not worry. I know you have been driving for 6 hours straight. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, thinking to himself, as the youngest PD, I probably would have fallen asleep. If this were another show, I would be relaxing by now. Minchan reminded him, they have an early morning mission. Let us go. Junsu replied, yes sir. Jackson Kim walked up from behind. PD Kang, did you sleep well? He turned to look at him. Yes. Kang Junsu looked at Jackson Kim's beaming face with confusion. He rushed over with a serious expression. Did you do something while I was asleep? You look suspicious. The man smiled innocently. What are you talking about? I did not do anything. Junsu broke into a cold sweat. Really? Jackson Kim squinted his eyes. Of course. Don't you trust me? He winked adorably. I just recorded your expression while you were sleeping. Hearing that, Junsu shouted, what? The video played, footage of Junsu sleeping with his mouth open and drooling. I thought of a title for it, The Deep Sleep of a Driver with a 3-month license. Hearing those words, he was a bit helpless. Really, this guy. He walked away, laughing happily. I did not take any weird pictures, so do not worry. Junsu was startled and tried to stop him. Don't worry my foot. On the set, everyone had gathered, the background lights illuminating the area. Jackson Kim passed by and saw Hansia. He looked a bit surprised. Sia, did you change your makeup? Her eyes curved into a smile, a mole right at the corner of her eye. This I wanted something different. Hansia's face was radiant, the mole at the corner of her eye very prominent. How do I look? Jackson Kim gave a thumbs up. It suits you perfectly. A very delicate beauty. A reminder rang out. Let us start filming. Everyone, come here. Both of them replied, understood. Kang Junsu held a piece of paper. Our mission this time is to find an item from the TV. He closed his eyes and thought. He was a bit embarrassed to say the name. Jackson Kim wondered what Junsu was sweating. It was because this was his idea. He smiled brightly, determined in his heart. But it was highly rated in the meeting. Junsu glanced at the paper again. This is a point of difference from my previous life. I can create a program with my own ideas. He recalled the skyscrapers. With these ratings, one day his dream would come true. He would surely succeed. A television set on a stand appeared. For this mission, you can choose any TV program, and all of you must find the item that appears in it. Jackson Kim was excited. This is new. Han Sia joined in. Sounds like fun. Kang Junsu rubbed his chin, very confident. Yes, I racked my brain for this. Shin Miso recalled the scene of a fish flopping in her face. Wait, what if it is a program about fish? We are not going to go fishing, are we? Kang Junsu quickly spoke up. You can go fishing or buy one and bring it back here. She patted her chest and sighed in relief. What a relief, he smirked. Although it looked normal, the channel was what mattered. There are many sports items, so the difficulty will be low. A home shopping program will be a random box, so the difficulty will be medium to high. 3 months for 39,901. Let us start playing. Furthermore, if you pick a program about bugs, you might have to eat them. This will be the worst mission of all time. Kang Jun-soo's amber brown eyes were full of determination. However, that was the soul of this game. His voice rang out. Han Sia quickly grabbed the remote. Now, let us start with Miss Sia. With a face full of confidence, she said, I will choose an easy channel. Shin Miso and Jackson Kim stood by in shock. Han Sia's whole body trembled. No, all 4 guests were in shock. How can I do this? On the TV was a man mountain climbing. Mountain climber Rombong Gil had successfully conquered the summit of the Himalayas, and the camera mounted on him and his team showed us the beautiful scenery. He smiled and held up pink salt to the lens. The scene of him collecting salt stones from the Himalayan peak to make pink salt was truly interesting. Jackson Kim, Han Sia, and Shin Miso were all speechless. Kang Jun-soo smiled at everyone. Now, Miss Han Sia, you just need to go to the Himalayas and pick up some pink salt. Her face flushed as she protested. How can I do that in just one night? He declared directly. You have to think of a way yourself, Miss Sia. How you do it is entirely up to you. The next turn came. Now, it is Mr. Park Hyung-jun's turn. He was certain, I will choose a program I do not know. On the TV appeared a shivering camel in the middle of a desert. Immediately after, Jun-soo's mischievous laughter rang out. Everyone recoiled in disappointment. That is right, Mr. Nilgi. Park Hyung-jun will pass the mission if he brings a camel back here. It was Shin Miso's turn. I will survive. Sports channel. The TV was indeed on a sports channel, but it was about baseball, specifically a baseball signed by the former legend Oh Hyun-jin. Now only Jackson Kim was left. Seeing everyone so dejected, he was afraid. Jackson Kim gritted his teeth. I am the only one left. He stepped forward confidently. I will succeed no matter what. Han Sia gasped in shock. Jackson Kim took the remote and immediately pressed it. Alright, let us go. The TV showed a video of lush green cucumbers. The owner had grown them himself for tourists. I wonder how they taste. His mood plummeted to rock bottom. Cucumbers. Jackson Kim screamed in pain. How can I find cucumbers in the middle of the night? But there was no time for everyone to grieve. Come on, everyone focus and get some rest first. You can wake up early and find them tomorrow. Han Sia supported Shin Miso. We are going to starve tomorrow, I know it. Kang Jun-soo also began to doubt the program. Perhaps because they were in the countryside, the difficulty level seemed a bit too high. If they gave up, they would not have enough footage. Suddenly, his eyes caught a figure in the distance. Kang Jun-soo looked at the sneaky figure. Jackson, why is he going that way? Just like that, he followed the man's back. Where is he going? In the dark of night, the figure kept moving toward a place with no light. Kang Jun-soo directly gripped Jackson Kim's shoulder. Jackson, the man screamed at the sudden shout. Jackson Kim turned to look at him. Seriously, you scared me to death. Jun-soo asked with a smile. Where are you going alone in the middle of the night? He looked at the cameraman behind Jun-soo. If you're with the VJ, it means you already know, so why ask? Jun-soo crossed his arms, acting righteous. You looked suspicious, so I followed you just in case. Jackson Kim looked around to confirm there was no one else. He leaned in close to Kang Jun-soo and whispered. Cucumbers. I found a way to get them. Jun-soo immediately thought the next news report would be, Star Jackson arrested for stealing cucumbers while filming. I just wanted to eat them for breakfast. Jun-soo was startled. Don't tell me. He hurriedly tried to stop him. Stealing is illegal. Jackson Kim rubbed his chin mysteriously. I am not that bad. He pointed to himself with confidence. Of course, I already have permission to do it. Jun-soo, naturally, did not believe him. What on earth is he talking about? In the dark of night, the house next to the set still had its lights on. Jackson Kim pushed the door open with a confident air. Hello there, elders, enjoy your meal. The group of elderly folks who were gathered to play cards all looked at him at once. Jackson Kim brazenly stepped forward. Excuse me for a moment, ladies. He held the old lady's shoulders and gave a mysterious smile. I am in desperate need of some cucumbers. Could I have a few from your field, please? An old man wearing glasses quickly shouted. Hey, you are from that film crew, are not you? Jackson Kim was startled. Yes, sir. Is something wrong? The old lady smirked. This feels great. Keep massaging my back. The old man frowned, putting on a serious face. And what is the name of your show? He had to answer. It is called Hidden Mission, sir. The old man narrowed his eyes. It is going to be broadcast soon, right? He replied hastily. Yes, sir, very soon. The old man's face suddenly relaxed. Can you tell me the air date? I need to tell my grandkids to watch it. Kang Jun-soo chuckled. Of course, sir. The old lady getting the shoulder rub from Jackson Kim spoke up comfortably. And you can find cucumbers behind the house. Just go take a few. His eyes lit up. Thank you so much everyone. The old lady sighed with pleasure. That hits the spot. Just like that, Jackson Kim left with a cucumber in each hand. Great, I have got the cucumbers. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. But if I just bring them back like this, I think I will get caught. Jackson Kim muttered. What should I do? Kang Jun-soo stood nearby and smiled slightly, as Jackson was the only one whose mission involved agricultural products. His devilish side emerged. Would not it be more fun to stir up some trouble? He sneakily opened the door and stepped inside the house. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey! Where do you think you are going? Both Hansia and Shin Miso were standing there. She shouted angrily, you went to do the mission without us. Did not you, Shin? Miso also could not help but raise her voice. Why are you the only one who knows how to complete the mission? Jackson Kim panicked so much he started flailing his arms. What? No, I was just out for a walk. If you do not believe me, you can search me. The two women on either side grabbed his arms and lifted them up. The two cucumbers hidden in his sleeves snapped in half as a result. Jackson Kim screamed, his face turning pale and then red. No. He bent over in pain. My cucumbers. Shinmiso laughed triumphantly. If I can't eat them, then no one can. The clip ended there, and someone remarked, this part is so hilarious. Jo Hyun-young burst out laughing. This is killing me. Min Chan, standing nearby, was also excited. Right. Did they do that on purpose? It looks so natural. Kang Jun-soo smiled broadly. It is all thanks to Shin Miso's performance. In truth, he had done everything to wake them up. He had observed Jackson Kim to report back to them, while Jackson was still skipping around thinking, they will never catch me. Lim Seong-jin smiled warmly and glanced at him. Well done, rookie. It will be even more interesting when we add subtitles and edit it a bit. His words left Kang Jun-soo stunned. From now on, I will assign a separate editing room for you. You can gain more experience from there. He replied enthusiastically, understood. Finally, Kang Jun-soo was incredibly proud, holding his head high. I have taken a step forward. His footsteps grew stronger as he moved forward. Soon, suddenly, Kang Jun-soo bumped into someone while lost in thought. My dream will. The colleague quickly apologized when he saw coffee spilled all over him. I am so sorry. Are you okay? Kang Jun-soo looked a bit helpless, but still replied. Yes. The man was full of regret. Let me make it up to you. He smiled awkwardly. It is fine, I just need to wash it off. Kang Jun-soo froze mid-sentence. Wait, the other man's voice was trembling. You are not burned, are you? When Kang Jun-soo saw the face of the person in front of him, he was shocked. Why was this person here? The man was still dazed. Sorry, are you really okay? He remembered the highly successful Cho Woo-sik, a QTuber with 1 million subscribers. Cho Woo-sik was so famous he even had his own channel. Kang Jun-soo was deep in thought. If he was here, it meant he also worked at the station. Behind him was the Gagman interview room. Cho Woo-sik looked blankly. Are you listening? It was then that he snapped out of his thoughts. Before I quit my job, he appeared as a guest on my show because he was so famous. In a noisy pub, he once said, I have always wanted to participate in a dinner show like this. The older Kang Jun-soo had been chatting with Cho Woo-sik. Others said it was all in the past, but I wanted it so badly it hurt. His voice was full of emotion. Others say it is all over, but I want it to death. On top of taking care of my father, I had to work part-time to prepare my comedy routines. Even Cho Woo-sik's hand holding the glass was shaking. I was just a useless guy who could not do anything until my father was on his deathbed. After I missed my final comedy audition, his voice gradually trembled as he hung his head. If only I had started as a QTuber a little earlier. Kang Jun-soo quickly supported Cho Woo-sik. I am in no position to judge anyone. He hurriedly told the person nearby. Mr. Woo-sik might be a bit drunk. The person opposite responded, I will go call his manager. The image of Cho Woo-sik collapsing before the coffin, having missed the final moment to see his father's face because of that bastard Kim Young-jun. Now, Kang Jun-soo gritted his teeth in anger because that bastard was the PD who forced him to stay at the shoot longer. Cho Woo-sik was trembling, looking like he was about to cry. I am sorry, but please let me pay for your laundry. I am so sorry. He was startled. No, it is not because of that. Kang Jun-soo composed himself. You dream of being a comedian, do not you? He scratched his head and looked down shyly. A dream, I guess so, though not as much as before. Kang Jun-soo took out his business card. I am Kang Jun-soo, the PD of Hidden Mission. Cho Woo-sik was stunned. Yes, a thought popped into his head. Give him a hint so he does not make the same mistake twice. Kang Jun-soo spoke up again. Can I talk to you for a moment? The next morning, in front of the company building, a cheerful voice rang out. I am back. Lim Seong-jin quickly stood up to greet him. Rookie, where have you been for so long? Kang Jun-soo stepped in gently. I am sorry, a few things suddenly came up. He was stunned to hear that, a huge question mark appearing in his head. Seeing his bright expression, Lim Seong-jin also found it strange. You look quite relaxed. Did something good happen? Kang Jun-soo recalled the moment earlier when he told him, Mr. Woo-sik, you will definitely do well. Cho Woo-sik had been delighted. Thank you for the advice, PD Nim. He thought to himself, you will think of it as advice, but that is how your future is decided. Suddenly, Kang Junsu's eyes caught sight of Lim Xiangjin. He was looking down with a dangerous smile. He asked curiously, anyway, is something going on, senior? Lim Xiangjin took out a piece of paper and held it high, of course. His voice echoed throughout the office, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, keep your schedules clear tonight. Lim Xiangjin raised the paper, the ratings report. The director just sent us the company card. It is written right here. Ratings, hidden mission, 2.8%, high school students, 2.6%. Everyone cheered. We beat the ratings of high school students, great. Everyone did a fantastic job. Suddenly, Lim Xiangjin pulled Kang Junsu aside. Rookie, I want to take you somewhere. He was curious. What, where? He replied. The Weekend Star team wants me to help out. And so, Kang Junsu was led into a chaotic place where everyone was shouting. Where's the mic? Hey, over here. Is the transmission checked? He had to run around. Yes, I am on it. In his heart, Kang Junsu wanted to cry. It was painful because he had eaten too much beef yesterday. His mission today was to be an FD floor director managing the substage, but to put it bluntly, he was the youngest rookie at the station who would handle all sorts of unnamed requests. Through his earpiece, a voice said, PD Kang Junsu, prepare to go to the waiting room of the star. Kang Junsu replied seriously. Understood. They say a rookie gets called to run in circles. They called him so much, it was terrifying. After finishing his tasks, Kang Junsu went out to a vending machine. He tiredly took off his headset. My back. It hurts like crazy. Kang Junsu was so absorbed in his phone that he did not notice behind him. Let us see. I have noted the points of interest in the star's waiting room. So next is. Finally, he looked back to where Yuna He was standing. She also saw Kang Junsu, and her eyes were filled with immense surprise. The two just stood there, looking at each other, neither speaking first. Finally, Kang Junsu spoke up. Hello. He thought to himself, we are not strangers, so a greeting is fine, right? Yuna He just hummed a half-hearted response and turned away, making Kang Junsu a bit confused. Did she not remember anything after the company party? He smiled awkwardly and tried to start a conversation. Would you like a can? She turned back, her face suddenly becoming fierce. Yuna He's voice shot up in an instant. I have to go on stage. What can? Will you take responsibility if I vomit on stage? She bluntly criticized him. This is why rookie PDs are so useless. Only then did Kang Junsu realize, is she throwing a tantrum? Watching Yuna He walk away, he could only whisper, you do not have to drink it if you do not like it. Suddenly Jackson Kim appeared from nowhere behind Kang Junsu, whining, PD Kang Nim. You are so mean. He was startled. Jackson, he shouted with a sense of grievance, causing Yuna He to stop her tracks. You hardly ever give food to anyone. Jackson Kim threw a fit as if catching someone cheating. Not just me, but neither Sia nor Miso have ever received food from you. In his heart, Kang Junsu explained, that is because the three of you did not complete the mission. PD Nim, can we have breakfast? I can't, so go back. He screamed like a neglected girl. Why are you only nice to Yuna He? What about all our memories, and my innocence, and what crime? Finally, he could not take it anymore. I get it. Here, take this can. Is that enough? Yuna He was gritting her teeth on the side, even though her cheeks were flushed red. That PD is such a nuisance. When returning to work, a reminder came through Kang Junsu's ear. Technician Kang, let Yuna He step up. He turned and said to her seriously, yes. Miss. Yuna He, you can go up in 5 minutes. He watched Yuna He checking herself. Let me check the mic one last time. She would not hand it over and was touching the mic head to test it. Only then did Yuna He realize too late, this mic. It is not working. Kang Junsu was shocked. What? The reminder rang out. 3 minutes, until Yuna He goes on. He became frantic. Can you hear me through the headset? She replied quickly, yes, yes. Kang Junsu's voice grew louder. Check the mic. Was there no problem when you received it? He shouted toward the technical team. Change the mic to a new one. The guy shouted back. No spares. Kang Junsu immediately turned to him. Why not? He began to stammer. I changed the mic for the idol group that just had a problem over there. Yuna He panicked. What do we do then? He bit his nails, his mind racing. We are in big trouble. Only 2.5 minutes before going live. If something happens to the guest, the station is doomed. The reminder echoed in his ear again. Yuna He, 2 minutes left. He directly took off his walkie-talkie. She screamed at his side. What are you doing, Kang? Junsu was determined. I can do this. He remembered this had happened once before. The voice on the other end urged again. Yuna He, 1 minute. Kang Junsu stood up resolutely. Mess. Yuna He, just go up when time is up. Yuna He did not understand at all. What are you saying? The mic is not working, is it? His words made her pupils contract sharply. Trust me and just go up. In Yuna He's eyes, Kang Junsu looked incredibly reliable at that moment. I will take care of all your troubles. The countdown began as he rushed into the wings. 10 seconds. 9. She stood there alone as each number rang out. 8. Yoona Hee's hand gripped the microphone tightly. 7. Kang Junsu reached the sound booth with only 6 seconds left. He started adjusting things himself, his face extremely serious. 5. Yoona Hee's high heels stepped up the stairs. 4. 3. In the final seconds, she stood on stage, having chosen to trust Kang Junsu. 2. 1. Yoona Hee's lips moved close to the microphone head. In the control room, he was silently praying. Please. The technicians behind the scenes leaned over to look at Junsu in surprise. On stage, Nahi held the mic and presented calmly. A stable sound echoed at the same time the last 3 words fell from the technician's lips. It is working. The recording went smoothly. Junsu took off his headset and leaned back comfortably, but even in his dreams, he did not expect rumors to travel so fast. After finishing work, he stood up and smiled at everyone. Good job, everyone. People also smiled and gestured to him. Thanks for the help. The word was that I was the one who would fix sound problems and everything after that. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Hello. On the other end, a calm voice spoke. Hello, is this PD Kang Junsu? He frowned in surprise at the caller knowing his name. Excuse me. On a wooden table, a hand gently pushed a business card toward Junsu. Hyungmin looked at him with a confident face. I mentioned it over the phone, but you have great talent. Join my side, Mr. Visbrally. Kang. PPC, Woo Hyungmin. CP. His eyes widened as he thought he never imagined receiving such an out-of-the-blue offer from another station after only working for 3 months, even if the way the man spoke was too bland. Furthermore, CP Woo Hyung-min. I did not think this dog would come here. The man confidently reached out to Junsu. Honestly, a rookie would never get this offer. If you agree, I will support you with all I have got. He looked at the confident man, his thoughts racing. This bastard was the accomplice of Kim Young-jun, the one who stayed with Kim Young-jun in his previous life before that dog stole all his ideas. Control yourself. I can't behave like a brat. Outwardly, he smiled at the man as if nothing was wrong. I know this offer is great, senior. Hyung-min bared his teeth in a devious smile. The pilot. The man looked at him and continued calmly. I will give you the chance to work on the Chuseok pilot program. This will be your debut opportunity. He paused at those words, thinking, debut. Immediately after, a contemptuous smile formed in his mind. Look at this dog flapping his gums. It must be time for Woo Hyung-min to prepare his debut as a CO. Hyung-min continued to boast, Gorilla Date's viewership is quite stable, and you want to be the proactive one in this negotiation, do not you? Unlike other rookies, a bright future awaits you. He watched the man adjust his shirt and reach into his breast pocket. There was no way he would reveal that to an outsider. This old man's rookie would be driven mad if that happened. He fumbled to take something out. Long story short, look at this first. Junsu looked at the contract, the man pulled out, his thoughts connecting with every action. This contract definitely bodes no good. Hyung-min still placed the contract in front of him. Contracts are all the same, so look quickly and sign. He took the contract from him. So he was trying to pull a rookie from outside and tie a leash around their neck like this. Beside him, Hyung-min continued to prattle on. For someone of your caliber. The man confidently rested his chin on his hand. Isn't it a waste of talent to work under that incompetent PD Lim Seong-jin, rookie Kang? His inner thoughts were full of helplessness and disdain. In the future, there will be an internal clash at JBC. This guy is making me angry. This bastard will try to manipulate the JBC director and senior Lim Seong-jin. After senior refuses and gets a massive earful, after a long bout of bragging, the man finally reached out to Junsu. Let us decide. Let us work together at PBC. With my help, your future is limitless. As soon as he finished, 2 words repeatedly appeared in Junsu's mind. Lies. Interspersed was the image of that man and young Jun standing there laughing. PD Kang, I am sorry, but they want me to change the main part. Those 2 words kept appearing alongside their past dirty deeds. Lies. Lies. Take this as an opportunity to gain experience, and I will definitely support you next time. Lies. All lies. The images stopped when he nearly collapsed, slamming his hands against the wall. You dog, how many times have you stolen my ideas? That was my show. Suddenly, Hyung-min's voice cut through his thoughts. Rookie Kang. He grinned sleazily at Junsu. I do not think you will ever get a bargain like this again. However, in the face of the man's confident smile, he directly tore the contract. No. Junsu's face darkened as he ripped the contract right in front of him. This is not a bargain. Hyung-min's smirk vanished the moment the contract was torn. His eyes narrowed with fury. He bolted upright from his chair and roared, what do you think you are doing? Hyung looked at the torn contract pieces falling onto the table. Tearing the contract, Junsu spoke calmly. You need a rookie to steal ideas from, not to be a main director, right? Hyungmin's voice trembled slightly, his sleazy look gone. Why do you think? He tried to speak calmly, but his hands pressed on the table were shaking. Rookie Kang, I did not think you were this stupid. Do you think you will be left in peace after this? Jun looked at him with a dark expression. Definitely. He gritted his teeth and thought, there is no need to become enemies with him, but I do not want to shut my mouth and live in silence like I used to. Hyungmin's face was grim as he hissed out each word. Fine. Then just you wait. With that, he turned and walked away angrily without looking back. After the man left, he looked up at the sky and gave a bright smile. How refreshing. Meanwhile, Hyun Young was walking down the street holding Seung Jin's arm when she spotted Jin-soo sitting across from Hyung Min. Honey, is not that PD Kang Junsu? She looked over and whispered to Seung Jin. The person sitting next to him looks familiar. Isn't that CP Woo Hyung Min from PBC? Hyun Young looked on blankly. Do they know each other? He slowly raised his hand. It does not look like it. Seung Jin took off his glasses. I will ask him tomorrow. The next day, at IBC headquarters, Seung Jin stood to one side and called Jun-soo. Rookie, come here for a second. He responded blankly. Yes. Jun-soo followed and entered the meeting room. Do you need something, senior? He was waiting inside, still holding a piece of paper. Did you meet anyone in Sinchon yesterday? He spoke casually without looking at Jun-soo. Like Woo Hyung Min, for example. Jun-soo scratched the back of his neck. Yes, I did meet him. At the same time, he thought, he must have been in Sinchon too. He probably saw me. Seung Jin was still holding the paper. It was an agreement, right? If you are taking it, tell me now. Jun-soo admitted casually. Yes, he told me he would give me my first project. A colleague nearby heard this and shouted in shock. First project. He gave a bright smile to everyone, but I turned it down. The colleague screamed again, turned it down. Seung Jin stood there, dazed. Are you stupid? For someone who has only been in for 3 months, an opportunity for a first project is like a gift from heaven. He chuckled and kept scratching his neck. It sounded great, but Jun-soo looked confidently at the two and reached out his hand. If I am getting that kind of offer now, it means I can get even more attractive offers later. He smiled proudly, his nose practically upturned. Wouldn't it be a waste to let the opportunity slip away just like that? Seung Jin could not help but laugh. You idiot. You are acting all arrogant as if you are already a veteran PD. Suddenly, Seung Jin froze when he heard Jun-soo's next words, and I would not want to hate someone I like. Hearing that, he went quiet for a moment and then smiled. Thanks. Hearing the thanks, he just smiled and raised 2 fingers in a V sign. A phone rang out clearly. The #1 song this week was by Coldrain Burst. So Hin looked at her phone. Coldrain had held the top spot for 2 consecutive weeks. A colleague leaned in to look. Right, they have really claimed that position. Jun-soo also took notice, glancing over with a slight smile, thinking, that is the song that was supposed to be taken by Jefferson. But everything is going quite well. He stood with his arms crossed, his nose practically upturned in pride. I feel like a savior. Seeing him like that, the colleagues nearby stepped away slightly and whispered, what on earth is wrong with PD Kang? Yeon-hee walked out from the side. Hey savior of Coldrain. Hearing someone call him, Jun-soo turned around. Yes, writer Yeon-hee. She looked at him and asked, can you pull Coldrain in as guests? He was stunned. Me. Suddenly, a voice cut through their conversation. No. Seung Jin stood at the door, looking at the two of them. We do not have the budget for that. Suddenly, Hyun Young and other colleagues swarmed him excitedly. Why not? I do not think it is a bad idea. We managed to pay for Han Sia, did not we? Seung Jin glared at everyone in irritation. We finally beat the high school students' ratings after half a year, are not we doing perfectly fine as we are? Beside him, writer Yeon-hee spoke up. That is exactly why we have to seize this opportunity to reach even higher achievements. Jun-soo stood there smiling, watching Yeon-hee and Seung Jin argue while thinking calmly. With these ratings, we won't be able to go home on time again. It was a given every time discussing props to use or who to invite as guests. Suddenly, a phone rang, catching his attention and causing him to turn. The two who were arguing also stopped. Seung Jin frowned and asked, who lets their phone ring during a meeting like this? Hyun Young hurriedly grabbed the phone. My mistake. She took the phone, and after seeing the content, her voice trembled slightly. What is this beside her? Seung Jin was still grumbling. Why did this happen? Her hand holding the phone also shook. What should we do? There is a rumor about Jackson Kim regarding school violence. Hearing this, Jun-soo felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his ears. On the phone, a man's voice continued to play. Hello, I am a graduate of Arthur International University in LA. After much consideration, I feel it is my responsibility to tell everyone the truth. Meanwhile, Jun-soo gritted his teeth while driving as Seung Jin made call after call. Still, the man's voice did not stop. Even though we were in the same class in high school in Korea, not only did Jackson use violence against me several times, but he also poured drinks on me, pretending it was an accident, or threw basketballs at me over and over. Seeing that person wash away his past and live as if nothing happened, makes me feel pain and collapse. Jun-soo was driving, his grip on the steering wheel tightening as he thought, something is wrong. In his mind, he saw the future Jackson waving to the audience. There is no way it was like that in the future, I know. Before I quit, Jackson Kim was famous for his clean record. If school violence had occurred, it would have been exposed a long time ago. Suddenly, Seung Jin shouted into the phone, what are you talking about? The show's influence is rising. What do you mean you want to change members, chief? Hearing this, his pupils could not help but contract. Change members. His thoughts raced. Wait, maybe Jackson is not the target. It is. Hidden mission. Inside the office, So Hin and Hyun Young were also in a panic, constantly making calls. Can't get through to the emergency team. All their phones are going to voicemail. Someone please answer the viewers' complaint calls. Please. Jun-soo gritted his teeth and thought continuously, who is intentionally sabotaging hidden mission? Why? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Don't tell me, it is. The image shifted to the silhouette of Hyung-min. He turned around and said to him, you know, Kang Jun-soo, there is no talent I can't have. If I can't have it, I will destroy it all. He gave a devious, calculating smile. There is no way I would let it go after you bit me like that, right? Traitors will have to pay a heavy price. Beside him, Seong-jin was still gritting his teeth while calling out while Jin-soo kept driving, his thoughts turning grim. Woo Hyung-min. He is targeting me for refusing his offer, and PD Lim Seong-jin, who has reached his limit. What should I do? Inside the WG headquarters, a cry of injustice rang out. This is not fair. Jackson spoke out desperately. It was not me. In front of him, a staff member standing with arms crossed next to Seong-jin and Jun-soo spoke up. Honestly, this is the only way we can help you. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly. I am telling the truth. The staff member asked him anxiously. Then, Jackson, do you have any friends who can testify to your innocence? Jackson lowered his head sadly. I lost contact because I moved back to Korea after graduation. He gritted his teeth, his face full of worry and sorrow. And you guys know I could not use a phone while I was a trainee. After debuting, I used the company-issued phone so I could not contact them. He thought about it, and his eyes welled up with tears. They must think I am arrogant now because I am a celebrity. The staff member sighed and rubbed his forehead. There is too much to do and too little time to solve it. You are not lying, right? Jackson stood up, losing control slightly. If you do not believe me, you can ask my core associates and colleagues. Why would I lie when I could be easily exposed? He lost control and shouted at everyone. How can you believe something I did not do? His voice dropped to a tremble. I did not do those things. Jun-soo frowned as he watched, thinking, Jackson Kim is definitely innocent. But the problem is, Jackson's emotions felt like they were falling into an abyss. He kept saying, it is true, I am telling the truth. Please believe me. Then he could not help but cover his face and burst into tears. How can I prove it? The colleague beside him did not know how to comfort him. There is no time to cry. Just keep telling the truth. The manager immediately began giving orders. First, put out a statement that everything is fabricated. Contact reporters. The staff mentioned, get to work immediately. Understood. We will get justice if they intentionally spread false rumors. Jun-soo frowned, thinking, this won't be effective. Even after proving his innocence, the public will just forget Jackson. The colleague standing next to Jackson spoke up indignantly. As you know, Jackson is not the type of person to bully others. Seong-jin could only sigh helplessly. We believe it is not true. Graduation photos will be posted. Suddenly, a hand was placed firmly on Jackson's shoulder. Jackson. Jun-soo stood before him and spoke steadfastly. We at Hidden Mission believe in you. He also smiled at Jackson. Of course, I believe in you too. Jackson was stunned, his lips parting slightly. A second later, he could not help but sob. PD Nim, help me. He cried while grabbing Jun-soo's shirt. We have good memories together, right from the cucumbers to the can of Coke. Being held by Jackson, he could only smile helplessly and think, I am the only one who survived the blockbuster deadlines. But is this a good thing? After finishing the business, Jun-soo and Seong-jin drove back together. In the car, Seong-jin sighed from the passenger seat. All his friends are in the US, so there is no way to meet them. He turned to look at his reflection in the car mirror and thought, the US. Jun-soo turned to Seong-jin. Senior, maybe. Before he could finish, Seong-jin answered the phone. Yes, Chief. I have spoken with WG and confirmed it is a false rumor. What? I understand. He looked at Jun-soo. Rookie, I have to go meet the chief for a moment. Everyone was busy processing while Jun-soo stood waiting with Sayan. She worked for a while, then turned to ask. He said he was going to meet the chief, but it has been an hour. Why has not he come back? Min-chan, sitting behind them, spoke up calmly. Do you think the chief will let it go? He hates Senior Seong-jin immensely. That is why he had to go against the director and put everyone in trouble. Writer Yeon-hee stood with arms crossed, her brows furrowed. PD, Wong, you are not joking, are you? Min-chan frowned at her. I mean, did I say anything wrong? Our project will be suspended because of Senior Seong-jin. She also frowned at him. After everything, it is all PD Nim's fault now. Then he suddenly raised his voice in response. But it is the truth, Jun-soo, standing nearby, thought helplessly. Even if it is the truth, do not say it so loudly. Immediately, an argument broke out between the two despite others' attempts to stop them. Is that always what you think of him? PD Schwang. Please stop, you two. Whatever, I am leaving. Where are you going? PD Schwang. Yeon-hee turned to look at Jun-soo. You do not think it is his fault, do you, rookie? He replied calmly. Of course not. Senior Wang has crossed the line. Yeon-hee crossed her arms again, looking a bit angry. What is wrong with the discipline in this entertainment department? Suddenly, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. Seong-jin stood at the door, his face showing no sign of joy. P.D. Lim. Writer Yeon-hee approached him. How did it go? The surrounding staff also asked excitedly. What did the chief say? Seeing that he did not answer, Jun-soo had to step forward. Senior, what did the chief say? Seong-jin looked dismal. I am sorry, he would not listen. Jackson Kim. Jun-soo frowned and thought, don't tell me. He turned his head away from everyone. He is being forced to leave. A generic airplane glided across the lush blue sky. Jackson stepped off the plane, reaching up to take off his hat, his face unable to hide his excitement. He stood greeting people as a crew carried the luggage. It has been a while, right? Hello, America. Jun-soo pulled the suitcase for him, smiling helplessly as he thought. Since we came here secretly, we can't do much. But why did they only let a writer, 2 VJs, and 1 PD come? That is the bare minimum for a team. Jun-soo looked at Jackson, who was wearing a hat, glasses, and a mask that covered him completely. We will look even more suspicious if you wear all that gear. Hearing what Jun-soo said, he had to take it off. So, are we preparing for the opening? He opened his notebook. We have not scheduled an opening for today. The 2 people traveling with them looked pale. Producer Kang, can we buy something to eat first? An 18-hour flight is exhausting. Seeing them like that, Jun-soo was startled. Sure, of course. He turned to Jackson. What about you, Jackson? Don't you want to eat something? He looked over from his phone. Me, he smiled at Jun-soo. I will probably skip it. I am not that hungry anyway. He glanced at Jackson's phone. New news, Jackson Kim embroiled in school violence scandal. After reading it, he could not help but sigh and think, I knew it. I do not like the way he is looking at the news feed at all. It is heartbreaking. Jackson read the comments. Although he still smiled, his face had gone pale. That is right. Damn school bullying. Go back to your own country. His fans say he is very nice, like some cult followers believing in that evil face of his. Bastards like this should not be allowed to roam free. We need justice. Let us go. Jun-soo could not watch any longer and pulled the phone out of his hand. You won't be able to eat if you read those. He lightly scratched the back of his neck with a forced smile. I know, but I can't help it. Jun-soo felt sorry for him and could not help thinking, it makes sense. That is how things work when you step into the entertainment world. He frowned slightly, his expression turning sour. I once read those same cursed comments because of a program. Suddenly, the 2 companions returned, holding a bag of bread. We are back. Producer Kang, let us go. He looked at them and thought, what do we have here? Looks like they have not finished eating yet. Jackson leaned in and asked him, anyway, do you know where we will be filming the first session? Jun-soo looked at Jackson and suddenly broke into a bright smile. Back to the other day, he had stood before Seong-jin. Are you telling me to delete all the edited videos? Seong-jin bowed his head, his face full of annoyance. No need. I got permission to keep them, with one condition, you can only bring 3 staff members and invite guests to the next Mongolia program. Jun-soo frowned and gestured as he thought, but it is not like the last shoot. We can film the ending, but at this time, it is impossible. He pondered, then folded his thumb and index finger. Wait, because we only have a short time before the new part is released. After thinking for a while, he looked at Seong-jin. Senior, I have a suggestion. He looked up with a thoughtful face. What? We still have the budget from the last shoot in Korea. Right, we also do not have enough scenes for the final episode. Hearing this, Seong-jin looked up at him. Don't tell me you want to. Jun-soo smiled and voiced his thoughts. I do not know if I can add some old videos I filmed, or film Jackson in the US to finish up in the remaining time. He stood before Seong-jin and smiled. I mean, who knows? What of it? Seong-jin looked at him, crossed his arms, and turned his face away slightly. We can't do that. We still have the special episode, and we could be penalized if we are caught. Jun-soo was silent for a moment before saying CP Woo Hyung-min. It was all orchestrated by CP Woo Hyung-min behind the scenes. He stood up straight and looked at Seong-jin seriously. I know I have not proven anything yet, but I am certain. I know you do not want his schemes to succeed, senior. In Jun-soo's eyes, a look of determination always existed. Let us save Jackson from this. Seong-jin heard this and just remained silent, arms crossed, lost in thought. Then he turned to Jun-soo with an equally determined gaze. Rookie, I will trust you. Arthur International School in the US. Inside, Jackson's former homeroom teacher repeatedly shared stories with a smiling face. When Jackson studied here, he was a model student and the student council president. Our school does not tolerate school violence, so there is no way Jackson could have done that. Facing him, Jun-soo held his notes and smiled, thinking, he was the homeroom teacher in charge of Jackson's class in high school. In other words, he is the teacher who knew him best. Jun-soo spoke up to interview him. Do you remember any memories with Jackson? He raised his hand and spoke comfortably. When the boy saw others being bullied, he was always the one who ran out to help. After hearing the teacher's answer, he continued to ask. Recently, there have been rumors about Jackson that shocked me back in Korea. What do you think about this issue? The teacher adjusted his glasses. After reading the news, he immediately denied it. It is not true at all. Jackson always helped friends who needed it. There is no way he would bully anyone. Jackson was actually the one bullied in high school. It seems people do not know much about Jackson because he debuted as a singer. The interview video ended. Jackson was like a child sobbing as his former teacher held and comforted him. He stood nearby watching the scene, thinking, I am sure this is more than enough evidence of what kind of student Jackson was at school. He sat rewatching the interview video and thought, I guess I can use this interview and this reunion scene to let everyone see the truth. Beside him, a voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. BDNEM. BDNEM. After calling several times to no avail, Jackson suddenly appeared behind Jun-soo. Didn't you hear me, PDNEM? Jun-soo was startled by his action and turned around quickly. Jackson, what do you need? Jackson stood looking at him and spoke slowly. I just wanted to thank you. I did not expect to be able to meet the teacher who counseled me. I feel so relieved now. Thank you. Jun-soo smiled. But it does not mean it is over yet. Jackson still smiled, but it was a bit forced. Of course, I am always aware of that. I still need to be more careful in everything I do when I return to Korea. Suddenly, he interrupted him. No, because you still have a dinner mission we have prepared. He was stunned. Even in the US, Jun-soo replied calmly. This mission is a radio program. He held a small piece of paper and read with a smile. You will have to listen to US radio stations, and guess which one you are hearing. Jackson listened in shock. Wait, PDNIM. However, Jun-soo did not stop and continued reading. Each wrong answer will mean one less spoonful of rice for you. Jackson got more bewildered as he listened and finally shouted because he would not stop. Wait, please, stop, listen to me first. After finishing the video, they went out to eat. Now, we are going to a 2-star Michelin restaurant in LA. Seeing what Jun-soo was holding, Jackson looked ready to cry. Why can't we eat somewhere else? Beside him, he held a disposable spoon and smiled. Since you lost the game, you only get to use a spoon once. Let us go in first. Jackson helplessly followed him, finally pushing the door to look inside. You did not prepare anything weird, did you? As soon as he saw what was inside, Jackson could not contain his surprise. He looked in amazement at his old friends sitting inside. What? Are you two both here? Heavens. The two friends also turned back with bright smiles to greet him. Jackson, long time no see. The other friend raised his hand to wave at him. Hey, Jackson. Jun-soo stood by, smiling slightly. I just thought it would be fun to meet your friends in LA again. So we prepared this for you. He looked at Jackson and gave a relieved smile. Flashback to before boarding the plane. Sa-yoon had brought her phone to report to Jun-soo. Someone is demanding payment for an appearance, so I turned them down in case they try to extort hush money. After receiving the info, he nodded slightly. Thanks. She looked at him and continued, but because Jackson is a hard worker, many of his friends volunteered to participate in the shoot. Hearing this, Jun-soo could not help but be happy. Thank heaven. Jun-soo received the list and thought happily, time to gather everyone who wants to help prove Jackson's innocence. Jackson saw his old friends and started catching up and telling old stories. It has been a whole year, has not it? Remember his expression when 3 girls confessed to him at once. Beside him, the cameraman carrying the equipment looked at Jun-soo. Should I stop filming? He also took note of the cameraman. Sure. He looked at Jackson laughing and talking with his friends and thought, we have enough footage for the ending, and if they get drunk, we can't use it for the shoot. Suddenly, one of Jackson's friends spoke up. That is right, I just sold our yearbook. The blonde friend looked at him. To a fan of Jackson, Jun-soo paused when he heard that friend speak. They were Korean, but I am not sure if they were a fan or not. He even paid much more than the price I quoted and told me to keep it a secret. As if realizing something, he stopped the cameraman. Wait, we have to include this scene, the friend calmly recounted. I thought it was a bit strange when he paid me in Bitcoin. No records, just a last name. The friends could not help but wonder too. What was it? Maybe a secret fan who bought it because he likes Jackson. The friend tried to remember. I recall it was Woo. Hearing that, Jun-soo gritted his teeth and immediately thought of that person. Woo Hyungmin. After the party, Jackson bowed. Thank you for everything. Because of me, you had to travel all the way here. Jackson's friends did not say much, and just waved their hands. That is our job, do not worry about it. Jun-soo looked at Jackson chatting happily with everyone and thought, he is doing much better now, all thanks to his friends. We can prove his innocence now. Suddenly, he grew pensive and rubbed his chin. But there is still something bothering me. Beside him, Jackson laughed and looked over. Boss, we are sharing a room, right? His thoughts were interrupted, but it did not matter much. We could not get a separate room for you. Jackson chuckled and held out 2 cans of beer in front of Jun-soo. So, let us have a drink before bed. He looked at Jun-soo and was slightly taken aback. Am I pushing you too hard? He smiled at Jackson. It is fine, I can sleep on the way back to Korea. He smiled at him and thought, I have done quite a lot, but I do not feel too tired. Opposite him, Jackson laughed happily. You are the best. Jun-soo smiled and thought, on a day like this, it is better to have someone for Jackson to talk to. Outwardly, he still chatted naturally with Jackson. Do you know about the new idol couple? No. Who? Inside the room, Jackson suddenly cried out, my stomach. His face flushed red as he clutched his stomach. Boss, I have to use the restroom. Jun-soo held his beer can and laughed it off. Go ahead, he called out, sounding a bit drunk. Is it okay if I am in here for a while? Outside, Jun-soo laughed helplessly. Take your time. Inside, he had to hold it in and thought, I do not think he should drink anymore. He thought for a bit and lowered his beer can. It is not important. What is important now is that I am certain Woo Hyung-min is behind everything. He used a shared account to buy the yearbook, and only contacted him through social media. And the date he bought the yearbook was also the day I rejected Woo Hyung-min. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist. Even though I am certain, there is not enough evidence yet. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, showing the caller's name. He looked at it with a bit of confusion. Writer Hong. Jun-soo calmly took the call and put the phone to his ear. Hello? On the other end, the writer's voice rang out. PD Kang, it is an emergency. PD Hwang Min-chan just submitted his resignation and left. Hearing this, he pulled the phone away from his ear and could not help but shout, resigned. I still have 2 days before I return. The writer was also helpless. That is why it is an emergency. At the company, Seong-jin approached Seong. Is it the rookie? Transfer the call to me. She agreed. Okay. Alright. Yes, wait a moment. After picking up the phone, Seong-jin did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Hey, rookie, are you done with the shoot? Jun-soo replied, softly, everything is fine, but what happened with Senior Min-chan? Hearing that, Seong-jin's anger flared up again, and he shouted into the phone, do not call that bastard senior. He frustratingly put his hand to his forehead. Just like you, he was offered a new job. Since we are facing the scandal with Jackson, that bastard actually just left. Hearing this, Jun-soo could not help but worry, thinking this is bad. The next shoot is in Mongolia. We do not have enough facilities and it will be hard for me to contact others. At that location, we will only have one PD. The shoot, no, the show will be ruined. I need to decide now, he said calmly into the phone. Senior, his next words surprised everyone on the other end. I will go to Mongolia. On this end, Jun-soo was already packing his bags into a suitcase. Are you sure? It will take at least 20 hours to get there. He did not mind and kept smiling while stuffing things into the suitcase. With the show already planned, my health is not an issue. But remember to treat me to a meal. Hearing him say that, Seong-jin could only give in. Thanks. Jun-soo reached out and picked up his phone from the pile of clothes nearby. He held the phone to his ear with a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, after sending Jackson and the others back to Korea, I immediately headed to Mongolia. Even with the layover in Hong Kong, it took a total of 24 hours. After getting off the plane, his face was haggard, and he could not help but think in exhaustion, I am dying here. Outwardly, he still smiled while pulling his suitcase, his hand still holding the phone to report the situation. Writer Hong, I have arrived. We are at the gate. After spotting the gate, the two of them stopped and looked closely. Alright, I see it. Haggard and trembling, Yeon-soo reached out his hand. I am here. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at everyone, feeling a bit bewildered. Everyone was standing at the gate waiting for him, but no one's face showed the slightest hint of joy. Jun-soo leaned in and whispered to Hyun-young, is this atmosphere because of Senior Min-chan? The girl, with tears in her eyes, lowered her head. We just got a call from Korea this morning. Admission will be postponed. Hearing this, Jun-soo looked over in shock. As if unable to believe it, he turned back and asked loudly, but, no, how, what do you mean? Sia slowly walked over, her voice trembling. Producer, she wiped her eyes, but the tears kept falling. What are we going to do? How could everything end like this? Jun-soo saw her crying and panicked. No way. Let me go back to Korea and find a way. He turned to the others in desperation. Everyone. Say something. However, naturally no one said a word or seemed to care, making him grit his teeth and think, why is no one saying anything? Feeling confused, he glanced around. Is something wrong? Suddenly, his eyes caught the camera, which still had its red light blinking. Why is the camera on? Then he immediately looked over at Seong-jin. And, is Lim Seong-jin laughing? Is this funny? Then, as if it finally clicked, Jun-soo reacted. Are you guys filming this? In front of him, Sia still covered her face. We need to. That is because. Sia's voice drew Jun-soo's attention. Immediately after, she took her hands off her face and broke into a bright smile. It is a hidden camera for you, PD Kang. Hearing that, he felt his strength leave him. Hidden. In front of him, Sia was still smiling brightly, holding up one finger. Surprise, right? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone swarmed toward Jun-soo. They rushed in, some putting their arms around his shoulders, some rubbing his head. Surprised? Look at your face. Thanks a lot, man. This is enough. After realizing he had been tricked, Jun-soo frowned in dissatisfaction, and thought, I would rather you guys just kill me. At the filming location, Seong-jin spoke up. Rookie, sorry about that. Seong-jin walked beside Jun-soo with a smile. Everyone was very sad because PD Wang Min-chan left. Standing beside him with a dissatisfied face, Jun-soo looked at him. Fine, you scared the life out of me, Seong-jin smiled and slowly explained. Everyone was feeling down, so I thought I should liven up the atmosphere a bit. I hope you understand. Hearing him say that, Jun-soo looked over and thought, Senior Seong-jin has had a lot to worry about since becoming the head PD. Then he stood up straight, a sense of determination growing in his eyes. I need to work even harder in this situation. Coldrain walked up behind Jun-soo. PD Kang. He turned slightly. Coldrain. Jun-soo stepped forward to shake his hand. I see you are doing very well. Thank you. Coldrain also shook his hand. Of course, it is all to repay the PD I cherish. He looked at Jun-soo and smiled slightly. Just let me know if you need any help. Jun-soo did not refuse and looked at him. Thanks. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting his conversation with Coldrain. Come over here for a bit, he cheerfully replied. Okay. After Coldrain left, Jun-soo's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. Woo Hyungmin. Just you wait, I will definitely bite you back, you bastard. Inside the computer room, blue screens flashed continuously. How much longer? A person's fingers moved rapidly across the keyboard. I am almost done. Just need to add the final interview segment. Seong-jin, sitting behind Jun-soo, spoke up. 10 minutes left. Hearing this, he worked frantically, and could not help but let out a shout. Jun-soo hurriedly finalized it. Done, I will send the file. But then, an error message appeared on the screen. Error. Looking at that message, Jun-soo held his head and screamed in agony. Come on, this is driving me crazy. Beside him, Seong-jin also started screaming. Hey, rookie, we have 1 minute left. He could not help but scream in his mind. Why is not this a computer from 2021? After finishing the work, Jun-soo could not take it and slumped onto the desk. Seong-jin could not help but lean back and sigh. Well done. He put his hand to his forehead and thought, I am absolutely exhausted. Opposite him, Seong-jin called out, rookie. However, he was still lost in thought and accidentally ignored the call. I spent 24 hours flying to Mongolia and back, and I have been working non-stop. Suddenly, the man leaned his face close to Jun-soo's, startling him. Hey, rookie, go home and rest. You look like you are about to drop dead. Jun-soo jumped and hugged his chest. But the show is about to air. You look more like a zombie, Seong-jin said, looking at Jun-soo. Are you going somewhere after watching it? He lightly scratched the back of his neck. Of course. I can't rest at home without watching it first. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the electronic screen. It has been a while since I have been back to LA. Both of them were drawn to it and turned to look. Look, it is starting. On today's hidden mission, we are going to a special place. Jackson's hometown, a surprise visit to Arthur International School. Sir, what kind of student was Jackson? Jackson was a very diligent child. Hearing this, both Jun-soo and Seong-jin looked up excitedly from the phone screen and turned to each other. Seong-jin spoke up first in excitement. We did it. All that news, smearing Jackson Kim will be buried soon. Jun-soo also looked at him happily. That is great, senior. We are safe now. We need to be sure. Right after those words, everything before his eyes gradually became blurry. His vision faded and narrowed. He could only vaguely see Seong-jin calling him anxiously, rookie. Before closing his eyes, he was still wondering, why am I falling? On this end, Seong-jin had rushed to him. Kang Jun-soo. Hey, my vision. At that moment, a loud noise rang out. Damn it, Hyungmin slammed his hand on the desk in fury. How could the person who bought the album be Jackson Kim's best friend? And what the hell is with that Kang Jun-soo going all the way to the US to film this? The staff member sitting next to him lightly covered his mouth and coughed. Regarding that, considering the situation, it seems they gave it their all. Nevertheless, Hyungmin was still red-faced with rage. But then, that staff member calmly stepped in front of him. Don't worry. We still have the sub-PD from TNC, do not we? Calm down. What can a head PD and a rookie PD do? Hearing this, Hyungmin calmed down. True. There is no way they would let Lim Seong-jin, who recently argued with the director, be the sub-PD. After thinking it through, he relaxed and laughed out loud. And no matter how good that rookie is, he can't possibly edit that well. The staff member also smiled slightly, standing beside him to flatter him. Right? Lim Seong-jin will have to edit it himself and dig his own grave. Right after, his hand gripping the chair moved slightly. How is Entertainment Team 2 doing? Hyungmin looked over with a smile. I heard their ratings are quite good. I have been trying to find a suitable CP. The staff member chuckled and rubbed his hands together. I will try to push them. Inwardly, the man thought gleefully, I can keep this up for a long time. Inside the hospital, an IV bag was hung high on the stand. Jun-soo, with an IV in his hand, finally woke up. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. You are awake. He jumped a bit and looked over. Senior, Seong-jin, sitting nearby, calmly reported Jun-soo's condition to him. The doctor said you are suffering from exhaustion. You fainted because of a lack of sleep. Hearing this, he gave an embarrassed smile and scratched his cheek. Exhaustion. That is so embarrassing. Seong-jin looked at him. We will definitely pay for the hospital bills, so just rest. He looked at him and nodded slightly. Okay. Thank you. The man gave a soft smile. Anyway, I told everyone in the group chat that you fainted. I am sure you will love talking about it. Hearing this, Junsu naturally felt a bit uneasy. What do you mean? Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Jackson rushed into the hospital room. Boss. He burst into the room with tears in his eyes. I heard you fainted from overworking because of me. Jackson rushed over and knelt down, hugging Junsu tightly and crying. I will repay this kindness. Being hugged, Junsu felt a bit helpless. Jackson, my clothes are getting wet. Inwardly, he thought helplessly, so this is what Lim Xiangjin said in the group chat. Immediately after, another colleague came in, grabbed the back of Jackson's shirt, and pulled him away. Sorry, he insisted on visiting before starting his new job. Jackson, being dragged away, still cried out, Boss. Junsu watched this scene helplessly. It is okay, just remember to be on time for work. Right after, that colleague dragged Jackson away. Boss, feel free to call me, don't feel any pressure at all. Beside them Sia had just arrived, and seeing that scene, she burst out laughing. You are quite popular, are not you? He gave a forced smile and looked at her. I thought you would be busy with recent filming. Sia. She raised her eyebrows at Junsu. I have not appeared on screen yet because I am playing a small role. Didn't you know? Seeing him quickly turn his face away, she also helplessly reached up to tuck her hair back. Please pay a little attention. Sia smiled and rested her hand on her chin. I even put on makeup when I heard you were here. What do you think? He looked at her with some embarrassment. I thought you were busy. Hearing that, she smiled slightly. About that, I just have a few things I want to say about our recent episode. Curious, Junsu replied without beating around the bush. Yes. Sia covered her mouth and smiled. So, it is okay if I stay here a bit longer, right? Looking at her, he helplessly agreed, thinking. She really is tall. First, the US episode just reached 1 million views. Hearing this, Junsu jumped and shouted. 1 million, his eyes lit up. That is amazing. She sat nearby and smiled. Of course. And about Senior Nahi, Junsu was a bit startled and looked over. Yes, seeing his reaction, Sia could not help but think, so cute. She sat down and crossed her legs, her hands placed elegantly on her thighs. I just talked to Senior Nahi about a few things. About what kind of person you are, how you edit and direct, and whether you do a good job. She recalled the time Nahi was talking to her. Really? Sia replied with a smile. He is a good person. Nahi replied. I know. She asked in confusion. What? She replied calmly. I know. He is a good person. Junsu was a bit surprised. When was this? Sia Maldine. Probably 3 weeks ago. I had to go to the shoot for a flashback scene. Hearing this, Junsu was lost in thought. 3 weeks ago, right after the Weekend Star incident, I thought she was just a cold person who would not say anything about that. It seems she is kinder than she looks. That is good then. Thinking that, he nodded to himself. Sia glanced at him as he sat there deep in thought. Suddenly, she took out a red envelope. I heard you can be discharged tonight. Why do not we go for a meal, my treat? Attracted, Junsu glanced over. Are you sure?